Good evening, everybody.
You guys are popular tonight.
I could ask everybody to have a seat. And before we get started, it's a pleasure to have, I think, Remco here? Remco Brahmat here to lead us in invocation.
Let's pray together. Our God in heaven, on this first day of summer, the bright sunlight reminds us that you make your face shine upon those who delight in you and acknowledge you in all their ways. And we pray tonight that you would cause your face to shine upon our city. We pray for our mayor and city council and city staff assembled here tonight, that you give them wisdom and fair judgment in adjudicating the affairs that affect the quality of life in our city. We pray that you keep our residents safe tonight, that you would help us be prepared for anything that would come along suddenly and unexpectedly in this fast-paced and volatile world. And we pray that you make your face to shine upon those who serve our city tonight, our police officers, our firefighters, and that you would give grace to the families at home that support them. We pray these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. So now I'd like to call the regular meeting of the Milton City Council for Monday, June 20th, 2016 to order. And Sudi, if I could ask you to call roll and make general announcements. Just as an announcement, we do have Councilmember Morrig is with us by telephone, so on the speaker here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be happy to call roll for the June 20th, 2016 regular meeting. I would like to remind those in attendance to please silence all cell phones at this time. Those attending the meeting who would like to provide public comment, either during the public hearing or during the call for public comment, you are required to complete a public comment card prior to speaking on an item. Public comment cards are over here at the table. There is no public comment for consent agenda items or items under first presentation. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that the speaker cards were received by the city clerk prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization if applicable. The City Council may allow public comment on either an agenda item or general public comment from a representative of such an organized group or association, provided that the individual shall file a notarized affidavit that they have the authority to speak on behalf of said organization on a form provided by the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. The affidavits are stapled to the public comment cards, and I can notarize them for you. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited, so please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, outbursts, or dialogue with any person speaking. Please show the same respect to the person speaking that you will expect to receive yourself. Anyone in violation will be asked to leave. As I call roll this evening, please confirm your attendance. Mayor Joe Lockwood.
Here.
Councilmember Karen Thurman.
Here.
Councilmember Matt Kuntz.
Here.
Councilmember Bill Lusk.
Here.
Councilmember Bert Hewitt.
Here.
Councilmember Joe Longoria.
Here.
And Councilmember Rick Morg is calling in. Hi, Rick.
Here.
Present. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, again, good evening. It's like we got a full house. Is anybody, can you see outside, have we got a long line or just a few folks left to come on in? About 15? Okay. As we did say, we got one council member on the phone. I think technology-wise, it's a couple of seconds, 2 or 3 second delay, so we'll have to keep that in mind with comments. Appreciate everybody being here tonight. We'll try to move through our meeting and get going as we appreciate your time and want to be respectful of it. Sudi, if you'll please call the first item of the agenda.
Our first item this evening is approval of the meeting agenda. Agenda item number 16137.
Okay, we got a couple of changes I might recommend to, one, move the new business item, agenda number 16-115, the consideration of amendment to the charter for homestead tax exemptions to after the public hearing, and move a new business agenda item number 16-144, consideration of a resolution regarding call of an election to after the reports and presentations. Is there anything that staff want to recommend or council on the agenda? If not, I'll open for a motion for approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Hewitt, second from Councilmember Coons. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, next item that we've got is public comment. And public comment is a time for citizens to share information with the mayor and city council and to provide input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its own public hearing during today's meeting. There's no discussion on items on the consent agenda or first presentation from the public or from council. Each citizen who chooses to participate in public comment must complete a comment card and submit it to the city clerk. And please remember, this is not a time to engage the mayor or members of council in discussion. When your name's called, please come forward and speak into the microphone, stating your name and address for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes for remarks. Now, this first section is just general public comment. It's not for comments on anything that's on our agenda tonight, but if you just had something that's general to the city or a concern or a constructive criticism or something positive, then feel free to do that. Sudi, do we have any general public comment?
We do have one, sir.
Okay,
And
call
that's from Kylie Marshall.
Is Mr. Marshall here? Is Robin?
We have one general comment. We have Marshall? No. We have another one. Mr. Carpenter.
Okay. Mr. Carpenter?
Good evening, council. My name is Noel Carpenter. I live at 15230 High Grove Road, Milton, Georgia. And as a matter of full disclosure, I'm a former member of the Milton Planning Commission. I've been a vocal critic of misinformation and subversive practices being employed by those on both sides of the conservation issues currently being discussed. I believe these deceptive practices to be counterproductive and are often being utilized to confuse the public, divide the town for political gain. I do not believe that the ends justify the means under any circumstances for both sides. I'm here tonight to address some misinformation about my resignation from the Planning Commission. I do not believe the information was distributed in actual nature to deceive. Nevertheless, I felt I should set the record straight. The actual reason for my resignation from the Planning Commission was due to frustrations with staff, the mayor and council, and the overall process. I met with many of those internal to the process along the way and prior to my resignation. And the first time I informed the mayor and the Planning Commission chairman of my decision was July 14th of 2015, just about a year ago. However, due to those same procedural issues, the work involving the AG1 enhancement ordinances delayed my exit until April of this year. For the record, my resignation did not have anything to do with the actual voting on the CSO or the Ebenezer Road rezoning. Additional misinformation states that I'm helping bring residents to the property that is the subject of tonight's rezoning hearing. In fact, I have been to the site 3 occasions. 2 of those were officially sanctioned by the city of Milton. I visited the site 1 other time alone to take pictures for the Planning Commission, my meetings there. To my knowledge, those are the only times that I've visited the site. I do not recall ever inviting anyone else to go out there with me, although I'm sure along the way I've probably told a lot of people that they should at least visit the site if they're going to make decisions that affect it. It is possible I've forgotten something, but at this time, that's all I really remember about it, and I thank you all for allowing me to set the record straight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sudi, do we have any more public comment? Ms. Marshall?
Ms. McDonald, do we have any more public comment for general? No, sir, we do not.
Okay. All right, City, we'll move on to the consent agenda. If you'll please read off the items.
Our first item this evening is approval of the financial statements for the period ending May 2016. Agenda item number 16138. Next, approval of a professional services agreement for fire rescue structural personal protective equipment between the City of Milton and Municipal Equipment Company. Agenda item number 16139. Third, approval of a change order number 1 between the City of Milton and Baldwin Paving Company, Inc. for the relocation of a water main at the Birmingham Road and Hopewell Road intersection. Agenda item number 16140. Approval of a professional services agreement between the City of Milton and Dynatest North America, Inc. for PCI evaluation of the city's streets. Agenda item number 16141. Next, approval of a construction services agreement between the City of Milton and Ed Castro Landscape, Inc. for sod installation of fire stations number 41 and number 43. Agenda item number 16142. Our sixth and final consent agenda item this evening is approval of a professional services agreement between the City of Milton and Tennell Spangler and Associates, Inc., doing business as TSW for Master Plan Downtown Milton Crabapple. Agenda item number 16143.
Mayor,
Okay. Bill?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as prepared by staff.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Blas, second Councilmember Thurman. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimous. Rick, were you able to vote on that? Did I hear? Rick still on? Okay, may not be on. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, for purpose, just for a point of order with respect to Councilmember Morag being in that vote, would that be simply a vote of not available this evening?
Yeah, that would be, and I say unanimous of the six
Six.
that are
Thank you.
sitting here. We could move on to reports and presentations. Sudie, if you'll please call the first item.
This evening, we're honored MDA City of Milton Firefighter Appreciation Proclamation. This is being presented by Mayor Joe Lockwood.
Thank you. The Muscular Dystrophy Association's proprietary Fill the Boot program is supported by the fire departments across North America. This simple street site collection campaign provides an easy and convenient mechanism for commuting Americans to make a contribution to one of America's most beloved charities by America's most admired heroes, firefighters. This year marks 62 years for the American tradition. Since 1954, firefighters have raised $583 million for MDA. Over the last 10 years, the City of Milton Fire Department has collected over $560,000 from generous citizens for local children and adults living with muscular dystrophy, ALS, and related life-threatening diseases. With approximately 2,500 patients registered in the greater Atlanta area, the support of the fire department hits close to home. In 2015, the department raised $74,149, which was the highest in Metro Atlanta area and the second largest in the state of Georgia. During the 2016 campaign, the City of Milton raised a record-breaking $78,012. The public service resulting from this labor of love is nothing short of incredible. Angela Simmons, the Executive Director of the Atlanta office, and Abby Ruffner, Fundraising Coordinator of MDA, are excited to support the department year after year and are here with us in the audience along with two MDA families, Bobby Baird, his mother Beth Baird, and his brother David, as well as the Stacks family, Hannah, Austin, and their parents. Also, please welcome Chief Bob Egger and members of the City of Milton Fire Department. I'm going to read this proclamation, and then I'm going to present it, and if those that I just listed would please step forward. Proclamation. titled MDA City of Milton Firefighter Appreciation. Whereas dedicated and selfless firefighters in Milton provide vital and life-saving services to the citizens of their community, and whereas at a moment's notice these men and women risk their lives subduing fires and rescuing those trapped in infernos, as well as saving citizens from emergencies that could have been deadly situations, and whereas Georgia firefighters contribute significantly to the continued well-being of Georgians through their outstanding commitment to community service. Their sense of duty and responsibility is evidenced by their hundreds of volunteer hours in annual boot drives to collect funds to fight muscular dystrophy. And whereas firefighters in the city of Milton unselfishly donate their time and energy supporting the Muscular Dystrophy Association, raising more than $560,000 over our 10-year partnership. And whereas many of Milton's most deserving citizens have benefited from the funds raised by firefighters in the Fill the Boot campaign, and these public servants make invaluable contributions to our community in all the tasks that they perform. Now therefore, we, the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Milton, hereby proclaim April through September as MDA Firefighter Appreciation Time in the City of Milton, and encourage all citizens of Milton, Georgia to recognize and support the efforts of these firefighters on behalf of the MDA. Given under our hand and the seal of the City of Milton, Georgia on the 20th day of June 2016. So if I could have the council and folks join me up here along with the firefighters to present this. Thank all the citizens that donate.
Get some for yourself. Do not speak.
Okay. We have a couple of different cameras here. Let's start from 1, 2, 3. Ready? All right, got three there.
I don't know. Should I deny the supports?
I think your camera goes from.
We're not speaking. I should.
Thank you so much for being here. As well as all the help to everybody that's going to. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you very much. All right. Is that dead?
He had to hang up, I guess.
Okay.
So, he was saying something about maybe being called to get an ultrasound or something like that.
That's where I thought he was. So. Okay, Sudi, if you would please call our next item.
Our next item is consideration of a resolution to regulate and provide for the calling of an election to determine the issuance or non-issuance of City of Milton general obligation bonds, to provide for the date, maximum rate of interest, and schedule of maturities that said bonds shall bear, to provide for the levy and collection of taxes to service said bonded indebtedness, if so authorized, and for other purposes. Agenda item number 16144. Mr. Ken Gerard.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much. You have in your agenda this evening, as the city clerk just articulated, a resolution that will set the stage for the calling of a referendum with respect to the potential issuance of general obligation debt. And Mr. Mayor, this has been the product of several work sessions and a lot of activity by a lot of individuals. I know that Mr. Roger Murray is in the audience this evening. I would see, Mr. Mayor, if you would mind if he came up and walked the council through exactly what is in this resolution and what it does, if that would be appropriate.
Absolutely.
Good evening. I'll keep it short. It looks like you've got a full house tonight.
I think everybody's here to listen to this.
Yeah. The resolution, as Ken indicated, calls for election on November 8th to decide the question of whether or not the general obligation bond should be issued. We've set forth a principal amortization schedule that'd be payable between 2019 and 2037. The resolution calls for the publication of the call of the election and the notice of the election to give all the voters plenty of opportunity to be informed what they're voting on. And it also requests that the Board of Elections join in the call of the election as is required by law. So if you don't have any questions, the resolution's in front of you and ready to be adopted.
Anyone have any questions on this? Karen?
When will the bond rate actually be set? Will it be set after November once we know what's gone?
Yes.
6.75 seems really high.
Oh yeah, it's really,
Really
high.
high.
It's an arbitrarily high number because what the law says is you have to set a maximum interest rate. And what
Okay.
we wouldn't want to have happen is the voters approve it, and all of a sudden something goes wacky in the market, and then you wouldn't, be able to issue the bonds. But if you issued them right now, it would be 2%ish, something like
Okay.
that.
So we don't expect it to be anywhere close to the,
No,
Okay.
we do not.
Okay. Anybody else? That was my question. All right. Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item, City?
We do not, sir.
Okay. I'll close the hearing then. Any other comments or whatever? I just, this is exciting because, as I'm sure a lot of folks are in here tonight, having to do with land use in Milton and preservation and all. So this is a good step forward. So we're excited. So thank you very much, Roger.
My pleasure.
All right, I'll open up for a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve a resolution, regulate, and provide for the calling of an election to determine the issuance or non-issuance of a City of Milton general obligation bonds, agenda item number 16-144.
Second motion.
Okay, I've got a motion for approval from Councilmember Longoria, second from Councilmember Lusk. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. I think, is Rick still on there or not?
No,
If
he's
Rick's
gone.
not, then it's
Six.
six members without Councilmember Moore. Okay, we don't have any items on the first presentation. So if the city clerk will please sound the next item under public hearing.
Next item is consideration of an amendment to the charter of the City of Milton, Georgia, for the purpose of clarifying the income limitations applicable to the homestead tax exemptions available to seniors age 65 and over and disabled persons with moderate to low incomes. Agenda item number 16115. This was discussed at the May 9th City Council work session. First presentation was heard at the May 16th City Council meeting. First public hearing was at the June 6th City Council regular meeting. Mr. Ken Gerard.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much. You have in front of you this evening a proposed second and what will likely be final public hearing with respect to a ordinance that would modify the charter for the City of Milton that would clarify the mechanism by which we calculate applicability and availability of a senior income homestead exemption to ensure that the exemption is applicable to individuals with income of $63,366 as opposed to $126,672. We have gone over this ordinance not only in work session but also in a public hearing that was held on June 6th. A few thoughts, council members. As you are aware, all municipalities in Georgia have the home rule power to modify their own charters, which is the power that you are exercising here. We have had this on multiple agendas and in fact had public hearings on June 6th and indeed this evening, even though a public hearing is not required. What is required under the statute is that the ordinance be approved at 2 back-to-back regular meetings, which you have now accomplished that by way of your approval on the June 6th meeting, and this would be the second approval should you choose to do so. If you do that, we will then make sure that this modification to the city's charter is communicated to actually the Fulton County Clerk, which is interesting, that's one of the requirements, but also to the Georgia Secretary of State for formal codification. Mr. Mayor, one of the attorneys in my office, Aaron Meyer, who is very expert in this subject matter, is here for any questions you may have. But otherwise, Mr. Mayor, I think we're ready for the public hearing.
Okay. Bill, you have a question?
Yes. Aaron, I had gotten with you before the meeting, and I have some notes here and questions from Mr. Travis Mills, and he's the individual who first brought up this issue. A couple questions I'll pass by you. I think we've resolved the other ones. He asks the question, makes a statement. Fulton County has an appeals process with 3 methods of appeal based on value of property: uniformity of assessment, denial of exemption, and taxability. How would Milton handle an appeal based on denial of exemption? And second question, could it be appealed to the Superior Court as in Fulton County?
Yeah, council member, thank you. Fulton County, indeed, like all counties, has a statutory appeals process that's provided by OCGA 48.5-311. The process there is the taxpayers first file an appeal from their tax bill that goes to the County Board of Assessors. The Board of Assessors then considers the appeal and they can make the change if warranted. If not, they automatically forward that appeal to the County Board of Equalization. The County Board of Equalization is appointed by the grand jury, and if they don't make a change that satisfies the taxpayer can then appeal from there to the County Superior Court. When it comes to a local homestead exemption for cities or counties both, the appeals process doesn't go directly through the County Board of Assessors and the County Board of Equalization. An appeal from a local homestead exemption goes directly to the Superior Court, and that is for through OCGA 48.5-50.1. So there is a process, and it's a little bit more streamlined. They don't go before the County Board of Equalization, but they do have an opportunity to appeal directly to the Superior Court.
I think we discussed the other issues that he brought up, and I think we've resolved those. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this, Judy?
We do not, sir.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing on it and then open it back up to either Aaron or Ken, the council. Is there any more questions? Or
Mr. Mayor, if I could just offer one comment, because it has sort of permeated all the various discussions about this, so I will offer it up this way and say that this clarification that we have proposed for the Milton Charter would not affect the way that Milton has calculated this homestead exemption since Milton has been in existence. That is something that the council has repeatedly queried on this, wanting to ensure the citizens and taxpayers that we are not imposing something different, and we are not. The method by which we calculate the senior homestead exemption will be the same.
okay. And again, as we talked about in our last meeting, feel confident that this was the intent and also fair and reasonable, because I think it goes without saying no one's trying to take advantage of anybody's exemption or
That's
seniors.
correct.
And again, I think most folks, most taxpayers, seniors, or anyone else would probably agree that over $126,000, if you're making that much money, you the exemption wouldn't be as important. So it's to help limit or help on smaller budget, somebody that has a fixed income or something. All right, if that's all, I'll move on to our next item. I don't know that we need to take a vote on this right now, or do we?
Well, I think that is the next item, the number one under unfinished business.
Yes, we moved it.
Yeah, that's our vote.
Okay. So, well, we'll go on to the first bit. So, we just ready to open up for a motion on that?
We are, Mr. Mayor, that's it.
Discuss
Yeah,
it again, call it out. Okay, I'll open up for a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve an amendment to the city charter for the purposes of clarifying the income limitations applicable to homestead tax exemptions available to seniors age 65 and over and disabled persons with moderate to low income, agenda item number 16-115.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion for approval, Councilmember Longoria, second from Councilmember Kuntz. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes with the 6 that are present here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron and Council. All right, if we can move on to our zoning agenda. Sudi, if you'll please read the zoning rules and sound the first item.
At the second regularly scheduled meeting of the month, the mayor and city council consider a zoning agenda. These items include rezoning petitions, modifications of zoning, use permits, and associated concurrent variances, in addition to ordinances, resolutions, and text amendments. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures this evening for this meeting. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The applicant may choose to save some of the time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks, provided time remains with the allotted time. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that the speaker cards were received by the city clerk prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. Before beginning your presentation or comment, please identify yourself by name, address, and organization if applicable. Our first zoning item this evening is consideration of B16-003, the reserve at Providence Road, the Providence Group of Georgia Custom Homes, LLC, to reduce the front setback from 60 feet to 50 feet, Lot 21, 60 feet to 45 feet, Lot 3, 60 feet to 40 feet, Lots 4, 22, 23, and 30, 60 feet to 20 feet, Lots 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 19, and 20, Section 64, 41, 416B, and to allow a height increase from 28 feet to 33 feet, Lots 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 19, and 20, Section 64.114C1. This is agenda item number 16131. First presentation was at the June 6th regular city council meeting. Ms. Kathy Fields.
And before you start, Kathy, Ken, I know we want to talk about some procedures. Do you want to do that now or from the next?
I thought, just given the unusual nature of the next one, I might reserve that one for the
Okay,
next one. Thank
no
you,
problem.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Kathy, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're having technical difficulty for a second here.
As far as on getting the screens up. Joe, I'll let you get that.
City of Milton. Hello? Oh, that hung up.
Okay, we
If it's
still,
important, he'll call back.
yeah, so we're still working on getting the,
Yes,
Screen
we're
up.
still working on it, I'm sorry.
Okay.
For the inconvenience.
no problem. I apologize. Everyone here? That's all right. I don't know if we've been taking public comment. We
All right,
probably
we're
need
gonna
to
try
have a
again.
presentation.
Hello?
Okay, but I'm talking about on this.
This Rick trying to reconnect again?
All right, Rick, you're on.
Okay, we've
Okay,
got,
thanks.
for the record, City, we've got Councilmember Morick back on the phone. Ken, would we be out of line if we took, on this particular item, if we took public comment, or we need to have staff's presentation first?
My respectful request to you would be to go ahead and have staff presentation
Okay.
first. I know that's not perfect.
No, that's fine. I don't know if that's something we could try without the screen. Kathy, or do you need the screen? Yeah, I'm fine, just whatever.
Yeah, I'd rather not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I think the visuals are really helpful.
No problem.
Sorry.
Apologize, everybody. We'll try to get this taken care of real quick. And if it's appropriate, we can take a 5-minute recess, and anybody needs to.
Mr. Mayor, that is appropriate.
All right, do I have a motion that take a 5-minute recess?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay. Good, unanimous. If you guys want to talk quietly, you're welcome to. I'm on the audience. So,
Okay.
Just like, I mean, not black, but just simple liberal movement, making sure everybody get a trophy kind of, kind of deal. And I stand, I got to stand for what I think.
Sudi?
Which may not be what you
you can get are we on?
Yes, we're on.
Okay. All right. I'll reconvene the meeting, and I apologize for the inconvenience. If everybody could please take their seat, and we'll get started again. Do I have a motion to reconvene the meeting?
So moved.
Do you have a second? I've got a motion, a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Rick, are you on? Okay, I don't hear Rick, so that's...
Rick, you there?
That's five. That's 6. Okay. All right, Kathy, and I apologize to the audience for this.
And I apologize also.
Yes, I'm back. I'm back.
And Rick's back.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, this map here shows outlined in red all the parcels under discussion for this evening. The current zoning for this is AG1. It's as you can see, it's a subdivision, Reserve at Providence, which is along Providence Road near Bethany Road. The future land use shows this area to be agriculture, equestrian, estate residential. Site plan, if you could move this up a bit, please. The site plan here that was submitted on May 24th shows the lots requesting a setback reduction are outlined in red. The lots requesting a height variance are indicated by a red asterisk. And you can see them all along that site plan. Here are just some pictures to show the topography. This shows lots 1 through 3. This is a picture showing lots closer to the cul-de-sac with an extreme slope to them. There's a stream at the bottom of this slope. The subject site is the Reserve at Providence subdivision located at the southwest intersection of Bethany Road and Providence Road. It contains 52.748 acres located in the rural Milton overlay. The site is zoned AG1 and is located within the agricultural equestrian estate residential designation of the City of Milton's comp plan. The 36-lot subdivision currently has 13 lots that have already been built. 9 houses of these are currently occupied. The petition before you is due to Section 64-1888B, which states that the following primary variances shall be heard by the Mayor and City Council. A request for a variance from any zoning ordinance provision that involves more than 5 lots or 10% of the lots in the subdivision, whichever is greater. This petition involves 13 out of 36 lots. The petition is as follows. The applicant is requesting the following variances per Section 4-416B and Section 64.1141C1. The reduction of the front setback on these lots from 60 feet to 50 feet for Lot 21, from 60 to 45 feet for Lot 3, from 60 to 40 feet for Lots 4, 22, 23, and 30, from 60 feet to 20 feet for Lots 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 19, and 20. Then also the increase in the allowed height from 28 feet to 33 feet for Lots 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 19, and 20. The Design Review Board met on June 7th and offered the following comments. As follows. The DRB is concerned about what the development will look like from Providence Road as well as the impact on existing homeowners in the subdivision. They don't want to see extremely tall homes or retaining walls along Providence Road. The applicant should obtain buy-in from the existing homeowners. Standards of review. 1. Relief if granted would not offend the spirit or intent of the ordinance. The applicant's response to this standard is as follows. Building the houses at the required setback and height would place the top of the houses roughly at the same level with the road, along with extensive retaining walls along Providence Road. This would not support the spirit or intent of the ordinance. Staff's response. The lots subject to the variances will be different from the existing homes. However, the approved variances will allow the homes in the subject lots to be custom fitted to the property. This will allow a finished product that is complementary to the existing homes. 2, for standards of review. There are such extraordinary and exceptional situations or conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property that the literal or strict application of the ordinance would create an unnecessary hardship due to size, shape, or topography, or other extraordinarily and exceptional situations or conditions not caused by the variance applicant. The applicant's response is that the severe topography creates a hardship condition on the lot submitted for this variance. The topography drops from the front curb to the rear of the lot in excess of 60 feet to 80 feet on many of the lots, and specifically 40 feet or so across the buildable pad for the homes on Providence Road. The topography results in a situation with no usable rear yard area and a fully exposed basement on a massive subwall. A reduction in the front setback will allow the homes to move forward on the lot and would create less rear exposure for the face of the homes along Providence Road. And staff's response to that standard is that the existing extreme topography of this property creates an extraordinary and exceptional situation. As development proceeded, the applicant realized that his current product would require massive subwalls, retaining walls, and/or extensive decks, especially along Hopewell Road. Providence Road, it should be. Number 3, relief if granted would not cause a substantial detriment to the public good and surrounding properties. Applicant's response: approval of the variances will benefit the subdivision's appearance and function without negative impact on the public good and surrounding properties. And staff's response is that relief if granted would not cause a substantial detriment to the public good and surrounding properties. The applicant has stated that he is willing to work with staff to build a product that not only respects Milton's rural viewshed, but will also be as high quality as the current homes in the subdivision, thus protecting the property values and quality of life. 4, that the public safety, health, and welfare are secured and that substantial justice is done. The applicant's response is that public safety, health, and welfare has in no way been compromised with this variance, and the staff's response is that approval of these variance requests will not impede public safety, health, and welfare. It will actually create quieter, safer, and more usable rear lots, as well as creating a more pleasing view along Providence Road. And this is some typical home elevations that will be utilized should this variance request be granted. This is an example of the front elevation that the applicant proposes to build, and then the next slide will demonstrate the changes the applicant is willing to do to the rear of the homes along Providence Road. And that is the next slide, and you can see changes. And the applicant has worked with the city architect to effectuate these changes to minimize the size of the structure and the look of it from the rear. Also, I should note that this is a subdivision that's grandfathered in and does not have a rural viewshed requirement. But should this variance be granted, we would attach as a condition the rural viewshed requirement. So the conclusion is, based on the above analysis, the proposed development staff recommends approval with conditions. And these conditions are that the subject lots along Providence Road shall maintain the 60-foot rural viewshed, including the 40-foot undisturbed buffer. The design of these homes shall meet rural viewshed requirements. On the lot subject to height variances, the soffit shall be set at the ceiling of the first floor, causing the second floor massing to be achieved through dormers. The vertical plane should be broken in order to reduce the height impact on the massing of the building. The house is subject to the reduced front setback shall include 8-foot deep porches. Design of all homes subject to variances shall be reviewed and approved by the city architect. And approval shall be per the revised site plan dated 5/24/16. And that is my presentation, and I'm certainly open to any questions.
All right, we'll go ahead and ask any questions right now, and then we'll go to public comment. But if council has any specific questions, before we go on, can I ask in the back, can everybody hear okay now? We had a volume. Okay, so I don't know if we can get the volume up a little bit. But is there any specific questions before we get public comments on this? Rick, were you able to hear presentation?
Rick.
He may have a lag there. Okay. Bill?
Yes. Kathy, This development was obviously permitted under AG1 development code. Could you just run through the application process?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to listen on the audio feed. I'm listening on the audio, the streaming video, because I can't hardly hear you on the audio.
I'm communicating with Councilman Moore. He's got just about a 15-second delay.
Okay. Just want to make sure if he's participating and all, he can hear.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilman Lusk.
Would you go through the process of making an application in an AG1 development area? What's required for submittal? Required for land use or land disturbance permit, then a final permit for house construction.
With your permission, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to invite Jimmy Sanders up, who is our staff person who does oversee those submittal requirements.
Okay.
Mr. Sanders?
The process under AG1 is basically that the way we were doing it at the time this was done, this was permitted probably about a year and 3 months ago. The developer probably came in, we might have had several conceptual meetings before they actually submitted for their LDP. Once they were satisfied that they knew what the requirements were going to be, they submitted plans which were reviewed by the various divisions within the city. And then once those were observed to meet all of the various requirements, zoning, transportation, fire, site, and arborist, then an LDP was issued.
Was a topographic map issued at that time?
Yes, it was.
It was. What was the discussion surrounding the differential in elevation between whatever road that is, interior road that parallels Providence and Providence Road? I noticed there's notes in here that indicate that there is a 60 to 80 foot differential between those two road elevations. What was the discussion that was held at that time?
Well, the topo obviously has not changed since it was permitted.
I would imagine.
And when we reviewed the plans, all of that has remained the same. We saw that when we reviewed the plans, we saw that it was steep at the time. It is what it is, and as we reviewed it, it was indicated to us that they were fine with that. The engineer basically laid out the plan for the lots. Now, whether they were using just a strict area criteria, that's really up to them. If they tell us they can fit a house on the lot when they submit it for an LDP, then it's permitted. But we don't go through a review to see if they can actually site a house because we don't know what house they're going to build. And at this time, when they permitted it, they didn't know what house they were going to build either. But again, has the steepness or anything changed since it was the plans were drawn? They have not.
Would you identify the slope that we're talking about here as steep slopes as defined in our development code?
I can't say that it meets that definition because we technically don't have a steep slope code.
Okay. So the developer at that time of submittal indicated that he could build a house on that site, and particularly on those slopes that we're talking about right now.
Well, they submitted a site plan to us, which we reviewed it. I mean, nothing was hidden. I mean, it is what it is. The slopes are there. They were as steep then as they are now, and we permitted it. Now, if they can't get a house on there for some reason, I can't explain that.
Sure.
But after we issued the LDP, we then subsequently issued a plat.
Mm-hmm. I guess what I'm working towards is this appeal based on hardship. How would you define a hardship in this case?
Okay, I'm having to kind of guess here, but the guess would be that in view of...
Maybe I'll hold off on that, Jimmy.
Okay.
Maybe I'll ask the applicant.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Karen, I think you had something.
Yeah, I've got a question for staff. It's my understanding under our code, the BZA can only approve variances based on a hardship, and that hardship cannot be self-imposed, which was actually a little bit more stringent than it was when I served on the Fulton County Board of Zoning Appeals. Is that a true fact that you have to have a hardship? I know for the BZA to approve variances, but is that for us to approve variances, does there also have to be a hardship? Okay.
Yeah, Councilmember, the answer is yes. In fact, Milton has some fairly stringent variance standards, and one of them is, of course, a hardship, and one of the requirements is it should not be self-imposed. Yes.
So I guess as this will be an application for the applicant when they come up. What has changed that would be? I mean, we haven't moved roads, we haven't moved trees, we haven't moved slopes. What, to create the hardship since the time that the application was originally put forth?
Concur.
I don't know who that question is directed at. Is that, or you're just
We'll
making a
wait for the
statement?
applicant when he comes
Yeah,
up.
okay. I'll, right now, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do have some in support and in opposition.
Okay, we would
So,
start with those in support.
The first one in support is Chris Willis.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Warren Jolly with the Province Group, 11340 Lakefield Drive, Johns Creek, Georgia. I think I'd like to point out the hardship so we can get on to what the issue was. When we started developing the property, as you well know, Milton has septic tank in no sewer. The road right here that parallels with Providence Road, there's substantial rock from here to the corner. And so basically what compounded the issue where the lots are, so man was talking about the corner, was that road had to be lifted up because if we blasted the rock, you can't put septic in the rock. And so, we're looking at, when we looked at so that grade ended up changing, that basically compounded the lots on the bottom hillside. We obviously can put a house on them. The houses that we built there are very large, 3-car garage. They show on the septic plan to have a pool along with 5 bedrooms. So we like to keep in conformity what we're building there. And so the question is not, can we put a house on it, is we like to keep the quality of the neighborhood and the values that were there going forward. Chris is going to speak. He's been meeting with their neighbors. He's our division president. They're building these homes. We met with the neighbors several times, and we can kind of give you an update where we're at with negotiation with the neighbors.
Good evening. Thank you. My name's Chris Willis with the Providence Group, 11340 Lakefield Drive in Johns Creek. As Warren said, one of the things since February I've been working with is the homeowners in the neighborhood. There are 9. As of today, we have, from our DRB last week, we have 8 of the 9 that have signed off on a revision, which I would like to bring to the table on the floor and revise some of the variances, but it's the compromises of working the streetscape out, trying to keep these homes up high enough, and trying to meet the ordinance. The hardest part of the ordinance to meet is the height on the rear. And that's, when you've got tree coverage and you've got a stream buffer, all you're doing, especially across Providence Road, where a good number of these lots are, with heavy tree coverage, you're pulling trees down to get retaining walls and try to get some semblance of a quality product out there. And the homeowners, as I've worked with them since February, obviously want to maintain the same quality of the product. that they live in are part of it. So with that, I'd like to say real quick, our revisions have been sent to staff. It happened late today, so your packages, I'm sure, were already out. Lot 3, we're revising that request to 50 feet. Lot 4, that request is for 40 feet. We were in agreement with them on that. Lot 5, 6, 7, and 8 to 30 feet. Lot 9 to 40 feet. Lot 19, 50 feet. Lot 20, 45 feet. Lot 21, 50 feet. Lot 22, 40 feet. Lot 23, 50 feet. Lot 30, 45 feet. Again, these revisions have been sent to staff, and we have a marked up site plan with those revisions on them.
Also to make note, a lot of these corner lots have 60 and 40-foot side yards anyway, so we only have about 5 of them that go below the 40 feet. So there are homes built at 40 feet in there now that are on corner lots. We'd like to reserve our time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any more in approval or for approval? Support, I'm sorry.
No, sir, the rest are in opposition.
Okay, so if you'll hold that time amount and then call the first comment for opposition.
First comment comes from Dan Irving. Mr. Dan Irving.
Is Mr. Irving in the audience? Is he in the overflow? Could somebody? Okay.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dan Irvine, and I live at 16437 Wax Myrtle Road in Milton. And as I have listened to the comments on on this agenda item, it just sounds like there's a lot of issues with it. I think to make these changes, from like a 60-foot buffer to 20-foot buffer is, it sounds like a drastic change. I moved here from San Diego about 2 years ago with my family, and the reason why we chose to move to Milton was because we liked the rural feel of Milton, and we moved from San Diego, which is also a very nice area, but we moved there because we were looking for an area, a community that allowed us to have some space and just a better quality of life. Okay, and these agenda items, to me, as I read through them, it just seems like there's just an issue of developers trying to come in and just sort of encroach on really what the benefit of Milton and the quality of life that Milton currently offers, right? I think that most people in this room would agree with me that we want to preserve that rural feel here in the community, and to have these developers come in and make these changes like this, it just seems pretty obvious that a lot of it is being done for to get a few extra houses in on these developments, and I can't be in agreement with that. I just don't think it's right. I think it benefits all of us as homeowners in Milton to try to preserve that rural feel of the community, and if we try to just cram in a whole bunch more homes into Milton, then it basically takes away what Milton really has to offer. And like I said, I moved from San Diego 2 years ago to live here in Milton because I thought that the quality of life was really good. You know, the schools are rated really well, and if we cram in a bunch more homes into these developments, we're basically like most of the other neighborhoods then, around Atlanta, So right now we have something unique in Milton, and that is that rural feel with nice big lots and what have you. So I for one, would like to preserve that. And, most of the people that I've spoken with about this, I would say, 99% have been in agreement with me that, we just don't want that to change. We want to preserve what Milton really has to offer. Let's keep that.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sudie, do we have any more comments?
Yes, sir, we do. The next speaker is Miss Laura Bentley.
Good evening. Laura Bentley, 2500 Bethany Church Road. Providence Road is an AG1 subdivision, yielding 36 lots on 53 acres. Probably should have been less lots based on this variance request. Supposedly, the topography creates an exceptional condition. I think the developer should have done a better job placing the roads, perhaps resulting in fewer lots and no need to request 13 lot variances. 7 lots now need 20-foot front yards. Seems like a really big mistake if you are a professional and understand Milton's AG1 requirements. I simply want to point out that variances approved by council contribute to the undermining of our AG1 standards. I encourage council to start holding the line on our AG1 standards. Perhaps when we get developers that pay attention to Milton's severe topography, we'll have a better result. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudie. If I could please ask the audience to refrain from applause. Sudie?
I have 2 more speaker cards. The next one comes from Mr. Cleveland Slater.
My name is Cleveland Slater. I live at 13670 Bethany Road. That's at the corner of Bethany and Providence at the crossroads. I have no opinion about the internal lots inside the subdivision. I believe that should be worked out between the developer and the 9 residents who bought homes not expecting any variances. But with respect to lots 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 that back up to Providence Road, I do support this change. I believe it will help protect the rural view shed. You can see the cul-de-sac, you can see the road now from the street. So we're in the summer now. In the fall, you're going to see the back of these houses. Moving them closer to the internal subdivision street will protect Providence Road from a very unsightly backside of a house. So I support that if the developer will agree to add what he's taken out of the front yard to the backyards and not clear additional land. So he doesn't get a small front yard and then get a larger backyard. I also believe lots 1 and 2, additional planting should be required to protect the view shed. Those are open lots with very, very little planting. I believe the developer would be willing to entertain additional plantings and protecting the rural view shed by not allowing additional clearing in the back of these lots. That's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sudie, if you'd please call the next
Our last
speaker,
and we have 3 minutes and 52 seconds remaining, is Mr. Tim Becker.
Good evening, Council. I oppose tonight's variance request.
Excuse me, Mr. Becker.
15625 Canterbury Chase, Milton. I oppose tonight's variance request. I was at the design review board meeting where this variance was reviewed. The first reason that I oppose this variance is because the developer failed to reach agreement with current residents, although it sounds like they've made some progress. Those residents bought into a subdivision expecting it to be developed a certain way. The developer now wants to change the rules. The current homeowners need to be made whole, so a variance without the support of existing residents should generally be denied. And in fact, the DRB directed the builder and homeowners to work it out. I also oppose this variance for public policy reasons. A builder who buys land takes risk with that land. He assumes he can develop it with a certain number of homes. If he cannot, that should be on him, not the citizens. Builders need to do their due diligence. If they do not, then they should not come hat in hand to the city government for relief. Granting of variances is one of the drivers of rampant development in Milton and one of the drivers of higher density. At the DRB meeting, the city architect warned that Milton is going to get more variance requests as more marginal land comes into play. Accordingly, City Council needs to send a clear message to developers that citizens are not going to pay the price for a developer's mistakes. I recommend denial of this variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is that all the public comment we have, Sudi?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. So then I believe there's some time left for the applicant if they had any rebuttal. And again, you don't have to use that. You know, there may be questions from council which would ask the applicant to come up, but.
Again, Mr. Mayor and Council, Warren Jolly of the Providence Group. As mentioned earlier, these roads, these lots that back up the Providence Road, there's no current buffer under AG1, the way it's proposed. We're willing to adopt these lots to the real view shed, which not only is the buffer, but also the architectural requirements on all four sides. And so, as you look through these lots, mainly the ones that we're talking about, I think that would benefit. I think we met with the homeowners, and I think they are definitely the most affected besides us as the property owner as far as investment out there. We went back to work, and we've got 8 of the 9 in agreement to what the plan. We just met with them this week and tweaked, and so they're in support of this. We've given that to staff, their signatures to the exact same numbers that we have gone back and altered before. But there's a variance process. The reason we're here before you guys is that we have over 5 lots. So it's not uncommon that there's other subdivisions that have similar situations that are in Milton that have gone up to 20 feet, and we reduced those back. So we're looking at the general aesthetics of the whole neighborhood in general. We've outlined that with the homeowners that live there, and 8 of the 9 are in agreement with us that they're okay with the variance. If there's any questions, we'd like to answer them. Thank you.
Okay. I'll open for questions, Joe, and I think Karen.
Okay, so you made a couple of statements that I need to call you out on, and the first one has to do with your concern about quality. Okay, you're stating that you need these variances in order to maintain the quality of the home that you put on the lot.
No.
Is that not true?
No, we're basically when I say quality, the markability of a home.
Oh, I get that.
Is better placed if you can make the house closer to the street and not be looking at the roof. Nothing to do with quality of the house. Just the
No. That's I understood quality in this case to mean the quality of the product, the whole product, the placement of the house, the development of the house, where it sits on the lot, the whole thing, the whole package. Is that an acceptable understanding?
Well, I wouldn't call it quality. I mean, quality would be the finish level.
Well, I'm using your words. I'm not making that up.
Well, what I meant was the markability of the desirability of the homes. That is increased in value for what you can sell them for, and it helps everybody. Nobody wants a home in their neighborhood that can't sell. You know,
especially you.
Right.
I understand. So, what I want to understand is where was the quality review process that went into the original design of the neighborhood? Because you're talking about a 40% miss. You've got 40% of the lots in this neighborhood, which is way beyond acceptable in my book. 40% of the lots can't be developed unless you get this variance.
That's not correct. I mean, we can build on every lot.
13 lots out of 36.
No, we're asking to improve the lots. They're all different issues. Some of them are grades, some of them are detention ponds that were added. And so, but, you know, most of them have to do with grades in this cul-de-sac.
No, I understand. And I'm not trying to be picky on exactly what the variances are or what caused them. All these conditions existed at the point in time you developed the neighborhood plan and submitted it to us to give you a land disturbance permit. Nothing has changed since then.
The grade of the road changed from design. So when we're design, you know, we have an engineer. I have an engineer I don't design these myself.
Okay.
A professional engineer went out and designed this neighborhood to meet the standards that he thought that's very typical in the area. The guy does a lot of work in the area. When we were developing the street that parallels with Providence Road, that's where the rock was encountered. And basically the road grade rose almost 8 feet.
Okay, did you guys have to do a soil analysis to figure out where you're going to lay your septic tanks?
Yeah, we had to do that before we get LDP.
Okay, so was the rock well known? Did you know it was there? I would imagine that you did because you did the soil analysis.
No, we had soils tests, but we didn't know where the rock was. We had all the lots perked, and there was no issue with the lots. But if we had known the rock, we would have designed around the rock. We didn't know about the rock. That's part of Atlanta. It's part of dealing with development. We didn't know where the rock was. It's just a vein that ran through there.
Okay. All right. I can understand that. Here's the challenge. You made a statement that the reason you're in front of us is because of the number of lots, and I think I smiled at you when you said that, right. and I would agree. It's exactly why you're in front of us. Right. Is because the normal process doesn't anticipate more than 5 lots being out of whack in a particular development. You've got 13. You've got, like I said, 40% of the lots have some kind of issue that you're asking for remediation on, okay? If I were to tell you, I'll grant you 5% of that, or 5 lots, whichever is greater, would you agree to that?
Yeah, we came in with staff, and I think we had 5 or 6 lots, all that we wanted to ask for variances on. And then we went back and forth several different variations. They actually asked us maybe to look at rezoning this at one point, the CUP, to get all the setbacks. We said there's no way. We got 9 homeowners out there. That wouldn't happen. And so this thing's gone back and forth. The main issue, let me watch right here. So if that's what you think, we're fine with 5 lots. We can make some other lots better without it. But so we went through this whole process with staff, and so that's where we're at with 13. You know, okay. And so it's not like. I mean, and so they've asked us.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Really, I'm not, and I'm not just arguing to argue. I'm trying to figure out how we got here, okay? Because you guys should have known what was going on. You should have known exactly what was going to happen.
Okay, Chris Willis with the Providence Group, and I'll give you part of the give and take on where you get here. Obviously, the city of Milton and one of the gentlemen that spoke earlier's major concerns, Providence Road. Obviously, my homeowner's major concern is inside the gates. Rural viewshed compliance, and this is, as I think you heard Kathy say, this is grandfathered in and it's not part of rural viewshed. It grew because obviously, you know, you want consistency across Providence Road, and they wanted rural viewshed across Providence Road. That didn't sit well with the homeowners because of the number of lots. We've dropped a good number of those. The heavy topo lots, again, are on, as Warren pointed out, this end of this cul-de-sac. You know, when you look at that situation where you get into rock and you look at the overall topo, these houses sit way above curb, and the other ones sit way down below curb. I don't know whether anybody in here lives in Lake Haven, but what we're trying to prevent is driving in and looking at the top of a roof. It isn't, from a streetscape it's not really attractive. It also, when you're dealing with these lots, and every single one up on this end of the neighborhood's on a stream buffer, so there's a 75-foot stream buffer in there, and a pretty good, as somebody who's done some research understands, these lots down here are pretty bald. So the heavy vegetation and the heavy tree lines across here, that heavy tree line obviously helps buffer against Providence Road. Again, I think it grew from a staff perspective because rural viewshed compliance,
so
staff
you're saying
approval.
what you originally came to the city for and what it's turned into, the component of that is based on staff recommendations to you?
Some of it. I mean, the CUP didn't work for us. It was a...
Yeah, the CUP has no place here.
Okay. Well,
yeah, so, I mean...
We arrived at that quickly.
You developed it as a AG1 subdivision, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Karen.
I'm still struggling to figure out what your hardship is that's not that has changed since the time you originally bought the property. I understand you found rock. You should have found rock before you had it initially laid out. If there's that much rock there, it should have been found earlier. You should have done some kind of soil test. I'm concerned because it seems like now that bringing the houses that much closer to the street, the septic tanks obviously, I assume, are going to have to be in the backyards.
They were in the back anyway. They were in the back anyway. So
Okay.
it gives you more room, less trees in the back to be cleared in the back, moving closer.
But you're still going to be clearing an awful lot of trees to even put in a septic tank and put in the reserve tank and everything else that has to be put in now. So, I mean, it looks like to me that you've tried to squeeze the maximum number of lots as possible into this subdivision, and maybe you've got something that just doesn't quite fit. And that, what you may need to do is to reduce the number of lots to make it fit without having to get these huge variances. I mean, going from 60 feet to 50 feet, that doesn't change the whole look of a subdivision. Going from 60 feet to 20 feet or even 30 feet, that changes the whole look of a subdivision. And if I lived in that subdivision, I don't know that I'd be real happy about it, because it will change the look of the subdivision much more so than I believe people realizes. I mean, I don't know how many feet there is between me and you, but it's not that many. So, I mean, those houses are going to be literally almost on the street. And if a subdivision is built and all the houses are that way, that's one thing. That's the look of the subdivision. But in this subdivision where you have houses 20 feet or 30 feet off the street on one side of the road and 60 feet off the street on the other side of the road, that just doesn't look right. It's just mismatched. And like I said, I'm still having a hard time figuring out what your true hardship is. The road, the streets haven't changed, the topography hasn't changed. Maybe there was rock there that you didn't know about, but is that a hardship, or is that something you should have found out before you laid out the initial subdivision?
Well, I believe the topography is a hardship because everything is developed at some stage at some grade. Then there would be never a hardship if that's what you're saying.
Well, no, there are hardships. The hardships are when you have a piece of property and you think you've got a stream buffer that's one thing, and the state comes in and changes your stream buffer to something larger. That's a hardship, because that's not something you had any control over. In this situation, I'll ask the city attorney, how do we define hardship? Is the hardship just because you've got a topography that you've always had there and nothing has changed, or is it hardship only if something changes?
Well, I think what changes was the development finding the rock from the original plans.
Councilmember Thurman, the Milton Zoning Code 641883 defines unnecessary hardship due to the size, shape, or topography. But then it leaves open some discretion, because obviously these are quasi-judicial sorts of decisions that you all are making, and there is some discretion left to the council due to or other extraordinary and exceptional situations. So, I think one of the touchstones of variance requirements is that variances are supposed to be a stopgap measure intended to mitigate against some sort of exceptional circumstance that should be rarely used. That's the point of variances. Could it be your buffer requirement is a great one. That is a very typical sort of variance requirement when you have sort of the state imposing or a government imposing some sort of a restriction on property that therefore results in the property being basically without economic value. A variance is a great way for a government to hedge against what's called a regulatory take in that situation. I don't want to replace your judgment for mine. Various different jurisdictions assign different meanings to these sorts of terms, so I'll have to leave it to the council to determine whether there, in this situation, are extraordinary and exceptional facts surrounding this request for relief, such as would warrant a variance in this situation. But I do think the touchstone continues to be, because it's interesting how the language says. It says that it is supposed to be due to the size, shape, or topography or other extraordinary and exceptional situations. I think that's interesting language, linking the size, shape, or topography back to exceptional circumstances.
And another problem I'm having with this is what was originally before us now has totally changed. And I don't even have a map I've got it written down here, but I don't even have a map that shows me now what you're asking for, because what you were asking for before is very different from what you're asking for now. And I have a problem with suddenly now everything changing right before it comes to us for a vote, and not even having a map showing, which houses are what height, what setbacks and all that. I guess I can kind of put two and two together, but it would be much more helpful if we actually had a map that showed what you're asking for now compared to what it was.
Do you want us to go over the site plan, or, like I said, this just worked out with the neighborhood. We just got this yesterday. We're instructed from the last BZA meeting to go work with the neighbors, and that's what we've been doing, and we just got it resolved with them, this last night. We got what we had sent you guys on 8 of the 9 neighbors. It just took them a while to get back with us, between everybody's time schedules and the weekend to get back. So we could go through each lot, but the biggest variance is most of them are less than, under 40 feet or 45 feet, and we already have side yards on lots right now with homes built that are 40 feet. The ones that are up to 30 feet are start right here at lot 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which are the most dramatic ones that basically have the stream buffer along with the view shed. So those and the neighbors all walked up in that street, and there's no homes that are built. The last home was built right here. And they walked up there and they basically agreed with us on site that they'd rather see those homes pulled up the street, because they've seen the houses at Lake Haven and some other neighborhoods, and some of them had lived in homes that were similar to what we're describing, and said they'd rather see them pushed up, and that's when we negotiated 30 feet. Now, there is an 18-foot right-of-way plus the 30 feet, so the house is actually 48 feet, from the road, so it's not 30 feet from the road, it's actually 48 with the 30-foot variance, up to 30 feet.
Okay. Bert?
When you encountered the rock on the road, did you consider shooting it?
We shot some of it. And then the problem with the rock was with septic tanks, as we lowered the grade, it would have caused some problems with fill on lots, and some lots would have been a problem with septic tanks. So, and we shot most of it, but we still had a lot of rock there.
But you said you'd already had your lots perked, so you assumed that they were going to be set on the grade that you were planning on, which is the 8 feet, I believe I heard you say, below the road surface.
Right. Well, the septics in the lots that were staying, the septic would stay in the same spot at the same grade it is now, even with the variance or without the variance.
So what does the rock and what does shooting the rock in the road have to do with? You raised the road because you didn't want to shoot all the rock.
Well, it's on these lots right here where all the rock would have been affected. These lots, the septic would be the same spot.
But you can shoot the rock if you wanted to all the way down to whatever you needed to and bring it back up with fill if necessary.
Our site guys and engineers thought it would be a problem.
Economically or physically?
Excuse me? Physically, yeah.
How so?
Yeah, as far as the septic and what we would end up with. So there is a grade change. We can pull the as-built plans. We can show you what the design plans were. We can show there's a change that was done out there.
Okay. Anybody else, Bill?
Yeah. And to that last point, in order to analyze anything like that, at least in my mind, I'd like to see that comparison. And we talk about, or you're talking about an 8-foot increase in grade there. Is it increased the whole length of that road? And I have to have some frame of reference, I guess.
It's not, it's not the whole road. It starts about right here, and at the worst point gets to about 8 feet. So it goes, right here is probably on design grade.
Uh-huh.
And then when you get up to the cul-de-sac here, at the end of the cul-de-sac, it's about 8 feet.
So it's back to design grade once it gets.
No,
to that.
it'd be that much above design grade. So we can get a profile and show you, but the design grade, obviously we got to tie in the entranceway, we've got a landing requirement.
Sure.
This grade, so all that basically on grade, the design grade, starting about right here is where it starts picking up.
When did you realize that you had an issue there?
But when we were developing,
time-wise.
Yeah, I mean, this project is not a year and a half old. It's probably 3 years old when we started development. So we realized when we got the lots developed, we had an engineer go back and look and say everything's fine. We can, like I said, we can build on the lots. It's just markability. And is it better to protect the rural view shed and have these houses pushed back with no buffer against Providence, or is it better to push them up closer to the street, which the neighbors that live there don't mind them being pushed up? There's the difference.
Well, there was one elevation of one house that was in the presentation, in the package here. I'd like to see cross sections through each one of those lots and showing the rear elevation as it appears from Providence Road. What is the name? What is the name of that road that parallels Providence in your development?
Haven Terrace.
Sir?
Haven Terrace.
Haven Terrace.
So this is lot 7. So you can see the grades of lot 7. And this was at a 20.
That's at a 20 foot. That's 18 feet off, or that's 38 feet off the curb.
What's that grade change from the front of the house to the back of the house?
From the front to the back?
From the high side, I assume that's the front. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
30 feet. Wow.
30 feet.
Yeah. Once you back.
So it's a 50% grade there.
Pretty much all the way down. This represents the stream buffer in the back. As you saw in the slides, the trees really go all the way up through that right of way. So it's pretty heavily treed all the way down through here. So, the hard part is, you get into the height, trying to meet average grade and height without doing subwalls and retaining walls.
So what you just described the grade there. It's about 50% grade. So the percentage of grade has not changed. You've raised the road and increased the height of the center line of the road, and instead of going back with the regular setback, you're pulling up closer to the road, but it's the same slope, same percentage grade there.
On the front, you set it back. If you set this back 30 feet, for example, actually in this case 40 feet, I mean, the math works out. Your roof's well below grade. Your main floor is well below grade.
What's the horizontal distance between Haven's Rest and the right-of-way of Providence Road?
Give me that one more time.
Between the right-of-way of Providence Road and the right-of-way of, would you say, Haven's Rest?
Haven's Reserve?
Whatever you call it.
Probably, I mean, the lot depth is
north of 200 feet, 225.
Sir?
Like 220 feet.
220 feet.
I think it's greater than that. I think it's more than
So we don't scale. But they're large lots. I mean, this is not a dense, I mean, this is 1.5 units per acre. It's not right in acre lots, all of them. Some of them are a lot bigger than acre lots. Some of these are close to 2 acre lots.
What I'd like to see are elevations of all of your proposed houses in those, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are the ones that are, that border Providence, right? I guess 8 comes around the curve there. So you're starting out with Lot 3 with a 50-foot setback, then Lot 4, you're going with 40, then 5, you're going with 30, so you're stepping these houses closer
That's
to...
what we're trying to do. We get in the cul-de-sac, establish that 30-foot setback, and then blending the streetscape.
How about lots 1 and 2? What are the...
They're 60.
They will be 60?
Yeah, we left 1, 2, 36, 35, 34, the rest of the home sites on that side alone. They don't have the topo either. They don't have the topography these lots on the other end do.
When you did your site investigation, I assume you did that. Did you take any borings or actually test pits on the site to determine if there was any rock on the site,
we had
particularly in the roads that you were going to put in?
Yeah, we had seismic, and we didn't, you know, it's just spotty, and then we had all the soil samples for the septics, and we didn't have any issue there. So it was just, you know, a vein that went right through it, and we missed either side of it, which, unless you drill it, the track drill the whole road, you know, you can sometimes miss it, and we didn't track drill the whole thing. We probably would do it if we had sewer, but being septic, we wouldn't do that.
Right. No, I understand. Been there myself.
Karen?
Looking at that plat right there, there's dotted lines going through the middle of the,
Here,
yeah, on the top, yes. What are those dotted lines going through the middle of that plat?
2-foot topography line.
No.
The dark one?
No, yeah, those, yeah, right there.
That's a 75-foot impervious setback. That's a 50-foot stream buffer. The stream, here's the center line of the creek. This is the center line of the creek. It really runs down behind these lots.
So how far is it from the impervious setback to the street? Is it even possible to put a house on that lot if you don't bring it closer?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the...
You're just going to clear it. You're going to clear it to the impervious setback.
This is the septic plan. You can look at the houses and the drain fields, and these are all pretty large houses, so there's plenty of room for the house. It's just how you orient it on the lot.
Because, I mean, it looks like for some of these, that setback goes right through the middle of the lot.
Point of information.
Go ahead, Bill, then I got a comment.
Okay, we're sitting, counting the ceiling tile here. I'm 20 feet away from you, from the podium here. That's what originally you were asking for. And I'm 20 feet away from that drawing, which I haven't seen. I don't think it's reasonable for us to sit up here and talk about something that I have good vision, but I have a difficult time seeing that.
Let me say something, and unfortunately, this is the case, and as often can, you engineer something or draw it on paper, and seems one way, and then you find conditions later that may change it. You know, it sounds like even though the applicant could probably build houses within the existing development there and the standards, they're looking at ways that, you know, not only benefit them, but also from the Providence Road side possibly would benefit the city as far as view shed and setbacks and whatnot. That being said, and you mentioned something about a latest plan, I want to ask Kathy, have staff looked at the revised plan that was submitted, or they talked about with different lot sizes?
We have just preliminarily, because we advertised for the original setbacks, that's what we are responding to today.
And my point to that is, it sounds like in some of these, it may be a benefit to the community. Some of these sounded a whole lot different than a 20-foot setback, going from a 60 to a 20. Some of them were, I think, 60 to 50, maybe 60 to 40. But that being the case, I wouldn't feel comfortable making a decision on anything like that if it hasn't been, we haven't seen it and been proposed. So, I'm only going to make the suggestion if that was the case and it was substantially better. There's always an option of deferring that and bringing it back where there's some more time for the council, the staff, and the public to look at. But I just wanted to throw that out because I do see where, even though there may be some hardships, but it also, a change may be better for the community too, with more tree cover and better look from the road and the view shed. So, I'd be willing to consider looking at it again if it were, with some more information, but not with what we already have. Joe?
Yeah, I'd support a deferral to next month's meeting if that would allow us to see, what really is being proposed right now. Because let me tell you, it's getting difficult to do your research prior to the meeting and then have something change as you show up to the meeting. I don't think it's fair.
Right. So, and
Joe?
Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
I guess I could branch off from what Joe Longoria said. I obviously can't see it. I apologize for not being there, but I can't see the drawings. Concern I've got is when we come in with major changes at the last minute, even if staff has had a chance to review, council is not going to have a chance to review and prepare this, and we're being asked to make a decision sort of on the fly without actually having the time to judge and look at it. And in this case, as Karen had pointed out, this isn't a minor change. This isn't a variance of 5% or less of the lots. This is a major change from the whole subdivision. So I think it's something that has to be considered very carefully before any variances are granted, especially to this size.
Okay. Karen, thank you.
I was going to make a motion that we defer if there's no further discussion.
Well, and the reason I brought that up, because it sounds like actually even the applicant has looked at some much better options, but are just getting them. So, it may help everybody. But if anybody has any comments, or if you want to make a motion, Karen.
I'd like to make a motion that we defer V16-003 to the July, is it 18th? Is that our?
11th.
11th?
Wow.
Yes.
That would, okay, but I thought we had to have it on the third meeting of the month. So would that be the 20?
I think we can still have it on. We can still have it on July 11th. It's okay.
Well, I'd like to have a 30. I'd like to have 30 days.
25th.
25th. The 25th is.
Is that the it would be the second meeting.
July 25th.
25th. It's probably put up with the 4th and all that.
Yeah.
So is the second meeting of the month the 25th, Sudie, on the calendar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so would that be your motion?
Yes, that would be my motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Thurman for deferral till the 25th of next month, and a second from Councilmember Coons. Is there any, Joe?
I just wanted to check with the applicants, make sure that's okay with
Make
you.
sure the applicants.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
obviously, we like to answer all the questions, and like I said, we apologize for the last minute, but we were directed to go get with the neighbors, come back, we got 8 to 9, so obviously, we like to come back and have some more information. You give us some more questions to answer, so that's
Yep.
fine.
And again, you might keep in mind as you look through what's a win-win for the community and the city too, and also make the neighborhood nicer for the folks inside there. Rick, do you have any comments?
Yeah, just a question, and this is maybe looking to the future. I'm in agreement with what we're talking about doing. I guess I'd suggest, and maybe staff can help us with this, what's a realistic cutoff? I know right now our meeting allows people to make these changes and bring them in the last minute, and that may make sense sometimes, but I think what we've just seen is if you come in with wholesale changes and try to have us make a decision last minute, I don't think that gives the public a chance to actually review it, nor the council a chance to correctly review it. So just a comment to staff, maybe you can look going into the future to see if we need to make some changes in how we accept or when we will allow these type of major changes, or if you submit things at the last minute, possibly that may move it back to a later meeting. Just a thought.
Okay, well, right now we got a motion and a second. That's something we can certainly discuss in the future moving forward. But so I have a motion and a second for deferral till July 25th, and the applicant is okay with that or accepting of that if it passes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Okay, so any opposed? So that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see, Sudi, let's see, our next item. I'd like to, it's okay, Ken, maybe, we've got a lot of folks here for this next item. I'm sure we've got a lot of public comment. We all know and probably don't necessarily want to relive the prior meeting that we had on this or some of the same conditions. So, Ken, I've asked Ken to kind of go over some little recap on procedure moving forward. If you want to.
Mr. Mayor, do you want the clerk to call to sound the item first?
Do I want to do what? We can. That's what I said. This next, Sudi, if you want to
But
call
I'll-
this item and then.
Yep, I'll jump right in.
Okay.
Next item is consideration of RZ 16-02, VC 16-01, to rezone from AG1 agricultural to CUP community unit plan to develop 48 single-family homes on 63.57 acres at an overall density of 0.755 units per acre and a concurrent variance to increase the maximum lot coverage from 20% to 50% for each individual lot. Section 641141D1B. This is agenda item number 16086. First presentation was at the June 6th regular city council meeting. Mr. Ken Gerard.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much. I will start. I know that we are about to have a public hearing on this zoning item. And so I know that obviously the council understands how we got here, and probably most of the citizens in the gallery do as well. But with respect to the April 25th meeting, obviously that was a very lengthy public hearing that resulted in a motion to approve that did not become operational and the law based upon the veto. Mr. Mayor, it is my position that the legally required public hearing required by the zoning procedures law has already occurred in this case. However, the council exercised its discretion and wanted to have another public hearing, which I think is perfectly appropriate and admirable. I would ask, Mr. Mayor, and this is sort of the nuts and bolts of what I wanted to say as about a preliminary matter, is that we go over a few ground rules on the front end of the public hearing as opposed to during maybe the deliberation or the voting stage, just to kind of go over some of these things when we're fresh and everyone can hear them and understand them. So I'll be very
Ken,
quick.
if you're okay if I break in for a second. I know timing-wise, I know we have Councilmember Thurman had requested or is recusing. Should Councilmember Thurman
That's a good
herself
point,
now
Mr.
or after your statements?
It's a good point, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Thurman, to the extent that you want to announce, I think that would be appropriate now.
Okay. Yeah, because one of the current landowners is a client of my firm, I feel like I need to recuse myself based on my conversations with the city attorney. It's my understanding that although our procedures allow for me to sit up here, I think based on some of the comments we had last time, I'm going to come join the audience, just so there's no question that I'm participating in any manner. So if that's okay, I'm gonna stay in the room. I want to hear what everybody has to say. I want to understand whatever decision is made, make sure I understand that decision, but I am going to go sit down with y'all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Mayor, continuing on. So with respect to some of these ground rules, again, before the public hearing begins, I will be very brief. The first one, of course, is equal time. It is my expectation, given the number of individuals that are here, that the council is going to set some sort of a established time limit, both for those in opposition and those in favor. That is fine. Obviously, the council understands the time limits should be the same for both sides. And to the extent that there is time remaining for either side, the council will allow individuals that wish to speak, who have time remaining, to speak during those blocks of time. Mr. Mayor, after the public hearing is closed, and you saw a little bit of this during the last public hearing, but I just want to emphasize it again. After the public hearing is closed, it is appropriate for the council to ask questions. That is very common. That is very customary. However, I would ask and remind the council that once a question is answered, that the individual or the individuals who answer the question returned to their seat. Obviously, it may be that there is a series of questions that you have to ask them. That's appropriate as well. But once that opportunity for questions is over, that the individuals that are up at the podium be asked to return to their seat. Again, this falls in line with sort of a perception issue. And the perception is the public hearing's over. And it truly is simply an opportunity for the council to ask and have answered questions. That applies to both those in opposition. You may have questions of those that live near, or that would apply to the applicant as well. With respect to voting, oh, please.
Sorry, Jeff. Ken, I just want to make sure I understood what you said.
Yes.
It's allowable for anybody on the council to ask questions of anybody in attendance at this meeting. Is that what I heard you say?
That's what you heard me say.
Okay, thank you.
I think the clarification, though, is if you have a question, ask
right,
it.
No, I get it.
And then that person will sit down.
That's right. We just wanted to clear that up from the
it.
last time, and just, I thought that was a legitimate concern. Council members, with respect to voting, just to be very clear, that, and again, I think that with respect to Council Member Morag, who is able to participate by telephone, we do have an even number of council members that will be participating, and I just want to reemphasize that a tie vote results in a failure of whatever the motion was that received the tie vote. That means that motion did not pass. And finally, I want to go to one other issue, and that is the motion to declare impasse. Again, I do not pretend to know the direction of the council this evening and where council will ultimately end on this. But one of the issues I want to present to you, we did in fact have one of these at the April 25th meeting, and that was a motion to declare impasse. And what I want to say, and I really didn't have an opportunity to say it then, but understand that a motion to declare impasse, if we get to that point, first of all, you will not be hearing me jump up and say we're at impasse. I do not think that is the position of the city attorney, nor do I believe it is the position of the city manager to shut down your discussion and deliberation. But if in fact it is recognized by you that we have reached a point where there simply is going to be no majority to support any action one way or the other, a motion for impasse would be appropriate. And I want you to understand that if you decide that you can comfortably support a motion to declare impasse, please understand that should not be deemed as your position in support or favor. In other words, if you have been, for instance, in support of this action, but you support a motion to declare impasse, that does not mean that you are suddenly in opposition of it. It is simply a recognition of stalemate. And I hope you can understand that. And that will be for one of you to make that decision.
And I just want to clarify that to the public. Basically, with one council member recusing, we do have an opportunity that there could be a tie vote. If there's a motion and the vote is a tie, it basically fails.
Yes.
Now, that doesn't mean someone else can make another motion.
Correct.
And same thing. And that could fail too. At some point, I'm going to call out that I believe it's an
Correct.
impasse.
Right.
And ask for a motion.
Correct.
And to Ken's point is, if you happen to be on the side that, is not the, I won't say win or lose side, but the approval or not, it doesn't necessarily mean even if you vote to impasse that it means you agree with the decision. You just are agreeing that we haven't come to a decision. So
that's correct.
By default, the motion will die.
That's correct, and we would have reached stalemate. Now, I will tell you, in the interest of full disclosure, that if that is where we end, and again, I do not mean by any stretch forecast that that's where we'll end, but if we do, my position would be that that will be a de facto denial at that point. And again, you have to understand that from a due process perspective, there are rights, including appellate rights, that have to have a trigger at some point. And my point would be that if that is the motion that is made and passed, that is when those rights would be triggered. Those are my only comments, Mr. Mayor.
Joe,
Thank you for
your question.
Well, before we start the proceedings in terms of this item, last time we ran into a time constraint with regards to our, I won't call it a mandatory 12 p.m. deadline to end all meetings, but we have some type of a deadline associated with midnight. And some people suggested that we continued the meeting and made that decision at some level of exhaustion, and maybe it wasn't the right decision to be made. So I just want to make the motion now that we extend the meeting to whatever length of time we need to in order to make this decision, or until we reach an impasse. And so that way nobody can accuse us for having made that decision when we were less than 100%. Because right now, I'm 100%.
All right. I'm going to suggest, again, I can't predict. I know we have a lot of public comment, but it's 8 o'clock now. That's 4 hours from now, the midnight. I'd like to suggest that maybe at 10 o'clock, if we're not gone from here, that we readdress that, kind of split it in the middle. But I'll be optimistic that
I'm hoping I'm still at 100% at 10 o'clock.
Maybe we'll be at home at 10 o'clock. So,
Understood.
And I also want to address public comment. Sudie, how many public comment cards do we have?
Sir, we have 86. 86 people that want to speak. I do have 53 that would like their position read into the record above the 86. So if we went 2 minutes each, that would be 3 hours. 1 minute would be an hour and a half.
Let me reiterate that last statement. No, I am a firm believer that, no matter how long it takes, or, we all get tired in the audience, but if somebody comes here to City Hall and wants to speak, I want to allow them to speak. That being said, if you do the math, you could see where it could really, really get long. So what I'd like to ask is those that have come here to speak, I want to certainly, and I'm sure the council will support me, want you to have the ability to speak, but I want you to try to work with us and respect the fact that, it's not only our time, it's your time, it's everybody's time. So we typically allow 2 minutes. I'm going to say that, we'll allow 2 minutes, but I'd like to ask, if it doesn't take that, if you just want to agree with someone else's point, or you can make your point quick and not prolong it, I think respectfully to the whole room, that would be good. If we can try to, again, I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak, but if no reason to use all that time. If it's something that you can make your statement and your point very quick, I think we would all appreciate that as a council. Okay with that? Okay. All right, so I think we're at the point, you've called the item, Sudie. Rick, are you still on?
Yep, I'm still here, Joe.
Okay.
Can I just ask for clarification? Because I'm having a hard time sometimes hearing. Did we come to some agreement, or was that just a request by Joe that we agree that we're going to do this meeting until this is done? Or what was the consensus at that point?
I could say, Rick, what I suggested was that we relook at that at about 10 o'clock if we're still debating it. It's 4 hours till midnight. Let's hope we're, be nice if we're not here. Ken, do you have any?
I don't, Mr. Mayor. The only question I was going to ask is, does the council want to set any time limits right now with respect to the amount of time for the proponents and the opponents at this point?
Okay, and also I'd like to make a statement, and those hopefully can hear us in the other room. If call all the public comment cards. I assume they're all in, but I'm not going to accept anymore. We've got 100, and do the math. So. If Sudie, we called the item, so we'll the presentation of the item to staff.
Ms. Kathy Field.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The red outline shows the parcel in question on Ebenezer Road. Current zoning is AG1. Future land use map calls for this area as AEE. This was the yield plan that's showing 50 lots that was received on January 7th. Subsequent to that, we received a new yield plan on June 9th for 48 lots. We also have the Level 3 soils map received June 2nd from the applicant's consultant. That's page 2. Then the city's consultant, it's page 1, and that's page 2 of the letter from our city's consultant, who also did a soils analysis of the 48 parcel yield plan. It was a revised conceptual plan submitted on March 17th, and this was the plan that you considered at your April 25th meeting. And subsequent to that, we received a revised site plan submitted on May 31st, and this is the one that reflects 48 lots. The subject site contains 63.57 acres and is undeveloped. The site is zoned AG1 and is located within the AEE designation of the city's comp plan. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to CUP to build 48 single-family residences at an overall density of 0.755 units per acre. Based on the applicant's revised site plan submitted on May 31st, to the Community Development Department, staff offers the following considerations. In terms of the yield plan, properties not served by sanitary sewer shall be required to provide a site plan to determine the maximum number of lots on the subject site as follows. The number of lots in a CUP development shall not exceed the number of lots that can be reasonably created within an AG1 zone development at the same site location. The following items shall be submitted to determine the lot yield for the subject property. Indicate all bodies of water and the appropriate buffers. Provide a level 3 soil analysis. Provide a tree survey indicating specimen and heritage trees. Indicate the configuration of lots and associated minimum building setbacks. And show approximate location of house footprint on each lot. The applicant has submitted all of the above listed items depicted as a traditional AG1 district subdivision. Based on these parameters, the maximum number of lots that can be developed is 48 lots. Staff also refers to this plan as the yield plan. This is an analysis of development standards for the CUP, and essentially the proposed development does meet the development standards under the CUP designation. The following are proposed building setbacks and development standards for individual lots. Should note that the CUP allows for the applicant to specify building setbacks. The front setback is proposed for 10 feet, side yard setback 5 feet with a minimum 15-foot separation between buildings, side yard setback adjacent to a street 20 feet, rear yard 20 feet. The applicant has indicated there will be a minimum of 50% open space. Below is the zoning ordinance's definition of open space. Open space means a portion of a site which is permanently set aside for public or private use and will not be developed. The space may be used for passive or active recreation or may be reserved to protect or buffer natural areas. The term open space includes wooded areas other than that required for landscape strips and buffers, pathways, walkways, fields, and sensitive environmental areas such as wetlands. The term open space does not include detention facilities and platted residential lots. Other site plan considerations of the applicant's submitted conceptual site plan. The proposed site plan does not indicate sidewalks within the development or along Ebenezer Road. The construction of sidewalks within a residential land use designation of 1 unit or less shall be decided on a case-by-case basis pursuant to Chapter 50. The applicant has stated that internal walking paths throughout the entire property should be considered in lieu of the sidewalk requirement. Staff notes that Ebenezer Road and its associated right-of-ways in the city of Roswell. Therefore, staff has included transportation conditions to be coordinated with the city of Roswell. The conceptual site plan submitted on May 31st shows 2 possible detention areas and 1 detention area on the site. A conceptual stormwater management plan will be required prior to the submission of an LDP. The applicant proposes to utilize a community septic system where each lot will have its own septic tank and the effluent is pre-treated and then applied onto a dedicated site for leaching for the entire community. The site plan indicates the general location of the community septic leaching area in the undeveloped area on the northeast portion of the site, and also possible septic drain field just east of the entrance, and lot 48 on the site plan is submitted on May 31st. Staff notes that this system would be evaluated and permitted by the Georgia Department of Natural Resources Environmental Protection Division and not the Fulton County Health Department. In addition, there are conditions included if the request is approved regarding the community septic system. Site plan objectives for the proposed development. It is staff's opinion that in order to preserve the subject site and create a community that is designed with the property and its unique qualities, staff suggests the following objectives when evaluating the proposed site plan. 1, conservation area. The overall amount of proposed open space or conservation area is 50%. The majority of the space is located in the northeast portion of the property, and it is staff's opinion that this portion of the property should be developed in order to preserve the rural view shed along Ebenezer Road. 2, small rural enclave or hamlet. The development pattern appears to be more suburban in character than enclave or hamlet. 3, small residential nodes. There are 3 areas, but they all dead end and do not connect. 4, consider this parcel as part of a larger overall plan for the area. Potential for connecting with adjacent parcels that may be developed in the future has not been shown in the site plan. 5, preserve rural character from the roadways. Although there is approximately 100 feet of view shed with additional area on the eastern portion of the site adjacent to Ebenezer Road, additional area should be pushed away from the road to protect the existing pasture land and placed in the northeast section of the site. Vehicular and pedestrian interconnectivity. It appears there can be easy pedestrian interconnectivity, but vehicular interconnectivity is not shown to adjacent parcels. 7, naturalized detention areas. It appears the existing pond will be utilized, but further details will be needed. 8, internal trail network. There is an internal trail network on the site. 9, rural architecture, local vernacular. The applicant is in agreement with this type of architecture and individual building permit approval by the city architect. 10, preserve existing vegetation and topography to the extent possible when siting homes. The applicant has indicated that he is not in agreement for the city arborist to approve each lot's site plan for removal of vegetation, which is not subject to the tree protection ordinance. 11, variable lot sizes and building locations on the lot. Although there are different lot sizes, they are divided up into 4 locations instead of creating pods of home sites so that there is an opportunity to locate homes based on topography and vegetation. This method would preserve specimen trees and or stands of trees on the site. It is staff recommendation, therefore, not to support the applicant's revised conceptual site plan submitted on May 31st because it does not meet the above site plan objectives and provide the best solution for developing the subject site. The applicant submitted a set of architectural conditions on April 19th for the proposed development. If this petition is approved, staff is in support of them, and they are included in the recommended conditions. VC 1601, which is a variance request to increase the maximum lot coverage from 20% to 50% for each individual lot. The applicant has requested the above concurrent variance to increase the maximum lot coverage based on the fact that the lots are small in size and would not meet the maximum 20% lot coverage requirement, which is typically attainable when 1-acre lots are developed. Staff does not recommend the submitted site plan by the applicant and therefore recommends denial of VC 16-01. But the request is included in the recommended conditions if the mayor and city council choose to approve the increased lot coverage to 50%. Environmental site analysis. The applicant has completed the listing of questions on the ESA as required. City arborist. The applicant included the specimen trees on the Yale plan. Fulton County Board of Education. Should this lot be developed, there would be a total increase of students estimated between at all 3 schools, including the elementary, middle, and high school. There would be an increase of anywhere between 10 to 56 total. Financial modeling results. The present value annual net fiscal impact is over 20 years is a positive number, and it is $243,228. Public involvement. There have been several meetings. The first was the Community Zoning Information Meeting that was held on January 26th. The applicant was present, and there were 7 residents from the community in attendance. The community stated they were concerned about the additional traffic that 50 lots would produce in the small lots instead of 1-acre lots. There was a courtesy design review board meeting on April 5th, and comments regarding revised site plans submitted on March 17th included: biggest concern is the adjacent neighbors and neighbors down the street. Overwhelming concern is what the road view is going to look like. They suggested to have a stakeholders meeting and do the same presentation for them. City of Milton Planning Commission meeting of March 23rd. They recommended unanimously to deny RZ 16-02 and VC 16-01. And then the mayor and city council had their meeting on April 25th. And RZ 16-02 was approved conditional 4-2. VC 16-01 approved conditional 4-2. This application was previously considered with a vote of approval by the city council. However, the City Council's ordinance approving the application was vetoed by the mayor on May 9th. On May 16th, the City Council failed to override the mayor's veto. As such, the application is being returned to the City Council for further consideration. In addition to the public meetings, there was also the developer held his own public participation plan and report, and this meeting was held on February 15th at the Kroger Community Room in Crabapple Road. 10 residents were in attendance, and the developer met the requirements for this meeting. Standards of review, whether or not the proposal will permit a use that is suitable in view of the use and development of adjacent and nearby property. The proposed 48-lot single-family residential subdivision is developed at a density of 0.755 units per acre, is inconsistent with adjacent and nearby properties, which are scattered single-family residences on large lots. The proposed lots are less than 1 acre in size, but are a minimum of 50 feet adjacent to the AG1 properties. Staff's opinion that the applicant can create a more appropriate development pattern by moving a portion of the lots to the northeastern portion of the site where there is no development. This would allow for a larger view shed along Ebenezer Road and eliminate the dead-end cul-de-sacs. Whether or not the proposal will adversely affect the existing use or usability of adjacent and nearby property. It is staff's opinion that the proposal adversely affects the existing use or usability of the adjacent properties based on the location and size of the lots to the west, east, and along Ebenezer Road. The parcel can be developed so the lots can be moved away from Ebenezer Road to preserve the rural view shed. In addition, there can be groupings of lots with green space in between and the ability to site each house to preserve any appropriate vegetation or topography. Whether the property to be located by the proposal has a reasonable economic use is currently zoned. The subject property may have a reasonable use currently zoned AG1. Whether the proposal is in conformity with the policies and intent of the land use plan, the 2030 comprehensive plan shows AEE for this area, and the proposed density is single-family residential, and the proposed development does meet the requirements by less than 1 unit to an acre at 0.775 units. 755 units, sorry. Although the proposed CUP development conforms to the recommended overall density of 1 unit or less per acre, it does not conform to the following suggested policy and intent of the 2030 City of Milton Comprehensive Plan if developed with the recommended conditions. We will encourage development that is sensitive to the overall setting of the community and will contribute to our community's character and sense of place. Whether there are other existing or changed conditions affecting the use and development of the property which give supporting grounds for either approval or disapproval. It is staff's opinion that the revised site plan submitted on May 31st by the applicant does not provide the best site plan for the subject site, considering the site's pristine rural character. 7, whether the zoning proposal will permit a use which can be considered environmentally adverse to the natural resources, environment, cities, and citizens of the City of Milton. The proposed use may not be environmentally adverse to the natural resources, environment, and citizens of the city, but it is the opinion of staff that the homes can be better sited on the property to preserve the natural resources such as trees and unique topography of the site. Based on the above analysis of the proposed development, staff recommends denial of RZ 16-02 and VC 16-01. If the mayor and city council chooses to approve the applicant's revised site plan submitted on May 31st, the attached recommended conditions should be approved. If this petition is approved by the mayor and city council, the rezoning of the property located at 745 Ebenezer Road should be approved for CUP conditional, subject to the owner agreement to the following enumerated conditions. 1, to the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows. To A, single-family detached dwellings and accessory uses and structures. B, no more than 48 total dwelling units at a maximum density of 0.755 units per acre, whichever is less, based on the total acreage zone. To the owner's agreement to abide by the following. To the revised site plan submitted on May 31st. Said site plan is conceptual only and must meet or exceed the requirements of the zoning ordinance and all other applicable city ordinances. All areas which are not part of an individual lot and held in common shall be maintained by a mandatory homeowners association. To the owner's agreement to the following site development considerations. A, minimum lot size, 11,250 square feet. B, minimum lot width at building line, 72 feet. Minimum lot frontage, 20 feet. Minimum heated floor area per unit, 2,400 square feet. Minimum front yard setback, 10 feet. Minimum side yard setback, 5 feet with a 15-foot building separation. Minimum side yard setback adjacent to a street, 20 feet. Minimum rear yard, 20 feet. setback adjacent to AG1 per the site plan 50 feet. Minimum perimeter setback for the development per the site plan. Prior to issuance of a building permit, the city architect shall have the right to review the exterior elevations to ensure the exterior architect is in general conformance to the architectural conditions as outlined in conditions 5A and B. Prior to the issuance of the land disturbance permit, owner shall have concluded and presented to the City of Milton Arborist for comment only a tree report of the subject site, provide a minimum of 50% open space, maximum lot coverage of 50% for each individual lot per VC 16-01. In order to provide a defined building construction area, provide a plan at the time of land disturbance permit submittal that indicates the areas of disturbance, including grading and tree removal for the site. To the owner's agreement to abide by the following requirements, dedications, improvement. Dedicate at no cost to the City of Milton or the City of Roswell prior to the approval of the land disturbance permit. Sufficient land is required by the City of Roswell Department of Transportation. Dedicate at no cost to the City of Milton. Sufficient land is necessary to provide 50 feet of right-of-way from the proposed road to the northwest property line for future interparcel connection. Access to the site shall be subject to the approval of the City of Milton Public Works Department and the City of Roswell Department of Transportation. It is desire and intention of the owner and surrounding property owners to maintain the rural look and feel of Ebenezer Road and Sweet Apple Road. In furtherance, therefore, Sweet Apple Road shall remain as a gravel road without improvement. Ebenezer Road should similarly remain as presently configured. As it is intended that the interior roads for the development to be public, the owner agrees to dedicate at no cost to the City of Milton prior to the plat recording. Sufficient land is required by the City of Milton Public Works Department for a spine road accessing the public property from Ebenezer Road, with the first 200 feet being improved as a rural road section in keeping with the rural feel of Ebenezer Road. The interior neighborhood road shall be improved with curb gutter and sidewalk as should be required by the City of Milton Public Works Department. To the owner's agreement to the following building development considerations. A historically inspired American-style homes using rural and small-town vernacular architecture, and that includes requirements for facade and exterior finishes, for front porches, for window sashes, for shutters, for roofing materials, for the slopes of roofs, for the metal gutters, for the garage doors, and the requirement that the rear of homes along Ebenezer Road to include four-side architecture. To the owner's agreement to abide by the following, the owner shall be required to have an approved stormwater concept plan prior to the submission of a land disturbance permit. Owner agrees to limit the number of homes adjacent to the view shed along Ebenezer Road to no more than 7 homes. Owner agrees to the following items regarding the community septic system. Owner shall submit a perpetual maintenance and operations bond sufficient to cover the replacement of all essential mechanical equipment and provide for a minimum of 3 years of contract operation services. Owner shall submit a trust indenture in a form acceptable to the Georgia Environmental Protection Division. The City of Milton shall have the authority to approve the trustee. Owner shall submit to the city prior to the City Council approval confirmation from Fulton County that the proposed septic system is in compliance with the status of the Health and Wellness Department. The city shall have the right to review and approve the design of any community septic system proposed for the project prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit. No expansion of the system other than as may be required by the appropriate regulatory authority shall be permitted, and no lots other than those shown on the approved site plan shall be added to the community septic system. Owner shall reserve not less than 50% of the total buildable area as open space, which open space shall be placed in a permanent conservation easement or the similar binding instrument or arrangement as approved by the Community Development Director. And that is my presentation.
Okay. Is there any questions right now before we open up the floor? Anybody? Joe?
Kathy, and I'm pretty sure I asked this last time. There's at least 2 pieces of property that are coming together for this particular proposal. One of them, I've never had anybody say they couldn't hear me before. And give me a while, I'll warm up. There are multiple pieces of property that are coming together for this particular proposal. One of them is actually adjacent to Sweet Apple Road right now. Sweet Apple Road is a dirt road, as you just mentioned, and there's a requirement that says any parcel that's adjacent to a dirt road has a minimum lot size requirement of 3 acres. Okay, you're
Right.
familiar with
yes,
that
I
language?
am familiar with that, yes, of course.
We're combining that piece of property with a piece of property that's adjacent to Ebenezer Road, Ebenezer being at that point a regular road. Okay, so we got the 1 acre lot minimum there. There is a question about whether or not the combination of those two pieces of property actually allows for the change to be 1 acre minimums, or does it allow the change, or does it necessitate the change to be 3 acre minimums? Because it sounds like the language in our ordinance doesn't say either or. It says if you're adjacent to a dirt road, you've got a 3 acre minimum. Can you clear that up for me?
Yes, I'd be glad to try, but Mr. Mayor, through you, if I could ask Carter, he probably should start the conversation.
Absolutely. Carter's looked at this.
It does, and you can turn that up a little bit. It does, and that particular requirement comes about in 2 locations. One in the subdivision regulations where that is, and it also has some language in the zoning ordinance which does not have the adjacent to language. So if it fronts on on a gravel road, it would require the 3 acre minimum. Traditionally, the ordinance has been interpreted that the 3 acre minimum would apply to those lots that have access to the gravel road and not necessarily are adjacent to, that have frontage and access from another road.
So you're comfortable with the fact that the lot minimums, Kathy, I'll just ask this to both of you,
sure.
that the lot minimum is 1 acre and not 3 acre for all the lots that we're thinking would be part of an AG1 development if this parcel were put together that way?
That's the way it has historically been done.
Okay.
Yes, and I would agree.
Okay, thank you.
Bill?
Maybe one point to support that argument is two white columns on the northern border of white columns borders Nix Road, which is a gravel road.
Okay. All right, if there's no other questions yet for staff, I'll open up for comments from those in support, which would typically be the applicant first.
Our first speaker is Charlie Boswick.
Reminds me of home. TV. Where's the clicker?
Mayor and Council, good evening. I'm Charlie Bostwick of Brightwater Homes, 230 Hammond Drive in Sandy Springs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to start with a quote from a letter from Pierre Howard, our former Lieutenant Governor and the long-term president of the Georgia Conservancy. In his letter to you, he said, describing this project, such a development strategy results in allowing for growth, preserving conservation values, and improving the quality of life of our people. You have a unique and limited opportunity to preserve significant green space while protecting landowner rights. This comes from someone who spent his career focused on this issue.
Okay, if I could ask the audience to please give respect to the speaker.
We have a choice tonight between a CUP plan and an AG1 plan. The CUP plan is an amazing opportunity for the best way to develop in keeping with Milton values and a rural aesthetic. It has the following benefits that follow exactly to the comprehensive use plan and the language there. Number one, preserves the rural look and feel of this area on Sweet Apple. Number two, it protects environmentally sensitive areas. And number three, it creates a lifelong community setting. Milton and Brightwater share many values, including the ones I just listed. Brightwater Homes, and I in particular, have been described as an environmentalist that happens to make his living with home building. Preserving rural Milton aesthetics and values, my first point, is achieved with greater buffers of an average of almost twice the buffers allowed by AG1 that would be used there. Preserves thousands of trees, literally thousands of trees as determined by engineers. It's the only way to protect the rural nature of Ebenezer Road. AG1 would destroy this natural beauty. Preserves these buffers, it preserves horse pastures, preserves 35 acres of natural area in permanent protection. Trees, pasture, lake, and creek. It creates 2 miles of nature trails and a lakeside park with fishing. Number two, protecting an environmentally sensitive property. AG1 would include mass clearing and grading. AG1 requires a destructive creek crossing that we'd like to avoid. Our plan, as described by many in the industry, by experts in the environmental world, is a smart, low-impact development plan. It protects the ecologically sensitive parts of this property, and it saves trees and 100 unique species already identified of native plants on this property. This is a special property in that aspect. The Georgia Native Plant Society has walked it, and they've described it as such, and they've identified these unique species. The Oconee River Land Trust has walked the land and described it as significant conservation value. Number three, it creates a lifelong community setting. We'll create trails and amenities. We'll create high-end housing options that include options for empty nesters who've made their home for many years raising their family in Milton and want to stay here, and they're looking for the right type of property for them. These homes will be $800,000 to $1 million plus. Brightwater Homes builds an average price of $1 million. These will not be cluster homes as described by some, and I'll describe that a little more in a moment. These homes will have a lower impact on traffic in schools as being attracted to empty nesters. Some additional points. The opposition has been comparing for a long time now, even though they're aware of the differences, that our project has is similar to one in Pulte that's being done by, one that's in Woodstock being done by Pulte. There's little comparison. They'll point out a few things like some setbacks, but compare the differences in these two plans. One of these is density neutral, and that's ours. Ours can be developed with 48 AG1 homes, or it can be developed 48 CUP homes, protecting a huge green space and open area for this land, which is exactly what Milton has asked to save. You can see very clearly this is not what's going on in the other project, where there are 200 homes put on almost as many acres. It's almost 4 times the density. And to be clear, for those who may say otherwise, this is density neutral. There is no more density on this property. These are not cluster homes. They are wide homes with almost the same average width as the minimum AG1. This has been misrepresented as cluster homes. The average homes on these lots will be 75 feet wide. That's not a cluster home. That's a large home. Our average width will be almost the same as is allowed by AG1. Most of the homes will be large 3-car side entry homes. These will be 4,000 to 5,000 square foot homes at a very high price point. This site can be developed, as we said, in 48 AG1 home sites, but that will destroy the property. This has been a thorough process with much community involvement. I'd like to leave you with another quote by former Lieutenant Governor Pierre Howard, and to remind you that our plan is the only way to preserve the rural look and feel of this area, to protect environmentally sensitive areas, and create a lifelong community setting. I have staff and all their input over the many months of this project has included 42 requirements or conditions that they have placed upon us. We accept all of these conditions. There's been much effort around this, and they've asked a lot of us, but we accept it, and we accept that we have a better plan with that. I want to clarify a couple of things. One is that we made three little corrections on there, two little corrections to the conditions, and we added one item due to the neighbor's request, and that is not to connect to Lackey Road. And then I want to clarify one last thing, and that is we are entitled by the CUP plan to 50 lots on this property. We went over and above and created a 48-lot plan. It is not what we're calling a yield plan, as staff called it a minute ago. It's not how we've submitted it. It is what can be built as AG1. Following every guideline of the CUP plans, CUP zoning, we are entitled to 50 lots on this property. We are willing to do 48. We're able to work the economics at 48, and I hope you'll approve it with the conditions that we have submitted tonight, which are mostly the staff's conditions. Thank you. I'd like to save my remaining 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Okay. Sudi, if you would please call the next speaker in support.
Mr. Doug Diller, did you want to speak?
I reserve my time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John McPhail.
I'm John McPhail. I live at 10925 Pine High Drive in Alpharetta. I have no affiliation with any of the groups for or against this. I think you all know me, and I think you all know my belief that we can build better development in Milton, and I've stood for that proposition. I've lived in North Fulton for 30 years, in Alpharetta, in unincorporated North Fulton, and in Milton. I was working on the environment in Milton before there was a Milton. I think that bears some thought. I think you all know where I stand with respect to the idea that we do need development and we can have better development. And I've insisted on that, and I've said it time and time again. I always come back to a point that I had a friend who was a developer that when we formed the city of Milton, he said, you know, I just can't build anything up in Milton. And I said, no, you just don't understand what we're doing. It's that you can't build just anything up in Milton. And that's what we're striving for. And I'm proud to say I think that it has been largely true. And I'd like to see this particular development approved because I think it is an excellent, better development than you get with the standard AG1 plan. What I didn't hear, with all due respect, I didn't hear much talk from your staff about 35 acres of nature preserve. 200 years ago, William Wordsworth, and I'm just going to quote 4 lines, said that one day in nature's vernal woods can teach us more of man, of moral evil and of good, than all the sages can. I'd like to see our progeny, our descendants, our neighbors be able to see a 35-acre nature preserve. It's going to be set aside permanently. This is not one of those, and this will be phase 2 of the development someday. I believe it's going to be run by the Oconee Land Trust, if I understand that right. And it's a fairly reputable organization with a long-term history. I was asked to speak about 2 issues in particular because I have 34 years of experience in litigating environmental matters that go all the way back to my days at the University of Virginia.
2 minutes is up.
All right, if you could wrap it up, Mr. McPhail. Thank you very much.
One is density, and I just want to say 1.33 acres per house. 1.33. They keep going the other way and saying 3/4 of a house per acre.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Next.
Our next speaker is Margaret Lutens.
How's the time going to work, Sudi?
It's 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
And how? Which clock am I looking at?
I'll ring the bell at 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Margaret Lutens, and I live at 3515 Peacock Road, right around the corner from here. And I do a lot of reading, and I read the same letter that Mr. Bostwick referenced, and what I took away from it was the sentence, the entire community benefits when we have the leadership to solve important and complex issues through better development practices. So I, in my quest to learn about how the city works, actually printed out the entire 2030 comprehensive plan here and used two different color highlighters, little blue flags, really studied it to try to learn what's going on in the city here. And this decision just boils down to leadership. This document is to be a roadmap, and it is supposed to tell us how to get where we're going, how to steer us, and I don't believe we have met our objectives and goals here. The conservation subdivision option is mentioned in here many, many times. We will steer new development away from sensitive natural resource areas. And it does go on another page here, and I realize I only have a limited amount of time to talk. It mentions consider creating a conservation subdivision ordinance, which we know would be an option, which reviewing potential residential with significant portion of a site set aside as undivided, protected open space, while dwelling units clustered on remaining portions of the site. Well, we have the word cluster home being bantered about, and a cluster home, when you use the word cluster, it's an adjective to describe a home. Here we're talking about clustering them, a verb, close together. So I think we need to read our own documents and pay attention to it, and I ask you to have the courage to follow our comprehensive plan.
Thank you very much. So if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Bijou Epan.
Hello, good evening. My name is Biju Epan, and I am the owner of Red Apple Montessori School located at 3505 Bethany Bend in Milton. I am here tonight in support of Brightwater project. It is important for the city government that you treat developers, landowners, and businesses with consistency and fairness. I have been present at public meetings like the DRB, where Mr. Bostwick discussed his plan for the Sweet Apple community. It appears as though he is an open and transparent businessman, based on the number of meetings that he has participated in with the community and with Milton boards, without an obligation to do so. He has openly explained his plans and always been available to answer questions. I really don't understand what your objection to this plan is, as the Brightwater plan meets all the criteria of the CUP zoning. The developer has done his due diligence for 7 months, met the requirements of the CUP zoning, involved the community that has been interested in listening to his plan, and now you have the opportunity to demonstrate your leadership as well as your commitment to the city's comprehensive plan and approve this Brightwater project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Abby Laboda.
Good evening, Council, and good evening, Milton. As you know, I've been a proponent.
Excuse me, Mr. Loboda, would you mind just name and address for the
I'm
record?
sorry, Abby Laboda, 13825 Brittle Road. As you know, I've been a big proponent of saving any type of land in Milton. There's really nothing new I can bring to the table other than things we've already seen, which have already been proposed, the letters that have gone around. What's being proposed right now, I think the important thing is not that it's cluster homes or 48 homes. 48 homes are going to be built no matter what. It doesn't matter if Pulte does, it doesn't matter if Brightwater does, it doesn't matter. The potential is 48 homes. The important thing is where can we place these homes to save environmental space. Sudie?
Ignore that.
This plan saves 35 acres of undisturbed land that will go to the Oconee River Land Trust forever. There's a letter dated June 17, 2016 from Executive Director Stephanie Thompson stating this. Her phone number is 706-552-3138 if you'd like to ask her about this plan. The plan adheres to the Milton Comprehensive Plan. Milton is a distinctive community embracing small town life and heritage while preserving and enhancing our rural character. That's on the Community Vision, page 3 of the Executive Summary. The plan does not increase density. It's the same 48 homes. They're just moved to one side in order to preserve 35 acres. It's density neutral. When we became a city, a group of like-minded people, civic-minded residents, without any official prior city leadership experiences, we came together and were elected by us to work together to keep the rural feel of the area and lead us in a positive direction with our best interest in mind. 10 years later, AG1 does not work, but we need an alternative plan. There are people who... Please support Sweetwater.
Okay, thank you. So if you'd please call the next, and again, I'd make sure the audience and public knows, not trying to be rude with the time limit, but as you can see with another 80 or so more comments, we want to try to keep this brief. Call the next person, please.
Next person is Lauren Laboda.
All right, who is that again, Sudie?
Lauren Laboda.
Is Lauren Laboda here? No. Oh. Okay.
All right.
Call the next person.
Next speaker is Andrew Kimball.
Hello, Andrew Kimball at 15800 Freemanville Road. My wife and I moved to Milton on purpose. We chose Milton specifically. We chose our property specifically. We waited for when it was finally for sale and bought it. We love it here. We have 6 acres, 5 horses, 4 paddocks, 3 dogs, 3 cats, 3 kids. My wife rides, my girls ride, my son rides, and I muck stalls. I came into the office, the community office, at lunchtime to look at a plat of a property going across the street from me. And to no fault of the officers there, they had the wrong plat out. Apparently there are so many AG1 properties going in within 500 yards of my house that it's hard to choose the right one when I'm coming to look at it. So I don't like AG1. I've had a lousy day. More than anything, I wish this type of option existed near my house. I'm going to get AG1 rammed down my throat. It will be uninspired. It will be cookie cutter. It will ruin my view. I would like more than anything to have the chance that these people on Ebenezer Road do, to not have goofy sidewalks that wind around and lead to nothing, to have more conservation, to have more areas where their kids can be free and at one with nature. And it's what I moved to Milton for, and it's what I hope we can keep in Milton. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you'll please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Marion Nolan.
Good evening. My name is Marion Nolan. I live at 127 Mount Calvary Road in Marietta. I am co-owner of 1000 Lackey Road. In the 1940s, my father bought a farm in Sweet Apple where we went every weekend to escape Buckhead. Even way back then, you had to do that. And we would drive through our favorite route to get up here, which was through East Cobb. I loved all of the dips in the road, the rolling hills, the fields, the trees. I had it all in my heart. I loved it coming up to Sweetwater. One day, bulldozers came through. The rolling hills were gone. The trees were gone. Replacing that with Bermuda grass, curbs, pavement, the obligatory Bradford pear, the, what are those roses, the knockout roses here and there. That is your typical AG1 development. On the other hand, for our property, we love the Brightwater plan, which will preserve the property. We'll have homes, use the word cluster, we'll have the homes up only on the ridges, with the slope of the land preserved, the valleys preserved. What will be there are the 150-year-old plus oak trees, beech trees, any number of trees. The wildflowers are magnificent. The streams, the trails, the spring where I used to drink from as a little girl, all this will be preserved if we have the Brightwater plan. So it's your choice. The AG1 with the cookie cutter, hermetically sealed, sterile neighborhood, all of them looking pretty much the same, or the Brightwater plan that will preserve the beauty of Milton. So please vote correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Susan Lindley.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Susan Lindley. I live at 4381 Skyland Drive in North Buckhead, and I am a co-owner of the Lackey Road property that adjoins the proposed Brightwater Sweet Apple project. My family did spend almost every weekend and most of the summer in the Sweet Apple community. In the early 1950s, our grandfather built our lake, which is still there, and my parents built a home, which is still there, and they carefully preserved the native plants and trees. Because of our love of nature, little has changed. Drive down Lackey Road today, and it really looks about the same as it did 70 years ago. I almost remember that long. We want to preserve the native plants. We want the flora, the fauna, the animals. We want to preserve all of that. About 3 years ago, Brother Bernard and Mary and I went down to Serenbe, which is a self-sustaining, eco-friendly community in South Fulton County, which has won numerous awards, including the Urban Land Institute inaugural Sustainability Award, the Atlanta Regional Commission's Development of Excellence, and Earthcraft named Serenbe the Development of the Year. As a major developer of Serenbe, Brightwater thus is the perfect fit for the Sweet Apple concept. The type of residents who will be attracted to Sweet Apple will be those who appreciate the natural amenities of streams and trails rather than those who are seeking the swim, tennis communities. Development is coming to Milton, and how it will be handled is in the hands of those making the decisions tonight. Sweet Apple will preserve most of this virgin forest and will set the tone for the future of Milton. I wish that each and every one of you in this room had taken the opportunity to visit and walk the trails on this beautiful property, to see for yourself that Sweet Apple is a treasure in your community, a treasure in danger of being lost forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Laurel Florio.
My name is Kathy Towers, and I'm at 150 Buttermere Court in Johns Creek, but I'm speaking on behalf of Laura Floria, a nationally recognized conservation attorney. She lives at 790 Gates Mill Way. Dear council members, those in opposition to the Sweet Apple development have been referring to it as cluster housing. The common perception of cluster housing is high-density, lower-income housing. In reality, according to Black's Law Dictionary, cluster housing is the building of houses closer together with little yard space but with a large common area. In the case of Sweet Apple, the public need is clear. The conservation of land, natural resources, wildlife habitat, and to quote Milton's comprehensive plan, protection of the rural viewshed in addition to desirable housing. The AG1 zoning has, in most cases, been the number one contributing factor to the demise of natural beauty in the process of building suburbia anywhere in this country, and is going on in every corner of this community. This proposed development would be a step in the right direction for many reasons. I respectfully ask that you become catalysts in the protection of the city's natural beauty and take the first step in thwarting the continued decline of Milton's rural quality of life.
Thank you. Sweetie, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Margaret Lamb.
Wait, I think that's Ms. Fiero.
I'm the mystery reader, I think. It's Kathy Towers, 150 Buttermere Court, Johns Creek, Georgia, and I'm speaking on behalf of Margaret Lamb of Milton. She's at 845 Hampton Bluff Drive. Dear Mayor and City Council members, my family has been in Milton since '98, and I'm well aware of the many battles that have been fought to bring our city to be a wonderful place. I have visited the acreage at Ebenezer, and I, for one, would be thrilled to live in a high-end home on a slightly smaller lot in order to raise my children in a neighborhood where they and neighborhood kids can run and play in a stunning natural habitat. My current neighborhood, AG1, has no common green space for children even to throw a football. I think it's time to stop trying to please everyone and start standing for something. It's time for at least some future development to be planned with new progressive ideas that conserve our family values as well as our green space. In conclusion, I want to make clear that I support this new development, but I trust you, our elected officials, to make these zoning variance decisions based on a per-request basis. It is no way do I think that your decision tonight will start a series of inappropriately designed new subdivisions throughout our city.
Thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Joan Borzilleri.
Mayor and Council, I'm Joan Becker Borzilleri, 540 Kings County Court, Milton. I'm a board member of Preserve Rural Milton, but speaking tonight as a private citizen. My husband and I moved to unincorporated North Fulton in 1996, having lived the previous 19 years in Dunwoody. We were enchanted by the open land, horse farms, large tree-filled lots, and few cars on the road in what was to become Milton. We were delighted to be fleeing urban sprawl. I quickly aligned myself with the most active group speaking up about zoning, sewer expansion, and restricting commercial development in AG1 areas, the Birmingham-Hopewell Alliance. I also became a follower of the Georgia-Alabama Land Trust. I spent many nights with the good Birmingham-Hopewell Alliance folks at the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, arguing in favor of AG1, one house, 1 acre. However, when Preserve Rural Milton was formed, I began to understand there were much more powerful and proactive approaches to land conservation. I began to understand that these tools were more effective than simply opposing any land use changes and blocking new ideas. We had been locked into doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, while open land around us was lost to development, often with acres of trees being clear-cut. Because my conservation thinking has evolved over the past 20 years, I'm now an enthusiastic supporter of the Sweet Apple development on Ebenezer Road and encourage approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Sweetie, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Stacy O'Neill.
My name is Kathy Towers. I'm at 150 Buttermere Court in Johns Creek, and I'm reading this on behalf of Jim Wells, 330 Howes Way, Roswell, Georgia, and his daughter Stacy Wells O'Neill of 5566 Benton Woods Drive in Sandy Springs. They were not able to stay but wanted their comments read on the record. Their family owns...
If I can ask the audience to quiet down. I am going to make a ruling, though. I think if... we'll limit it to this. If someone is not here and has a card, we can put it in the pile. You can read the name and position later. But since they were here, you say they were here, I'll allow you to finish their comments.
Thank you. They were not able to stay, but wanted their comments read. My family owns 75 acres on the corner of Providence and Bethany Road, one of the few remaining large undeveloped parcels in the city. Their comment: We are in favor of the landowner and developer rights. The landowner has the constitutional right to the highest and best use of their land. The Brightwater development represents the opportunity for a win-win-win, a win for the developer, a landowner, and a win for the community and environment. In this situation, the rewards far outweigh the risks. Furthermore, the developer and the landowner bear the most risk. The majority of the opposition have no immediate risk and no vested interest. Thank you for approving, once again, the petition to rezone the property as 745 Ebenezer Road.
Thank you. Sudi, if you could please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is James Wells.
Okay, Sudi, if you could please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Bernard Wolf.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Wolf. I live on 1000 Lackey Road, which we call Lacapani, and I want to be speaking in favor of this. I do want to mention, I've looked at the sustainable development, just Google that, and literally there are 14 pages. All of them follow the Brightwater proposal, all of them. That's sustainable. The other thing, I went to every one of the meetings that Milton organized with Randall Arendt. Randall Arendt would disapprove of the AG1. What you see here is exactly what he's written his books on and what he recommends. It is the way to have sustainable development. What this does is it does preserve these woods that I grew up in, and you heard my sisters eloquently describe it. This is something we have to save. And I have to mention one other thing. On the northern border is one of our main trails. That, if you follow that down, it goes down a ridge and it looks over a gorgeous creek. People that have seen this said it's like being in Highlands. It's like taking this section of Highlands and transplanting it in our area. We are bound and determined to save this. We don't want high density. And this is also following what Brightwater has. Basically, what we want to do, when I walk this trail, I want to be able to look up and see virgin woods and the glory of God instead of seeing this and the folly of man. Please help us save this. And please do what we had said when I mentioned this to Milton, all the steps of where we've been looking at our property where they said, this is what we want. And we, let's please save it. It will be a gem in the crown of Milton and Roswell. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Alan Neal.
Mr. Neal here.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Alan Neal. I live at 6410 Grove Meadows Lane in Cumming, Georgia, and I'm here because I'm a civil engineer and have a lot of experience in working on projects that are similar to this, focus a lot on sustainability, and just wanted, got involved because there were actually some comments made about the engineering on the plan, and I thought that, the comments were kind of disparaging. Feel like that kind of is an attack on the integrity of the profession as a whole. And so I wanted to review the plans and just see if it appeared that there were some of the statements made true. I mean, I didn't do a detailed review of the plan. I do feel like the staff, they're educated, they're experienced to do that, should be looked at. But I did want to point out some merits to this type of development. And some of those being that if you look at the total length of street, the total amount of infrastructure, whenever this has the same number of units, you've got a lot more infrastructure that's not only going to be built by the developer, but if you did the other, but it's also infrastructure that has to be maintained by the county at that point. And, whenever you're thinking about, development is by demand, it's by unit. As Milton continues to grow, the more area that each of these lots has, the faster it's going to expand. And, at some point, there's not going to be land, and you got to figure out what that full built-out vision is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Julie Pinky.
Dear Mayor Lockwood, Dear Mayor Lockwood and members of City Council and staff. My name's Julie Pinckney. I'm at 218 North Park Lane in Milton. I come before you tonight in support of the Bright Water development for several reasons. As a longtime member of Milton Grows Green, I'm concerned about the environment and green space disappearing in Milton. I have been following the work being done on the green space bond, and I see that the public input for the bond has indicated that the community wants to preserve general areas of green and open space. This includes pastures, horse farms, wooded areas, large tracts of undeveloped land, and open space between new or existing neighborhoods. Well, you have all the right now. You have all the right now by approving this Sweet Apple development. You can add 35 acres of undeveloped land to your small inventory of conserved land. This beautiful land with an estimated 2,300 trees and over 120 identified native Georgia plants will jumpstart your conservation bond initiative. It will demonstrate to the community that you are putting action behind your words about conservation, and it won't cost the city a penny. As the mayor has stated in his Legacy Milton plan, it takes many tools in the toolbox to make conservation successful in Milton. Approving this Brightwater CUP project is one of this important tools right here for you to say yes to. So just like you did on April 25th. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Francia Linden.
Good evening. My name is Francia Linden. I live at 14810 East Bluff Road in Milton. Quotes worth remembering. The following two quotes are from the Mayor's Gavel written by Joe Lockwood. Quote, "The comprehensive plan is one of the most important goals for our city as it will help to shape what Milton is to become." 2007. Quote, "Clearing of trees. Going forward, we are enacting our own guidelines, and you can be sure every effort is being made to protect individual trees and the tree canopies throughout the city." 2008. The following quotes are from the City Council meeting on December 7th. Quote, "The underlying principle of a CSO is a good thing. The idea of conserving open space in a meaningful way is certainly a good thing. The idea of doing this in a manner that maintains the current density standards is a good thing." Joe Longoria. Quote, "There are some tracts in Milton that are well suited to conservation subdivisions. I would like to see the ability for these property owners or developers to be able to build them through the use of permits." Bert Hewitt. Quote, "I made a promise to protect equestrian pastures, not subdivisions. You cannot name one AG subdivision built that protects an equestrian pasture. The reason our rural heritage is at risk is because of our current zoning laws, and that needs to change." Matt Kuntz. Me. Sweet Apple meets all of these criteria. Sweet Apple is not high density housing, no matter how many times that falsehood is repeated. 48 homes under AG1 equals 48 homes in Sweet Apple. 35 undisturbed acres will be saved. Given landowner rights, current changes to AG1 will never save any significant open space. If the city turns Sweet Apple down, it is unlikely another developer with the same commitment to the environment will come forward to save anything else in Milton. Why would they? Why would they when they have AG1 by right that they could do without public input? When it is gone, it is gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Amy Christensen.
Amy Christensen, almost 13 years at 2195 Densmore Road. I've said that Milton is a town of big hearts, and that's evident here tonight. Your big heart and desire for what you believe is right is why you're here. I respect everyone in this room, even if you're clapping when the mayor has asked you not to, or commenting when Mr. Bostwick speaks, because I know it's your heart that might have led you to disregard the mayor's instructions. I have friends on both sides of the aisle tonight. I want to stress that even though we disagree on this issue, we're still Milton. We have no reason to be anything other than kind and respectful. I came to my conclusion to be for or against this development after looking at the information from the opposition. I found 14 points to research. At the end of my research, I concluded that approval of the Sweet Apple development is a win-win in upholding the ideals of AG1 while also dealing with its flaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Jack Linden.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jack Linden. I live at 14810 East Bluff Road. I'm speaking as a private individual, not as chairman of the Milton Grows Green Society. In my many years as a scientist and an academic, I've had scores of intellectually honest debates based on facts and data. But in Milton, the debate over conservation subdivisions and Sweet Apple has been anything but honest and fact-based. A couple of examples. The Sweet Apple opponents ignore the benefits of open space preservation and distort the project details. Quoting from a ubiquitous email blast, the Ebenezer Road rezoning is requesting high-density housing to the tune of 1/4 acre lots. Really? I've heard the speaker, the writer of this email blast, stand here and tell you that means there are going to be 4 houses per acre. If that were true, this 64 acres would result in over 240 houses. Obviously, that's not true. That same email blast shows a wonderful montage on its masthead showing pictures of cows and horses and barns and woods. And then goes on to extol the virtues of AG1 sprawl. Sadly, we all know what happens with AG1 sprawl and AG1 development and what that can destroy in this city. Soon, the only rural images we'll see in this city are those through the magic of Photoshop. Another example is the Milton Coalition petition page showing the Woodview subdivision in Woodstock. Charlie Bostwick has already mentioned this. This is another falsehood. This is 200 homes on 74 acres. It is not a conservation subdivision. The only reason the petition page puts it in there is because it acts as a red flag to inflame passions. What should have been an honest discussion on the merits and shortcomings of a serious and proven conservation approach has become a political debate where anything can be said, regardless of full disclosure and the truth.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Bruce Langston.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Bruce Langston, 301 Providence Oak Circle in Milton. I've lived in Milton since its inception. With my wife, Patty, or McPatty as she's known to some, I'm a homeowner and have been since we moved to Georgia in 1995. Our first home was in Fox Hall off Cox Road. We were a little naive. We picked out a beautiful lot that was covered with trees. The first thing the developer did was cut down 2/3 of the trees. The lot required a drainage easement and a swale in the back 20 feet, so they had to cut down more trees. Then they told us that they put the swale in the wrong place and they had to cut down almost all the rest of the trees. We sold the house a year later. Our second house here was also new in what was unincorporated Fulton County and called Alpharetta. It's now Milton. We backed up to Milton proper, which required a 30-foot buffer around the subdivision. This also gave us what is essentially 30 feet of trees in our backyard. The builder preserved other trees on our lot and many others in the subdivision. Now it seems the de rigueur requires the removal of all trees and topsoil and a brown mud puddle in its place. Is that what we want for the property in Ebenezer in question? I've been a naturalist all my life. As a young child, my playgrounds in rural New Jersey were ponds and brooks. I climbed trees and picked wild berries growing up. I still pick wild berries. I'm a birder and a hiker. I can identify quite a few species of birds by sound and sight. I like learning about new plants and animals. I've walked the Ebenezer property with Charlie Bostwick. He knows the names of many, if not all, the plants. He has marked the rare plants that will be preserved by his proposal. I looked at the reflection in the stream that will be covered up by bulldozers if it's not. The ponds and brooks of my childhood in New Jersey, the most densely populated state, are still there 50 years later, 50 miles from the largest city in the country. I'm pleading with the council to take a stand tonight and do something to save a little bit of nature in Milton from the bulldozers.
Thank you. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Jane Meredith.
Hi, my name is Jane Meredith. My husband, Tom Meredith, and I have been living for 23 years in Brookfield subdivision. The fall of 2014, we bought 5 acres on Ebenezer, 735 Ebenezer. Of everyone here tonight, we are the ones most directly affected by what happens, the property to the west of us. We have 1,000 feet that borders that property. Our house, we'll be moving into our house in September at 735 Ebenezer. Last fall, I met Charlie with my husband. Within the first 20 minutes of hearing what he was about to do, I really was about to kill him. And I first threatened him with bamboo, and then I threatened him with a lawyer. After I got over my anger and decided to do some investigating and let my intellect rule instead of my emotions, which I see a lot of emotion here, I realized that Charlie's plan was absolutely the best plan to preserve rural Milton. What does rural mean? Does rural mean really 1 acre for every house? Is that really what rural is? I've been hiking those trails on Mr. Wolf's property, on Mr. Albertson's property, and on Sunday I thought, okay, what if it does go AG1? What if it does? And I said, it's going to be just like Brookfield Country Club, no different. I might as well be hiking in Brookfield Country Club. To destroy that property is to destroy the heritage of this area. And I really, if you haven't taken the time and walked through there, for me, this is going to affect my property more than anybody's property. And we're putting in our house, with what we've paid for our property in our house, believe me, we're very concerned about our land value. We much prefer that Charlie develop it. Given the 2 options, that is by far the best option for conserving land. I mean, ideally, I wish you would change it and make it a variance for AG 3 or 5 acres, but I know that's not a possibility. I believe he really wants to do the right thing, and we are supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Tom Meredith.
Good evening, council members. We appreciate your time and energy you've put into this. I know it's been quite the journey, and as my wife Jane just mentioned, we are probably singularly the most affected. We have 1,000 feet on one side of the property, another 200 feet on the back end of the property, and I want to reiterate a lot of what my wife said, but I also wanted to take a, let's say, more of a very, very purely rational approach to this. She's more emotional. I'm the engineer in the family, so we've looked at this, or at least I have. We've got something that's density neutral. We've got something that preserves 35 acres of pristine nature that is just absolutely amazing, and I appreciate all of, again, the time you folks have spent to come and visit the property and to roll your sleeves up and really take a look at this. But at the end of the day, it's the same number of homes. So when I look at this dispassionately, it's the same number of cars going past our house. That's come hell or high water, whatever it gets designed as. What will be lost will be the thing that you can't quantify, which is 35 acres of pristine forest. And again, I'm not necessarily a tree hugger, but you've got to be able to put some sort of value on that. And so looking at all things being equal, again, Charlie's been very accommodative to our concerns. I've also tried to address the concerns of the septic with Wanda's property and with Bill Werkheiser's property, because they also adjacent to it. And he actually made a binding commitment to push the septic field another 100 feet away from our communal line. So again, I have to laud Charlie in basically trying to be accommodative to the neighborhood, the most immediate neighbors, as well as to try to preserve some pristine property, and to do so where he can still make a living doing so. I again appreciate all your time and effort in looking into this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is William Albertson.
Council, my name is William Albertson, 320 Crooked Stick Drive in Milton. I'm a business owner and resident for the last 8 years, and uniquely the only person in the room is the seller of the land. Grace is not able to be with us here this evening. So I've been on both sides of this room in my own mind over the last 5 years because, as you know, we could have sold this property long ago and developed it into AG1 land, and probably might not have upset as many people as I have in this room. So I'm sort of to blame for this meeting, bringing this together. But in owning this land for the last 5 years, I have come to appreciate that it's a place with historic trees, plants, wildlife. My family's hiked it, camped it, fished it. My son became an Eagle Scout a couple years back, and a lot of his friends kind of hold it dear in their hearts as well. So the ultimate design of the neighborhood is that struggle. Do you sell it, just walk away? And that's something I couldn't do. I found a partnership in Charlie. And as a result, Brightwater's been able to partner in finding the best solution, I feel, in preserving the features that make this place beautiful and would be lost under traditional AG1 development. The other unique piece, I guess, I didn't know I represented, but represent landowner rights in this setting, and so I've walked into a couple of these things not really knowing what I was getting myself into, but in the end, if I walk out tonight and I'm the guy that started all these problems, I guess it's a nice problem to have, because I think in the end, if you all support this rezoning measure, I think it is the best solution for the acreage in Milton, and the best solution for the community in following their 2030 comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Noel Carpenter.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Noel Carpenter. I live at 15230 High Grove Road, Milton, Georgia, and I'm a former member of the Planning Commission. I stand before you tonight conditionally in favor of Ebenezer Road rezoning. You will undoubtedly hear from speakers tonight that the Planning Commission unanimously voted against the proposed Ebenezer Road rezoning as evidence that it is not good for Milton and as justification for why you should make the same decision. It is true that we, as members of the Planning Commission, unanimously voted against this rezoning as it was being presented by the applicant and the staff. However, and I can only speak for myself, I was not against the proposed rezoning nor the development idea in and of itself. I was generally in favor of it. If you watch the tapes, you'll see how often is the case the development as presented was not satisfactory, and in fact, it was pretty far off the mark. I tried to persuade the Commission that the proposal had some merit and to work on amending it during our hearing, but I was ultimately unsuccessful. And therefore, I could not vote in favor of it because as presented and as drawn up, it just didn't meet the bar. I'm generally in favor of this rezoning proposal in its current form. Additionally, and this is going back to the previous hearing of this particular rezoning, I hope we don't get into too much of a discussion over how we will negotiate on the actual number of sites that will be allowed here. I understand that it's currently at 48, and I think the experts in the room have come to that number. I don't know how, and it's not my area. But as a procedural matter, I do not believe that the mayor and council have the authority or the responsibility for determining what the required density or density neutrality with regard to development in zoning cases is. I believe that that responsibility is of staff. Therefore, my support of the rezoning is contingent on the determination by staff and their requisite experts that this rezoning is density neutral as compared to the AG1 subdivision.
Thank you, sir. Sudi, please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Vance McGahee.
Mayor and Council, I've spoken to you before. My name is Vance McGahee. I live at 255 Meadowwood Drive, Roswell, Georgia. And the reason I'm here is we're one of the property owners. Our property is on Sweet Apple Road. We adjoin the property of Grace Ponders, and WJ is next door, and Bernard Wolf is next to us. And our land is actually in Roswell, surrounded by Milton. But I look upon our land, and all of us landowners do, like the Cherokee Indian does. It's not our land, it's God's land. We're the stewards of it. And we could have sold this land years ago, much to the... And first of all, folks, we're not the enemy. I promise you, we want to preserve the land. And the information that's going out that, oh, we're just trying to do this to get more money from the developers. That's not true. We could have actually gotten more years ago. But thanks to the leadership of Bernard Wolf, starting 3 years ago, we didn't want to sell it to, I'll call him a wham-bam, thank you, ma'am developer. Cut the trees down, plant a Bradford pear, and stick it in the yard. We wanted to preserve the majority of the land, but there was no vehicle to do it. The type of development that Brightwater is doing, a la a Serenbe, preserves the majority of the land. It is not higher density, it is density neutral. This is gorgeous land. You have one shot to save this. You have one shot to save Milton. How many of you like, if you go from an intersection of Crabapple Road and Arnold Mill, when you drive up Arnold Mill Road now, how many of you like what's happening on the left side of the road? You've got decks hanging over the road almost, and the thing. That's AG1, folks. AG1 is the athenema, or themia, I'm not an English major, to preserving land. It does not do it. And unfortunately, it won't be 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, maybe 20 years. But as these beautiful, gorgeous horse farms, as the folks die and the kids inherit the land and they don't want to pay the taxes, they can sell it the next day and it will be a Pulte home development and there's nothing you can do to stop it. This type of development is a true conservation easement development that does preserve the land, the beauty of it. We could have sold it years ago, but we didn't want to because we are stewards of the land, and that's what this does. Please vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Okay, Sudi, if you please call the next.
Next speaker is Mark Kubik.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mark Kubik, 735 Brickwood Lane. We all know here progress won't stop. The question is how you guys are going to handle it. We trust you to do that. As you know, I sent you all an email. I flip-flopped on this issue. I did. I went out there. I reacted with emotion first. You probably saw the email late at night. I was cruising through email, sent it to y'all. Then I started looking into it a little bit, and I said, what do the people in Milton want? What we want to do is minimize traffic, increase our house price, and maximize green space. So I looked to you guys to figure out what the facts are here. I've heard anything from 30 houses to 61, 280. If it's 48 and it's neutral, traffic remains the same. The house prices, $800,000 to $1.3 million. Great, house prices are there. Green space, there's the difference. If that's the plan, one of those maximizes green space. Rest of that's emotion. What's rural? To me, rural is one house per 160 acres. I grew up in Nebraska. I moved here. I'm part of the problem. I get it. The other thing I know is I work with data every day. There's an old saying in my profession, you torture a data set long enough, it'll give you any answer you want. This one's been tortured a heck of a lot. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker is Laura Rencher, and I am in possession of a notarized affidavit that she is representing Preserve Rural Milton.
Okay.
My name is Laura Rencher. I live at 1060 Birmingham Road, Milton. I'm here tonight to represent Preserve Rural Milton. We were founded to address the community's dissatisfaction regarding the discrepancy between the city's leadership goals and promises to the citizens and what was actually happening to the land in the city. As a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization, our positions and recommendations have been guided by the Comprehensive Land Use Plan and more recently the 2014 Conservation Plan. We look for and examine approaches and solutions used across the country. We believe that creativity, education, and compromise are important to finding solutions and have tried to bring this to the community discussions. We would like to believe that is why we have garnered the attention and support of the majority of the council and have almost 1,600 followers on our Facebook page. There's no question that the entire community recognizes that we are entirely and completely off course from the plan we set when the city was formed. Despite repeated statements about how the city has preserved the rural character, it is obvious from looking around us this is not true. Almost all the agrarian land and farms have been sold to developers and have become 1-acre lot subdivisions, which are allowed by right in our city. Now the large estates are also beginning to sell for 1-acre lot subdivisions. Citizens do not even realize these require no vote by council and no public process for approval. They assume the council is at fault for not stopping the development and allowing the destruction. Accusations are made about the council members in the pocket of developers, a poor tree ordinance, the variances and permissive rezonings that are causing the loss of rural character. Few people will admit the biggest and most glaring culprit is the by right development of 1-acre lot subdivisions allowed under AG1 zoning. The AG1 zoning that was thought to be the savior of low density before the city incorporated has become its biggest culprit of the destruction of rural character and lack of land conservation. At the present time, the city is in dire need of leadership to address and incorporate and correct the imbalance between development and preservation.
Thank you very much. Okay, Sudi.
Next speaker is Tom Meredith.
I believe we've already possibly heard Mr. Meredith.
Yeah, you spoke already.
Yeah, he's spoken.
Our last speaker is Walter Recook.
Is Mr. Recook in here? Okay. Let's see, how many speaker cards do we have left?
We have 58 in opposition.
Good evening. My name's Walt Recook. I live at 615 Scarlet Oak Trail. Again, I think, like many of the folks that have spoken before me, that this is a very good project with a great use of conservation property. I believe, as a supervisor with the Soil Water Conservation Commission, that this is exactly what you want. I was not in favor of the conservation subdivision because I felt like that was requiring everyone to treat land all the same. This is a case where you could treat land differently by zoning, and that's the way it should be. You've got a good quality project here with a good quality developer. Many people don't realize you need to be working with developers that bring you quality projects. I think you don't always have an opportunity to do that. I learned that at Roswell when I served there. I saw a great example not far from this location when there was a site at the corner of Hartscrabble Road and King Road where a developer wanted to come in and develop a subdivision very similar to Brookfield West. He tried to work with the community. He was a great developer, built great homes, and the city turned him down. Well, he came back and he said to the council, if you turn me down, I can assure you what could go there in the future you will not like. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's where Roswell High School is today. Those people that fought it really got something they really didn't want. 48 lots, 50 lots, the amount of additional roads, infrastructure, all those things, I just don't see why this is even a controversy. I think, again, you really got to look at yourself and say, do you want to lower your expectations to meet your performance or raise your level of performance to meet your expectation? Expect the best of yourself, and that's what is necessary to get it to be a reality. Again, I think you've got a great choice for good reality here, and I don't think the community would suffer by having a project like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's opposition, or that's in favor. We got 58 comments. It's 9:30. Realistically, if we keep on going 2 minutes plus time in between, it could be another 3 hours. I believe if we want to make a decision tonight, we're going to have to probably tighten that up somewhat, or we'll have to make a hard decision on what we do. So, hold on one second. So anyways, we need to probably, Tom, as I said earlier, can decide if we're going to, while everybody's still somewhat fresh, decide if we're going to go later than midnight.
That'd be appropriate. We might just want to go ahead and open up for opposition, see what occurs in the next hour as far as how many we get through and then assess there. And if the council wants to take action right now to go ahead and extend it past midnight, that's perfectly appropriate as well.
You guys okay waiting an hour and seeing where we're at? Or?
I can extend it now if you want, or we can wait. I'm okay to wait.
Either way. Whatever it is, it is. That being said, we'll continue on public comment. But again, I'd like for everybody to try to, say what they want to say, but keep it as tight as we can, because that will allow us to have communication and discussion and hopefully make a decision. So, Sudie, if you'll call the next person, please.
We did have a citizen who inadvertently checked the wrong box in opposition, but actually is in support.
Okay.
So that would be Juanita Barr.
Okay, is Ms. Barr here?
Good evening, Milton City Council and staff. My name is Juanita Barr, and I live at 218 North Park Lane in Milton. I'm here tonight as a recent college graduate to share information from my perspective as a young person about this Bright Water project. I was involved at my college in the Environmental Club as president and have been an active volunteer with Milton Goes Green and trained as an Adopt a Stream volunteer. I know you'll probably hear from many people tonight that might know a lot more about zoning than I do, but I want to touch on something that we all should think about. If that 35 acres of beautiful land that the developer is planning on putting into conservation assessment is developed into a typical Milton subdivision, what happens to all the wildlife? I think we can imagine how awful it would look if all the acres of trees are bulldozed over. But what about the deer, the birds, the squirrels, the snakes, and all other critters that live in the forested area? Isn't that their home too? If we destroy their habitat, where do they go? According to the Milton Police Department, there has been an increase of about 15 additional deer carcasses found on Milton's roads in the past couple of years. Development displaces the animals and they wander into other areas to make new homes, and often are killed in the process, either by human actions like a car or by starvation, because the land can only support a certain population. Protect the land, protect the wildlife. When someone is giving you the opportunity to develop land in a way in which nature, trees, views, and habitats are protected, why wouldn't you approve this? As a member of the millennial generation, I am pleading with you to save this wonderful land and to create a legacy that me and other generations will respect and appreciate. It is what God intended us to be, good stewards of the earth. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sudie, I'm going to speed up. Could you please call the next person?
These are in opposition. The first speaker is David Damiani.
Hello, David Damiani. I reside at 935 Post Oak Close, Milton, and I'm going to keep this short because there's a lot of people behind me that want to say a lot of stuff. But for the record, I am in opposition to this. What I've heard from everyone tonight so far is that we only have two options: AG1 or what Mr. Bostwick is proposing. There is a third option. We all want to preserve land. Why don't we approve 29 homes on 29 acres? Take that 35 acres, put it in the land trust. If you're so concerned about doing it, develop 29 homes. Ask yourself, why not? It's about money. It's all about money. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Tim Becker.
Tim Becker, 15625 Canterbury Chase, Milton, Georgia. My question to council tonight is a simple one. Why are we here tonight? The reason I ask this question is that 7 months ago, in this very room, City Council denied the CSO. 7 votes to nothing. This occurred after 848 voters signed a petition opposing the CSO. That should have been the end of it. Unfortunately, special interests in Milton are relentless. The CSO is back. The rezoning before us tonight is intended to achieve the CSO's objectives through misuse of Milton's zoning laws. So once again, we launched a petition. As of 8 p.m. tonight, 1,748 voters had signed the petition, with 608 leaving comments in just 4 weeks. Between the 2 petitions, we have collected over 2,500 signatures and nearly 1,000 comments. Tonight, I want to enter both petitions into the public record. And I also understand that the emails received by City Council have been running overwhelmingly against rezoning. So I ask again, why are we here tonight? Voters have been very clear that they do not want cluster homes in rural Milton. Voters do not want zoning changes that accelerate development. Voters do not want community septic or sewer extensions. Voters do want reform of our zoning process. Voters do want enhancements to our current zoning laws. Voters do want land use solutions that citizens can unite behind. And there are many. And most of all, voters want council to listen to them. Council, please listen to and respect your constituents. Please deny this rezoning.
Thank you, sir. Judy, if you please call the next person.
Next speaker is David Gower.
That's for the record. Good evening. My name is David Gower. I live at 825 Ebenezer Road, the first person this evening that actually lives on Ebenezer Road. First, I would like to urge you not to even reconsider this zoning request at this time. A detailed written statement submitted by the lawyer for Wanda Young and Bill Werkheiser has been submitted to you outlining why. For you to act upon this issue at this time would be improper. The veto was not overridden, which means that the rezoning stands effectively denied. No reconsideration before the expiration of the 1-year bar is allowed under your authority. However, if you decide to consider this zoning request again, I'd like to bring to your attention this bottle of water. If it contained leach field water from the Serenbe field, would you be the first one to wash your child's hands with it? Treated, untreated, with or without solid waste, the perception that this water is dirty, unsafe to drink from that spring we heard about before, unsafe for the gardener who's working in the yard. When you put a leach field from 40, 45, 50 homes, whatever the number ends up being, next to Wanda Young and Bill Werkheiser's property, you commit them to dealing with the perceived threat from this water. Be it 50, 100, 200 feet off the property line, when the prospective buyer evaluates their property as a place to raise a family and finds that a leach field is next door, do you really believe that they're going to do the research to evaluate the safety of the water or just move on to another place? Placing extensive leach fields directly adjacent to the resident's property has the same impact on aesthetics and perceived health threat as placing high-voltage power lines behind their property. But unlike power lines that sometimes have to go in because of the benefit for the entire town, this project will not result in a park. It's not going to result in green space that everyone in Milton can enjoy. Ms. Young and Mr. Werkheiser and the people of the Ebenezer Hayden Hall community have entered our objections to this voting variance on the record. Please don't underestimate our resolve.
Thank you very much. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Evan Cohen.
Good evening. My name is Evan Cohen. I'm at 16115 Segwick Drive in Milton. My family and I are 7-year residents here, and we, like the 1,700 plus residents who have recently signed a petition regarding the Ebenezer rezoning initiative, are strongly opposed to this rezoning and the awful precedent it will set for future land development in our great city. When we moved to the city of Milton, like many other residents, we moved here and decided to make our largest personal investment, our home, for the great quality of life, outstanding schools, open space, rolling hills, forested land, and the estate-style homes on large tracts of land, all of which provide Milton its rural feel. Lately, it seems that proponents of conservation subdivisions want to vilify those of us who live on one-acre tracts of land. By definition, conservation subdivisions are cluster homes, and cluster homes have no place in our city and are in complete contrast to the definition of what we deem as rural. What we appear to have here is a situation where we are essentially taking parcels of land that are unprofitable to develop under current AG1 guidelines and instead proposing to allow developers to place cluster homes on lots that are at least 25% smaller than current Milton AG1 standards. Developers will then take the unusable or unprofitable portions of these parcels and deem and dispose that as the conservation land. There are many parcels of land in Milton that are currently unprofitable to develop under AG1, which under this Ebenezer precedent would spur significantly more building, reduction of more open rural land, and significantly impact the property values of existing AG1 homeowners and investors. I come here to ask you to vote against this rezoning. Protect the city, protect the residents who have made significant investments in this city, and please do the right thing. Listen to the 1,700 plus people who signed a petition opposed to zoning changes such as this one before you tonight. You can take risks and gamble with your own money, but you have a duty and a responsibility to protect mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudi. Could you please call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Larry Covington.
My name is Larry Covington, and I've been in Milton and built a house here 41 years ago. I'm at 16470 Freemanville Road. We built our house 41 years ago, and we built another house 6 years ago in the same spot. The reason we did that is because we wore out the 35-year-old house with 7 grandkids. But we have the opportunity now to speak to what it means to have AG1. If AG1 was so bad, why did all of us be attracted to it, whether it was 41 years ago or 5 years ago or yesterday? The point is, even in our Milton heritage, we have said that we want to preserve the unique heritage we have. We built our first house, and it was the Fulton County government that had AG1. We built our second house 6 years ago when it was the city of Milton. The city of Milton has done a great job, and I compliment you guys. What you need to do is the trust we've put into you all of these years, you need to keep that trust now. This subject is too divisive to make a decision to vote no, to vote yes. I please ask you to vote no on this, and be sure that we don't, as 41 years ago, we would have said, open the gate and let the cows in. We'll open the gate and let the developers in. So let's please vote no on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudi. Please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Marie Tittle, and I am in possession of a notarized affidavit. She's representing Hayden Hall subdivision.
My name is Marie Tittle, and I reside at 12875 Hayden Hall in Roswell. I am the current HOA president for our neighborhood, and it was brought to my attention as the Hayden Hall HOA president that the council members were told that Hayden Hall and Ebenezer Road were in favor of this development. I want to make sure you know that was never true, and that was a complete lie. As you can see from the map I'm holding, 95% of the residents, all in red, this is Hayden Hall and this is Ebenezer, are against this variance and rezoning and always have been. You should have in your packet the petition, the stack of petitions of all the names and addresses to confirm what you see here on the map of the homeowners who are not in favor of the rezoning and variance to confirm what I am presenting. As you vote tonight, please consider what the residents of Ebenezer Road desire. We know development is coming, but we would just ask it would be AG1 only to uphold the beauty and maintain the integrity of our Ebenezer Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, could you please call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Hunter Young.
Good evening.
My name is Hunter Young, and I live at 695 Ebenezer Road, the property directly to the south of the Panhandle as proposed. First of all, I would like to open and say that I believe that to short the time of anyone in opposition to this would be both unfair and unethical, so I would urge you not to do so. I have lived at 695 Ebenezer Road for all of my life. My father lived there, and his father before him owned for the majority that entire road. I've grown up in those woods, I've roamed those woods, and I've come to love those woods. I've come to love the road that I live on, that my mother walks up and down daily. And to me, seeing that this road would be, in my view, destroyed by these cluster homes being erected towards the end of it, it would change the entire view and perception of this rural dead-end road. There are so very few roads left in Milton and in Georgia that are so simple. Dirt, adjacent to dirt roads, dead-end roads where you can barely see a few cars go down. By adding these cluster homes, you would see so much more traffic. These wouldn't be people that are empty nesters. They would be single families, as in any other case. And as the staff had said, there would be 10 to 56 additional students entering into the school system. That would be an enormous amount of traffic that would take away from the ability of the residents on the road to be able to recreate in ways that they truly wish to do. Furthermore, the vision statement of the city of Milton expresses it to promote a rural and small town-like atmosphere and environment in the city. I believe that this development of cluster homes would be the antithesis of the sentiment put forth in this vision statement. I would urge you to vote no against this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Wanda Young.
Good evening. My name is Wanda Young. I reside at 695 Ebenezer Road in Milton. I am the property owner that this rezoning and that this development impacts the most. The leach field, proposed leach field in the back of my property would be similar to the Serenbe. I mean, I ask each councilman and the people in the room today, would you like this in your backyard? Would you have concerns? Would you wonder the leaching that is going into the ground? Would that leach into my tomato plants, my cucumbers in my backyard? I would live in constant fear of a catastrophic breach that would render my home uninhabitable and deem my property unusable. This land has been in my family, my late husband's family, for 70 years. I've lived on the property for 27 of those years. I homeschool my son. We've enjoyed this property. I plan to pass this down for generations to go. But if you allow this rezoning, it is a win-win for Brightwater. It's a lose-lose for me because you have devalued my property. You have left anxiety and constant fear in me of a catastrophic breach. The wildlife that I see daily, they will probably disappear because I assume that the leaching would be that possibly kill the wildlife. No one knows for the next 20 to 30 years what this impact would have on my life and my property. So in my opinion, it's not a conservation of land. It is to protect my life, my quality of life. You have diminished the value of my property and possibly put my quality of life at risk. A lot of people right up and down Ebenezer are asking me, are there acreage for sale here? We would like to build a home here. It's come to be known as a prestigious Ebenezer Road. I would like to see it remain that way. AG1 does not necessarily mean clear cutting. This, to me, is clear cutting.
Thank you, ma'am. I hate to cut you short, but...
And I would ask
right.
you to not vote
Okay.
or to vote against this.
All right, thank you. Sudie, please call the next person.
Next person is William Workhauser.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm going to try to keep this as brief as possible, but I own 3 properties on the road.
Name and address.
William Werkheiser. I own 12950 Sweet Apple Road. There's Ebenezer Road, which is another 3.5 acres, a total of about 10. They're connected to each other, but that doesn't have an address. It's undeveloped. And then 720 Ebenezer Road, which is 4 acres. And although I've enjoyed hearing the comments on both sides, and I know you guys look at Milton at 30,000 feet, but all I'd ask you to do tonight is when you get closer to people that are really impacted by it, and you looked at the statistics of the people on that road and around it, it was almost unanimous that this was not a good idea. And so again, looking at who's impacted the most, I think it's a bad idea. So it was 30 against, I think 2 abstained and 2 for. So those aren't good numbers in my mind. I'd ask that you guys do not support this plan and the rezoning. And finally, I'd like to say, if I look at this just from a human perspective, if it's this controversial, and it's getting more controversial as it goes along, it's not a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Karen McAdams.
Okay, Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
And our next speaker is Scott Tittle.
I'm Scott Tittle at 12875 Hayden Hall in Roswell. And I wanted to speak to a technical issue in the planning documents. Looking at the site plan, there's, between lots 13 and 14 on the maps that I'm submitting, there's a 50-foot wide that says future on that map. So that printout is an expansion of the map to make sure of a potential issue. And then and I'm hoping that I'm talking about this and it's all for naught because you're denying it. So, however, in the community planning conditions, in section 4, it lists a 50-foot right-of-way on the northwest corner of the property to be a right-of-way for future interparcel connectivity. And in the April 25th meeting, a lot of the 6.5 hours, there's a lot of discussion around interparcel connectivity. And I'm not an expert. I just am seeing this discrepancy in this future use. That seems like that would be a right-of-way and could easily be given an easement to Lacapani or the school property. And to me, the catastrophic event that could happen in the future is that Lackey Road, which would feed Cherokee County onto Ebenezer Road as a better cut-through, would just be disastrous for traffic. And so I'm just wanted to point that out, didn't want to be redundant, that I'm opposed, obviously. And just hoping if you happen to unfortunately approve this, that would be a condition removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Matt Copps.
Matt could not be here, but to be respectful of your rule, I'll submit the letter as part of his package that could be read in the record.
Fine. Okay. Sudie, if you'd call the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Monica Chambers.
Hi, my name is Kim Mitchler, and I live at 800 Smokehouse Court in Alpharetta. I will be reading the letter written by Monica Chambers on her behalf as she's out of town with her family.
Excuse me, ma'am. If you could, just turn that comment card in and we'll have our...
She did have an
I already
affidavit
did.
that was submitted that she does have the
You guys okay with
authority
that?
to speak. It's notarized.
Matt, Bill, I'm going to stop that. If we want to allow someone to speak for someone else or put it in the cards that the clerk will read. That's just, I'm being respectful, but
Well, the only thing that I have to say about that is the other people got to do it, so I don't understand why the opposing wouldn't be able to do that.
Once it started, I did stop it. So I'll be glad to, if the council wants to hear this once, since you signed an affidavit, but I'm just trying to keep this going. So, you guys. Okay, you know what, sir? I'm going to ask everybody to be quiet, okay? We're in a meeting here. I'm going to ask you, ma'am, to put the card over here, and we'll be glad to read it into the record. Thank you. Okay, Sudie, if you'd please call the next person.
Next person is Kurt Nolte.
Good evening. My name is Kurt Nolte. I live at 825 Dockbridge Way in Milton. And while this is one of the better plans we've seen, I'm still in opposition to it. As a citizen, when we come to meetings like this and speak to you guys, we trust that the city council members understand, listen, and take what we say to heart, and not come with predetermined decisions in their minds, including PowerPoints filled with selfies and references to where conservation subdivisions are mentioned to justify the predetermined decision. What we really need is to define exactly what a conservation subdivision is. First and foremost, I think everyone would agree that a conservation subdivision, just like any legislation, has to have some benefit to the city and its population. I find it difficult to see how the current proposal, whether it includes gifting the city of Milton the leach bed from the community septic or not, provides much benefit to the city of Milton or its citizens. The open or green spaces are tucked away farthest from view, and the high-density look and feel is moved to the entrance, so it's the first thing you experience. Your own planning commission unanimously voted against this multiple times, and your staff recommended against it. If this passes, I believe the next step should be disbanding the planning commission along with the staff, as somehow the city council seems to believe they know better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. If you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Jennifer Pino.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pino. I live at 175 Oakhurst Leaf Drive in Milton. Regarding the proposed zoning, the vast majority of Milton citizens do not want homes to be built on less than 1 acre lots, nor do they want community septic. The Milton City Staff and Planning Commission unanimously voted to recommend denial of this application, and there are enough questions to the project's yield plan that there are that there are still uncertainties that merit additional study. On that note, I'd like to see the City Council take action in regards to the AG1 zoning currently in place in the City of Milton. I think this is the crux of the problem that we're having right now. I think that we need to have some type of amendment to our current zoning process in regards to AG1. I feel strongly that if AG1 was actually upheld, that we wouldn't be in this problem we are today with all these upset citizens behind me. When I drive through our picturesque landscape and I see the clear cutting that's taking place on these different developments all over town, I become physically sick to my stomach. Our current AG1 zoning specifically prohibits clear cutting of the land, yet there's either no enforcement or the penalties are so light that there is no adherence to the rules. This is what must change. It's up to our city to do what's right to stop this abuse. Furthermore, I'd like to see the best parts of the conservation subdivision ordinance, particularly those related to conservation, be put forth in AG1 as enhancements to this current zoning. Where the majority of land in Milton is currently zoned AG1, we must take a stand and enforce and enhance our existing zoning laws to protect our community from turning this land into the bland, traffic-laden, overcrowded, nondescript extension of Atlanta's suburban sprawl. Our community is worth fighting for. I'd also like you to consider doing something regarding adding some type of benefit to landowners who owned multiple acres and tracts of land to keep that land whole and to keep it from being sold off to developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue, if you please call the next.
Next speaker is Bill Shellhorn.
Hi, my name is Bill Shellhorn. I live at 225 Orchard Bend Trail in Milton. A couple weeks ago, I toured the proposed Sweet Apple site. And during the tour, 3 times, the developer mentioned, and I've heard it mentioned a couple of times here tonight, about he said that if his plan was not approved, then, let's see, what was it say here? It says, he said it 3 times, that his plan would preserve the landscape and prevent a company like Pulte Homes from paving over and destroying the natural beauty. He needed to only say it once, but he kept repeating himself. By the time he said it the 3rd time, it was clear that he was using this as a ploy and a threat. And at one point, we were back in the area where I guess the bridge is going to be built, and he waved his hands from one end to the other and said, if this doesn't get approved, life as we know it's going to stop. I mean, it was clearly a ploy in my estimation to just scare people into thinking that AG1 is the enemy and that this, that this new concept is the way in the future for Milton. And I look at that plan, and I stood there and I said to myself, the AG1 is uneconomical. He's not going to do it. Pulte's not going to go in there and develop that because it's not profitable. If you want to preserve that land, leave it AG1 because nobody's going to come in behind him and put a bridge in that's not going to result in profit for the developer. So I ask that you deny this. Thank you.
Judy, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Heather Curran.
Joe, how you doing? You still at 100%?
Absolutely.
Excellent, excellent. Hello, my name is Heather Creer, and I live at 325 Taylor Glen Drive, and I'm adamantly opposed to any zoning change that allows houses on less than an acre, and adamantly opposed to community sewer. I keep hearing I'm misinformed, and people who sign this petition are misinformed. We are not misinformed. I'd like to respond to a few things that we heard tonight from the supporters, a third of which were not even residents of Milton. First, there are in fact houses in this development proposed on a quarter of an acre. Second, I don't know Randall Arndt, the godfather of the CSO, but I have read some of the things he's written, and he would not say that this is best suited for this type of development. He talks about large lots with 2+ acres and public sewer being the ideal community to develop these type of zoning, of which Milton has neither. And finally, cluster housing keeps getting bandied about, and it's really a straw man argument because I don't think cluster housing is low income at all. Cluster housing, Google it, a subdivision technique where dwellings are grouped close together with a common area left for recreation. That's exactly what we're talking about, and that's exactly what we think it is, and we oppose it. So let me be perfectly clear. I do not approve of houses on less than an acre, period, end of story. It is not right for this community. I would love to conserve land. I wish we were talking about the town buying up land and frontage and locking it away so it can never be developed and we can preserve rural and wooded views from the road. City Council, do the right thing and deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy, would you please call the next item? Next speaker.
Next speaker is Antonio Tita.
Hi, my name is Tony Otita. I live at 325 Taylor Glen Drive. I am opposed to this, but I'm going to follow your advice, and I'm not even going to read what I wrote. I'm going to keep my comments short, and I'll make a request of you that when all the speakers are done and it comes your turn to talk, you keep your comments pretty short too and vote, okay? It's getting late.
Thank you, sir. Hand after my heart. All right, Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Pamela Elmore.
My name is Pamela Elmore. I live at 13450 Bethany Road, Milton, Georgia. I am not a perpetual speaker at your meetings. You've never seen my face here. But I thought that this was important enough for me to come and speak. The lady that lives next to this property has a very strong concern about the leach field, and I would too. So please think about her. Also, the variance that they're asking for, the coverage of the lot from 20% coverage to 50% is disturbing to me. So I ask y'all to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Lisa Colley, and I am in possession of a notarized affidavit. Ms. Colley is representing Protect Milton, Inc.
My name is Lisa Colley. I live at 14680 Freemanville Road. I'm speaking on behalf of Protect Milton. I have submitted a detailed letter to council for the record. I contacted and spoke to Forsyth County Department of Health septic engineer Ed Carter because he has designed and inspected more community septic systems than anyone in this entire state. He is an expert. Here are some facts that was explained to me. The request for lot size is less than 1 acre is directly dependent on the community septic system. The developer offers a caveat of 35 acres preserved in open space. However, contrary to his statements, feeder drip lines cannot weave through an area full of trees, forest, or the like. Dripper lines are buried 8 to 12 inches. Dripper lines are costly, take more acreage than conventional systems, and fail, which is why the EPD requires the developer set money aside. The understood 14 acres designated for septic drainage and conservation open space will be disturbed considerably by installation of dripper lines, and trees and vegetation will be removed. Perk tests and soil work must be done by a septic engineer to determine design and final size and placement of the drain fields. Fulton County gave conditional approval for individual on-site management systems for each lot. Contrary to rumors, this is not a stamp of approval for community septic. The Georgia EPD is the one who will permit the CSS. EPD will want a replacement area. EPD systems have maintenance, however, they fail eventually. The system proposed is a package treatment plant. The city should require from the developer a detailed septic design plan and drainage plan from a septic engineer. All we have so far is a hypothetical septic site on a plat. Open space cannot be determined until the specifics of the community septic system are provided by a septic engineer. It is impossible to calculate acreage needed for septic and drainage fields until this is done. The most environmentally sensitive portion of the property will be used for the septic drainage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stacy, could you please call the next speaker?
The next speaker is Jason Anastasia.
Hello, my name is Jason Anastasia. I live at 15285 Bell Park Road in Milton. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Georgia. I've had the opportunity to do a review of the Ebenezer Pond Yield Plan, and that was dated May 24th, 2016. The yield plan includes the signature of a representative of the Fulton County Department of Health and Wellness providing a conditional approval. The approval is conditioned upon the future installation of individual on-site sewage management systems for each lot that comply with the Fulton County Code of Ordinances. This is not an affirmation of density neutrality. This is a limited review of the lots for conformance with the requirements for subdividing land in Fulton County. This review did not consider the unique zoning and subdivision ordinances requirements of the City of Milton. Further, a number of the lots on the yield plan appear to show individual on-site sewage management systems that do not comply with the requirements of the Fulton County Code. For example, the ground slope of the areas with suitable soils on Lot 7 exceed 20%, which is the maximum slope allowed for the conventional absorption field. In addition, I've also had the opportunity to review a letter prepared by Peoples and Quigley regarding the number of single-family housing units that could be developed with on-site sewage disposal. The letter specifically states that review of the yield plan conducted by Peoples and Quigley did not include an assessment of Milton codes and regulations and did not consider. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Judy, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Arnold Moore.
My name is Arnold Moore, 395 Canterbury Lake, Milton, Georgia. I've been a registered professional engineer in mechanical engineering for over 36 years. I wanted to say how impressed I was by the plan review that was done by your staff. I think you've got a staff of professionals and they really did a super job. Having said that, we just had a 1-hour tutorial preceding this meeting on a developer that did not do his homework. In the case of Brightwater, we have a developer that wants to reject all of the improvements of your professional group. Okay, he had not the conditions in case, but the actual improvements that they suggested to the plan, he wants to reject those. So my question to you is, which group do you believe? Who do you think is doing a good job? Your board, your staff, your professional staff, or the developer? If you think the developer is doing a more professional job and a more honest job than your staff, then I would be in favor of you approving this. If you think your staff, the professionals who have no financial interest in this, are doing a better job, then I suggest you reject it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Vincent Taylor.
Vincent Taylor, 15670 Canterbury Chase in Milton. My thunder's been stolen by a previous speaker. I've been beaten over the head with 35 acres of undisturbed land. This is not undisturbed land. You're going to take approximately half of it as a drainage field, and you can't put in a drainage field without tearing up the land. So at least half of this will be destroyed. Please reject it and listen to the neighbours who are close by. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy, please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Cleveland Slater.
My name is Cleveland Slater, 13670 Bethany Road. I need to introduce a couple of documents into the record. The first is entitled Sweet Apple Road and the requirement for 3-acre minimum lots. I'm not going to comment on it. I'm just going to introduce it. Next, I'd like to introduce into the record a letter from the Oconee River Land Trust, and I'd like for you to just pay attention to the highlighted part on the second page. I'd also like to introduce into the record, because I'm not sure if the copy you had was legible. It wasn't for the one that was in the package, was not very legible. A letter from Peoples and Quigley. In that package, there's some other items that we already talked about, but I'm going to try to turn some pages real quickly. But that might not be necessary. I'm just going to leave it with you. You can look at it. I'm going to very briefly just try to touch on a couple of things. When I buy a lottery ticket, I know the maximum I might win, but I don't know what I'm going to win. I don't know the number. The maximum number is not the same thing as the number. Peoples and Quigley gave a maximum number. Staff gave a maximum number. Developers given us 2 yield plans. Nobody here can tell us what this site will yield. Nobody has any idea what density neutrality is. I know that's a political issue, not a legal issue. We talked about Fulton County conditional approval. Yield plan does not comply significantly with Fulton County ordinances. Violates the rule of viewshed. Absorption fields on 25% slopes. Absorption fields too close to wells. In fact, there's a really interesting exhibit in there about the wells. It shows on one site plan, but not on the yield plan. I know things get overlooked, and you all the time don't coordinate everything perfectly. Sweet Apple's unpaved road. I'm not going to touch on that. I gave you a package on that. Zoning conditions. Okay, I hope you just deny this really quickly, but if you don't, please pay attention to the zoning conditions. Get this part right. This is not about a numbers game. It's not about finding the right number that makes everybody happy. Please do not accept conditions or modified conditions or new conditions or any conditions without reading them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. City, if you'll please call the next.
Next speaker is Gary Cochran.
Mayor and council members, as an executive making decisions for Gary Cochran, 470 Ebenezer Road. We live on a 7-acre equestrian farm right next to the Seven Hills, which is a 19-acre equestrian farm. As an executive making decisions for large corporations, I always ask myself, what would happen if I just said no when I was presented with various proposals? Here's my perspective in the case of this rezoning request. If you just say no, all the lobbying, walking tours, PowerPoint presentations after the close of public comment and contention will subside. Your staff, the Planning Commission, over 1,700 people who have signed the petition against rezoning, and most importantly, the residents on Ebenezer and those in close proximity to the land, and in Hayden Hall will be happy with the no. Brightwater and Preserve Rural Milton, and probably Greenpeace for all I know, have and will argue that 48 homes are inevitable, but there is no such inevitability. Already there have been backup offers from concerned residents on the street who would either not develop the land or develop 3 to 5 acre sites. The choice is not between clustered homes or land decimation under AG1. It is not either or. More desirable options are already on the table, so I have to ask why feel obliged to grant a zoning variance. I'm sure you wouldn't want a leach field in your backyard. The landowner will not be harmed. His return on flipping the land will still be outstanding. Brightwater will be unhappy, no doubt, but will find eventually land that does not require rezoning to develop. The argument that the council is not being as progressive as Serenbe will ultimately fade. In all likelihood, the land that will... Okay.
Thank you, sir. City, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Jan Lejeune.
I'm Jan Ligon, and I live at 1925 Dinsmore Road, and we've been here 24 years. My husband died 17 years ago, and I'm still here. And I think the word cluster, we that have lived all over the United States all these years before we settled here, we looked at an area that we wanted. We did not want houses. We didn't want to live in California with houses all over. We wanted land. And that's the reason we came here, and I'm begging you to think about that also. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy, if you could please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Richard Hurd.
I'll be brief. Richard Hurd, I live at 1985 Drummond Pond Road in Milton. I've lived here for over 27 years, longer than the city of Milton has been a city. The promise of Milton, and I voted for Milton when it came up, was that we would remain rural, AG1, and no sewer. I have a substantial residential investment based on that expectation. This proposal breaks that promise. I like Milton the way it is. Don't devalue my property. Don't change the rules midway through the game. Don't break the promise.
Thank you, sir. Judy, if you please call the next speaker.
Paula Corowan.
Good evening. I know everyone's tired. I'll try to make this brief. My name is Paula Corwin, and I'm at 165 Oakhurst Leaf Drive in Milton. And what I want to share with you is that I moved here 5 years ago from a cluster homing community. In Plymouth, Michigan is an old town. The homes were built in 1920. And what they did then is they made homes on quarter-acre lots, and that's the kind of community people wanted to live in, and they made parks where the kids could go play. However, there aren't a lot of cities like Milton left. I mean, everything is getting overbuilt everywhere, and it's going to continue going that way, and I hate that we're compromising or potentially compromising the beauty and the uniqueness of Milton by considering developments like this. Most of us who live in Milton chose to make a lot of sacrifices to live here. We could have moved anywhere, and our jobs are very far from our house. We battled traffic for the peace and the beauty of the elbow room that we have. And if you've ever lived in an apartment complex, or you've lived really close, similar cluster houses, you will know that ambiance is a whole different feel. And when people are close together, it causes a lot more stress. They say fences make good neighbors, and there's a reason for that comment or that quote. The other thing I want to say is when you have a community like that they're proposing here,
people with families, they want their children to be able to play in their yard. They don't want to send their children to the end of the block where they can't see them or keep tabs on them, where they can't build a play structure in their backyard. People move to Milton to raise a family here, and the uniqueness of Milton, I just don't want it jeopardized. I don't want this to start a domino effect. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Sudi, please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Laura Lynn Mustaki.
Hello, I'm Laura Lynn Mustaki. I live at 1820 Bethany Way in Milton. Community Development has recommended denial. Planning Commission has recommended denial. The staff cannot support that this is a good development pattern. It's a very negative visual. This applicant has no hardship. There is no viable AG1 use for this parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Megan Bybee.
Hi, my name is Megan Bybee, and I'm a rising junior at Cambridge High School. I've been riding for 11 years. I am at the barn 6 days a week from 9 to 4. And as you can see, horses are a gigantic part of our community, considering there's a horse sitting on the board behind you, and on all of our emergency vehicles that are always up first on the scene. Now, horses have always been a part of our community, and it's because of AG1. They have been a major part, and they will always be a major part. They are what welcome our citizens into Milton every day. And I really want you to keep AG1. I do not think that that is a very accurate representation of what AG1 could be. It is a very gross, overdramatic representation of AG1 and showing 48 houses. I think you can definitely put less houses and show AG1. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Matt Gonzalez.
Okay. Is it Matt Gonzalez, you said? All right. If he's not here, we please call the next speaker.
Matt, Gonsalves.
Okay.
Okay. Next one is Sarah Nerswick.
Hi, my name is Sarah Nerswick. I live at 334 Deerfield Point in Alpharetta. That was my student, so I'm really proud of her. Anyway, I'm a teacher at Cambridge, just started the Agri-Science and Veterinary program, and I'm talking to you as a future Milton resident. My husband and I moved here because of all the reasons everyone said, because of the amazing schools, obviously I teach there, because of the amazing atmosphere, and because of my thought of agriculture. I want to live in a place where I can have an acre or two, and have goats, and have chickens, and have all this stuff. And I think something that everybody in this room can agree on is Milton is beautiful, and we need to keep it the way it is. But doing that and compromising with experimental septic and having houses that are really, really close together, while they're beautiful, they're still going to be really, really close together, and my daughter might not be able to play in the backyard, and I don't want her to play on a septic field, and hopefully that wouldn't impact my neighbor's yard. And as a future homeowner in that area, I would not buy on Ebenezer Road. If you approve this, I'm probably going to stay away, even though some of these people from Ebenezer Road seem like awesome neighbors. So I hope that you uphold AG1 so we don't see the domino effect happen with more cluster homes developed in the future of Milton. Listen to your staff, listen to the Planning Commission, and listen to your citizens.
Okay, thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Barbara Taylor.
I'm Barbara Taylor. I live at 1950 Drummond Pond Road in Milton. I live in the North Valley neighborhood, and I'm here with 12 other people from my neighborhood who oppose this. We moved to Milton because of AG1 housing, AG1 development. We want the rural community to remain unique. We want to protect the character of Milton along with our investments. I haven't heard any talk about the biological and environmental impact studies for this proposal, the wildlife habitats, the unique natural features that will disappear, the watershed and runoff issues, wastewater, the septic's been discussed. The drain field is next to a pond which goes into a stream. I've got a stream in my neighborhood that is impossible to even get a tree cut down within 15 or 20 feet. And this septic field, there are natural trails around it, so if it starts leaking, they're going to be walking through this waste. The adjacent properties are going to bear an expense as a result of all this development. I keep hearing people from the side that wants is talking about their love of nature. I think they've got that confused with the love of money. If they have 100 natural trees and plants, where are they going to put them? In the 15 feet between the houses or the 10 feet in the front yard? It's a bad idea. At 35 acres, 17 is septic. Please reject this.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Martin Locke.
Hi, I'm Marty Locke. I live at 14140 Freemanville Road in the great city of Milton. And I just want to start first by thanking the good Lord that I'm not sitting up there with you guys. You guys have a tough decision to make. God bless you. I did, however, have the opportunity to participate on the original Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee. Me and a group of several of us spent many months slicing, dicing, and bisecting all aspects of the city's 20-year land use plan. We talked about conservation subdivisions and TDRs, but I don't recall any discussion regarding cluster homes on less than acre lots or community septic systems. We were mindful of our elected officials and did nothing we thought could compromise them. Our chairman, as a matter of fact, was an attorney and very sensitive to the legal aspects of the plan. I have read recently that a city councilman is concerned about the legal ramifications of denying this project and is fearful of a lawsuit. I would like our city attorney to weigh in on this and give his legal opinion of the risk to the city, because I'd certainly not want this to affect a vote on this critical issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Scott Sawyer, and just informationally, we have 18 speakers left.
Okay.
I'm Scott Sawyer. I live at 787 Quarterpath Lane in Milton, and I'm here to oppose the Ebenezer Land CUP rezoning request. As you've heard tonight, many residents on Ebenezer Road and also Milton don't want this 48 homes or community septic on the Ebenezer property. The proposed CUP isn't appropriate for this rural landscape. Contrary to current legal opinion, a successful CUP rezoning request can create a precedent for increased rezoning requests. Rezoning requests can and will be used by builders and developers as a justification for future CUP rezoning of rural unbuildable land. We need your leadership to focus on implementing updated AG1 enhancements and protecting rural Milton. Please vote no on the Ebenezer CUP rezoning request. Thank you.
Sudi, if you please call the next person.
Next speaker is Rose Prestiani.
I'm Rose Prestiani. I live at 105 Providence Oaks Point here in Milton. I've been a resident of Milton for 15 years. I've heard a lot of passion in the room tonight on both sides of this request. And I'd just like to make a few additional comments. And some have been just very poignant, very moving. And I sympathize with some of the folks who live near where this proposed zoning request will be. I'm asking that you deny this request. It seems like a thinly veiled attempt to create dense housing in the city of Milton and requires the creation of a, quote, community septic. We've heard a lot of comments about the, quote, pros from the development side of this. Actually, I believe they have not spoken of it pretty much at all. I think almost everyone, if not everyone, who spoke in favor of it, but did not even mention community septic. And to me, that is a significant factor in this request. a significant negative factor in this request. It is a thinly veiled attempt to maximize the dense housing and implement this community septic, which has some very serious, I think, consequences, again, negative ones. I don't see any upside for the citizens of Milton in this. I only see potential harm for the residents, both in their land value, in the reasons why they came to Milton in the first place. It seems to be in direct violation of the values and the principles upon which Milton was created. But it's easy for the builders to say what they have to say because they build and leave, and we stay and live with the consequences. So I ask you to think about that as well. I am one of the residents who signed the recent petition, and I'm asking you again to deny this. We've asked for this in the past. I'm asking for it again. I also would like to suggest a quote. We've heard several quotes here today, and I found one that I think might be appropriate. It's from Charles Dickens. Sometimes it's, quote, with the affection beaming in one eye and calculation shining out of the other, that I think we've heard some of the comments here tonight. I'd also suggest maybe the city consider buying this lovely property and turning it into a park.
Thank you. Sudi, can you please call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Kim Horn.
Good evening. My name is Kim Horn. I live at 415 Way Glen Court in Milton. I know you've heard all the reasons to deny tonight, and I'm not going to reiterate all those reasons. I would like to request denial of the Ebenezer Road case. The rezoning is in direct conflict with the comprehensive land use plan. I was part of the original CPAC committee as well. We spent hours discussing the concept of conservation subdivisions and conservation, and we never supported the policy of conservation subdivision for the city of Milton. Also, you supported that by saying that in December of 2015 you denied the CSO. The land in question in the comprehensive land use plan is in the zoning district or in the district of the AEE, which is required to remain AG1. Please do not support this petition. But I do have one last question that I'd like to ask or I'd like to pose to our legal counsel. Does a council member voting against a singular interpretation of the comprehensive land use plan open the city up to a successful lawsuit? I'd like to pose that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
The next speaker is Debbie McHugh.
Hi, my name is Debbie McHugh. I live at 145 Oakhurst Leaf Drive in Milton. I'm opposed to cluster housing, or if you prefer, homes 5 feet apart with 10-foot setbacks and community septic. Less than 1 acre lots are not acceptable for rural Milton. My husband and I moved here 12 years ago because of Milton's unique character and the rural charm. It's significantly different from neighboring areas. At our home, we have plenty of space and we have plenty of privacy. This is where we wanted to raise our 3 kids. Now, every time I drive around town, I see plots of land carelessly clear-cut. Recently, while driving past land across from Cambridge High School, my 9-year-old exclaimed, "Mom, they're making our town into a big city. I don't want to live in a big city," as he looked at this plot of land with absolutely not one tree left. Population growth is obviously the largest threat to Milton's unique feel. There's no reason to accelerate growth that will threaten existing infrastructures and, above all, the visual appeal of our beautiful town. I'm opposed to less than 1 acre lots and rezoning, and I strongly believe the city should enforce the existing zoning laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, would you please call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Michael Rosenthal.
Is Mr. Rosenthal here? Okay. Please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Laura Bentley.
Laura Bentley, 2500 Bethany Church Road. As a member of Milton's equestrian stakeholder group, I and others contributed to Milton's strategic plan a few years ago. I've been waiting a month to talk about this horse pasture at the front of this neighborhood. This horse pasture is a pathetic marketing ploy to introduce 1/4 acre lots in a true equestrian district on AG1 land. It's Wally World for those claiming to save the equestrian look and feel. It's an insult. Equestrian operations must have AG1 zoning. It's perplexing that any group or council member would undermine AG1 when it is the foundation of our equestrian community. Rezoning from AG1 to CUP hurts equestrian operations by driving land demand up due to increased profit margins related to increased flexibility for the developer. Speaking of which, did you know Brightwater already has an AG1 to CUP rezoning in Milton? Haven't heard about it, have you? He didn't want to draw attention to it. High Grove is a perfect example of Brightwater's appetite to maximize their profit. Less than 20-foot front yards, houses hanging off cliffs, front yards that aren't walkable. Seeing is believing. High Grove is an abuse of a CUP. Shame on Brightwater Homes. Be very careful tonight. I'm pretty sure there's a real flesh and blood horse trader in this room.
City, if you please call. City, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Alfred Saldavini.
Okay, is he gone? Okay, City, please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Bill Hosmer.
Evening. At the March 23rd Planning Commission meeting, I'm sorry, Bill Hosmer, 235 Weatherwood Circle. At the March 23rd Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Bostwick was asked why Bridgewater wasn't going to develop the area being conserved, and he said it was not economically feasible. It didn't make financial sense, yet the argument we hear over and over is that if we don't approve this, the acreage will be clear-cut. Obviously, Mr. Bostwick is either confused or he does not really believe that. At the April 25th council meeting here with his body, Mayor Lockwood asked Mr. Bostwick what percentage of the conserved land is not buildable, and Mr. Bostwick went on and on about conservation, but never answered the question. His opening statement that night, like tonight, said how much of an environmentalist he was, and how he and Brightwater truly cared about the trees and plants and even turtles. But on April 25th, in the 11th hour, when things got dicey, he was asked by the council if he would be willing to drop the back parcel to get this deal done, and he immediately said he would, almost without hesitation. Too bad the Preserve Milton folks had already left and didn't get to witness that. Regardless of what he might say tonight, those were his answers the first time he was asked. 1,700 signatures, citizens, voters don't want it. 5 out of every 8 people here tonight don't want it. And by my count, 30 who were in support of it tonight, 4 were selling the land and 5 don't live in Milton. As far as being an HOA member, if I have to be one of these people living in $1 million house, now one of us has to be the HOA guy, the septic guy. What happens when the other 47 members call me and say I'm backed up and I'm the expert? I'm going to punt and leave that to Milton. Thank you.
Thank you. City, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is James Stubbs.
Good evening. I'm James Stubbs. I live at 14905 East Bluff Road over in North Valley. My family's lived in Milton for 15 of the last 20 years, or what would be considered part of Milton city limits now. In fact, we transferred to California for about 4 years, and we came back because we like it here so much, and it's because of the rural character. Now, so many of the speakers have already covered all of the relevant topics that you can possibly imagine tonight, I think except for one. And so let's just spend just a real quick minute talking about the financial aspects of this for the city and for the taxpayers for the city of Milton. There's some pretty serious financial and management environmental issues that are going to need to be dealt with this. This is an unprecedented type of system, communal septic system for Milton. And because of that, and because the septic systems require these mammoth drain fields, which are nearly impossible to remediate when they do fail. We heard a little bit from the staff where they talked about EPD says you have to have another set aside to completely replace it once. Well, these subdivisions are going to be around for 50, 60 years. They're probably going to have to be replaced more often than that. Several consecutive years, wet years, can cause these drain fields to fail. And that is going to be an issue. And we also saw that there was recommendations that there's going to be an operating bond for payment to cover operating expenses for 3 years. Well, one of the things that's pretty clear is when you start developing something that's got 48 homes in it, you're not going to be fully built out in 3 years. So the system's not going to be fully utilized. It's not going to be fully stressed. We don't know how it's going to operate, and all of the financial contingencies that have been built into the contract so far are going to be gone. And that leaves a lot of issues for, really, if you look at it, the city of Milton. Our last speaker talked about that who's the HOA guy who has to deal with septic? Well, guess what? I was that guy at the manor. It's not fun. The residents, when stuff like that starts to happen and they have to start paying for it, you don't have their support. It'll be on you.
Thank you, sir. Sudi, if you please call next speaker.
Next speaker is Gary Jacobs.
Good evening. I'm Gary Jacobs at 14805 East Bluff Road in the North Valley subdivision. But there's been a lot said tonight. A lot of people have spent a lot of time, a lot of effort getting facts together. To me, they're kind of a subset of a summation. And the summation is that what you've heard is that most people here have lived here a long time. They make an investment for the long term, and that they made the investment based on AG1 zoning that had been in place for a long time. And they had every reason to expect that that zoning would remain, because the only way it can be changed is by the folks they've voted in to represent them. With that said, the action that I understand has taken place to date is that there has been a Planning and Zoning Commission denial of the project, that there's been a plan use plan that doesn't support this project. That there has been a mayoral veto of an earlier vote, that there has been a unanimous veto of the project, and yet we still got it on the agenda, and we've got people spending a lot of money and a lot of time, a lot of energy, and some of it taxpayer money to keep dealing with this. So my question is, why are we still dealing with it? If it's not in the best interest of the majority of the homeowners who've made an investment and pay the taxes, I'd like to leave you with that question. Why are we still dealing with it? Thank you.
Sudi, please call next speaker.
Next speaker is Lloyd Whittle. Or Whitall.
Is the speaker here? Okay.
Next speaker is Richard Veloff.
Good evening. My name is Richard Veloff. I live at 15750 Canterbury Chase. I'm opposed to the rezoning of Ebenezer Road. Many of my points were made earlier tonight, so I'll just hit some high points. I think, first of all, it sets a very dangerous precedent for the town of Milton by adopting high-density cluster housing into one subdivision. It's going to set a precedent. You're going to see these developers in these offices and these meetings every week from here on out once it's approved. Why are they going to do that? Because they're going to maximize their profits. Short-term profits on the backs of Milton's residents. Who benefits most? Landowners, developers, marginal land, tract owners. Who gets the low end of it? The average Milton resident. His schools are crowded, his roads are crowded, his infrastructure is stressed, and then he's going to have to deal with environmental remediation off his own sweat of his own brow. And why? So that land developers, home builders can make short-term profits. Your constituents bear the long-term risks of your decisions tonight. I think you should look out for your constituents and not for special interests. Thank you.
Thank you. For 1 second, do we have staff? How many people do we have in the overflow room? The reason I ask, several people have left here tonight. Jimmy, it's empty? Okay. Just want to make sure.
They didn't want to come over. I think they're comfortable in there.
I don't blame them after me being so mean. All right, Sudie, if you'll call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Jeff Luderman.
Okay. Call the next speaker, please.
Ned McCauley.
Is Mr. McCauley here? Okay, Sudie, next.
Sharon Mays.
Good evening, Council. I'm Sharon Mays, and I live at 15160 High Grove Road in Milton. And I first want to start by requesting that the council consider in the future to alternate time between the proponents and the opponents of any given item on the agenda, so that opponents are not pushed to the latest hours. Citizens also deserve the right to be at least close to 100% or not have to have already gone because they had to go to some other event or maybe go home and eat dinner. I first of all disagree with the put down of AG1. I don't view my neighborhood in Big Wooded Yard as a cookie cutter neighborhood, and yes, my children did throw the football, the baseball, and played and ran in the neighborhood. I am opposed to a community septic and argue it will surely lead to higher density. This really surely will increase the density in our area. I argue that application is nothing more than a backdoor CSO, and much worse than the CSO recently defeated in Milton. I argue if the council and the other citizens here or the community in general truly wants a CSO, then come back with a CSO that is not so flawed. Don't try to create a CSO one neighborhood at a time. I am all for green space and preserving trees and flowers, but the value is severely limited when only a few actually can see the flowers, but instead are looking at the backside of 4 houses per acre. This is not protecting the rural viewshed of Milton. There is a better path to preserving green spaces and conservation. I suggest we start by improving our AG1 regulations that limit clear cutting, that limit sidewalks that go nowhere, and to improve enhancements in the setbacks. I urge you to defeat this proposal.
Thank you. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Baylor Johnson.
Okay. Yes, sir.
He's my neighbor, and he had to leave early.
Okay.
I'd be happy to speak for him.
I'm sure he was speaking against this. He's on the opposition, correct?
Yeah, and same
Okay.
with another person that you mentioned, Mr. Collin, who's also a neighbor.
Okay.
And he's opposed.
Okay, thank you. Duly noted. Sudie, will you please call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Crystal Matusfish.
Hi, my name is Crystal Matusevich. My husband and I live at 15570 Birmingham Highway here in Milton. We live just south of the crossroads. We operate Rhinefield Farm. It's a working farm. We bale hay, we have animals, we have horses. We are what everyone moves here for. AG1 protects us. A CUP does nothing for us. If you continue, especially in this area for the comprehensive plan where it's supposed to be AG1 with the equestrian and stuff, yeah, okay, we have 1 acre lots behind us. That was done with AG1. Am I happy about it? No, I'd rather have it be a big farm. However, I'd be more upset if I had homes that look like they should be down in Crabapple along with a drainage system behind me. As land goes up, owners of large pieces of property are going to be approached by developers up in this area thinking that they can get the CUP. they can turn it into Disney World. It will push horse trainers and other people that rely on agricultural things in this area. It'll push us out. We'll go to other areas. None of my clients come from Milton. My clients come from Atlanta, Buckhead, other places south of here. They bring dollars to all of the restaurants and everything else up here, 3 to 6 days a week. Not to mention everything that they have as far as the horses they spend and the money they spend on other things up here. I'm opposed to Ebenezer Road. I think it's a great idea on paper because it's conceptual. It doesn't protect what Milton is about. I would have other friends here, but unfortunately, we're all at horse shows and having to make a living at the moment. And my husband would be here too, but he's taking care of the infant. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. City, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Dan Irvine.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick that...
Excuse me, just name and address just for the record.
Dan Irvine, sorry, 16437 Wax Myrtle Road, Milton, Georgia. And I just want to say that I think, everybody's basically saying the same thing. It's this is, when you look at it, a little, if you look at it from a simple perspective, that what they're proposing is a high density type of development. And, it's real simple. You just got to look at how big is the lot, how big is the lot that the house is going to be on, and how close together are the homes. And they're going to be really close compared to, I think, what most of us are saying here that live in Milton. And I live on 1.16 acres, and we have big trees in our backyard. We have a creek flowing through our backyard. We love it, and we have deer that come into our yard. We have there's all sorts of wildlife. There's snakes. There's everything, and I think that for the opposition to say that the home, if you do HE1, it's not protecting the environment, I think that's false. I think that all of us who have big yards and stuff, it's good for the environment because you can have lots of trees and stuff. You don't have a bunch of structures real close together. That's what I tried to get away from when I moved from San Diego, where I lived for 16 years. And this is something special. I'm telling you, Milton has something special, and I think that it's imperative to protect that. I really do. So I hope that you guys will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi?
And our final public comment comes from Clint Winter.
Mr. Winter here? Okay. I believe you had some other cards, and we talked earlier about if you just want to list their name and whether they're opposed or support.
Okay, do you want a total count, or do you want me to go ahead and read each name?
You can read their name and whether they support it.
All right, these are in opposition. First one is Kelly Becker, 15625 Canterbury Chase, Milton. Joe D. Whitley is in opposition, 1250 Birmingham Road, Alpharetta. Sita Cesar, 509 Ebenezer Road, Roswell, Georgia. Matt Gonzalez, 110 Ariel Court in Roswell. Aaron Harris, 12875 Hayden Hall in Roswell. Also in opposition is Gay Washburn, 200 Tifton Lane, Roswell. Joey Harris, 12895 Hayden Hall, Roswell. John Washburn, 200 Tifton Lane, Roswell. Emily Gonzalez, 110 Ariel Court, Roswell. Kirby Sims, 12935 Hayden Hall in Roswell. Stephanie Sims, 12935 Hayden Hall in Roswell. Kevin McAdams, 12945 Hayden Hall in Roswell. Kimberly Schmidt, 205 Tifton Lane in Roswell. David Sherwood, 120 Ariel Court, Roswell. Jeannie Sherwood, 120 Ariel Court in Roswell. Ana Bean, 12915 Hayden Hall, Roswell, Georgia. Bert Bean, 12915 Hayden Hall, Roswell. Van Holland, 12960 Hayden Hall, Roswell. Jan Halden, 12960 Hayden Hall, Roswell. Jennifer Rogers, 12870 Hayden Hall, Roswell. Christopher Rogers, 12870 Hayden Hall, Roswell. Ryan Schmidt, 205 Tifton, Roswell. Also in opposition, Angela Cole, 12885 Hayden Hall, Roswell. Tess Funcher, 12905 Hayden Hall, Roswell. Jerry J. Diaz, 105 Ariel Court, Roswell. Anastasia Diaz, 105 Ariel Court, Roswell. Patrick McHugh, 145 Oakhurst Leaf Drive, Milton, Georgia. Bill Chapman, 450 Ebenezer Road, Roswell. Wanda Hurd, 1985 Drummond Pond Road, Milton, Georgia. And Mosier, 15130 North Valley Field Road in Milton. Marie X. Mazur, 3411 Serenade Court in Milton. William T. Harkleford, 3411 Serenade Court in Milton. Janie Slater, 13670 Bethany Road, Milton, Georgia. Betsy Chapman, 450 Ebenezer Road, Roswell. Mark Fialdini, 275 Oakhurst Leaf Drive, Milton. Scott Huddle, 195 Oakhurst Leaf Drive, Milton, Georgia. Jeff Cole, 12885 Hayden Hall, Roswell. Also Diane Dean, 845 Hopewell Place Drive. Barbara Taylor of North Valley. Mark Carroll of Walmart Subdivision. Jason Cornell, 12772 Donegal Lane, Milton. Also in opposition, Julie Zonner Bailey. Also in opposition, Carolyn Pace, 2320 Saddle Springs Drive, Milton. The Milton Coalition, which I have in hand, is 492 comments in opposition. Wanda Young, 745 Ebenezer Road, in opposition. In support. Support Ed Parsons, 1760 Red Road, Milton. Jennifer and Herschel Becker, 1200 Lackey Road, Milton. Joe Lampiel, 2330 Saddle Springs Drive, Milton. Philip Bussman, 15620 Thompson Road, Milton. Dottie Head, 800 Colonial Lane, Milton, Georgia. And Philip Bussman at 15620 Thompson Road, Milton. And that is all, sir.
Okay. First, I want to thank excuse me, sir.
You wouldn't let Mike Chambers and his wife talk, who live on Ebenezer, with an affidavit that was approved, and I didn't get my name called for Mike Chambers, who's totally against this, who lives three houses down.
Believe me, we totally understand.
Well, so I think I get the right to come up here and either hand this in or speak.
Hand that in if you want. But Mr. Chambers and Monica have spoken and met and talked with a lot of with the council, so we certainly get that. I do want to thank everybody for first their public comment, but also very importantly their patience. No matter which side you're on, we appreciate everybody sitting through here. So.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order though, with respect to the length of time we had for the opposition versus the proponent. Okay, you're there.
Right. So
forgive me for
I
that.
haven't even looked at the time, but what is the time that I would be willing to bet that there's a big.
Is it roughly? It's roughly 10 minutes more for the opponents, so there would be 10 minutes for rebuttal, if you would.
Okay, I would.
Is that right?
I would have to think it'd be a whole lot more than 10 minutes.
Well,
so.
The opponents have used 10 minutes more, or they still are owed 10 minutes?
No, the opponents have used 10 minutes more. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay,
So support would have.
Obviously, the applicant has the time to rebut, but are you saying then those in support have more time, or just?
I'm just saying 10 minutes total for the.
Okay. All right. I think the applicant had asked to save the rest of the time for rebuttal. Is that procedurally.
Thank you. There have been a lot of great thoughts here tonight by a lot of really great people and a lot of wonderful citizens to invest this kind of time in what they do. And I appreciate thoughts on both sides. There's also been a lot of misunderstanding, and I'll do my best to run through some of those that I heard, just to clarify and then set the record straight. First of all, High Grove is not a CUP as it was claimed. It is an AG1, so the speaker who is speaking against it is speaking against AG1. CUP preserves rural nature and true horse pasture. AG1 causes clear cutting and destroys pastures where horses could be with our plan. We truly do plan to have horses on this. Our next door neighbors have horses that they plan to put on this site, and we plan to have a real horse pasture, and there's plenty of space for it. With CUP, there's not space for it with AG1. I do want to clarify that we have agreed to no connection to Lackey Road, and I added that condition in what I sent to you. We've listened to our neighbors on that, and I think that's important. I want to point out that technically the petition does represent hearsay, just like mentioning 1,600 likes on the Preserve Rural Milton site that are in support of this type of project is, but there's plenty of support for this type of project. The petition, frankly, had I read it without knowing the context, I might have signed it too, because there's lots of misunderstanding in there. It has pictures of low-cost homes. It references sewer extensions, which has nothing to do with this property. Sewer increases densities. Our plan is density neutral. It suggests changes to AG1. What's that have to do with our project? Accuses Milton of unclean and incompetent government, and I have not experienced any of that, and certainly would stand behind anything that supported clean and competent government. If this project is denied, landowner rights will be violated. Our most impacted neighbors are in support of this, and they represent over 300 acres. Septic, a lot of misunderstanding around septic. People said they wouldn't have their kids play on this. Well, most kids in Milton play on this every day in their backyards, and they're playing on untreated systems. Our system is treated water. It's much cleaner than what is in a treated system. General national information, U.S. information out there suggests that 15 to 20% of all individual systems are failing and aren't monitored in any way, shape, or form. A community septic system in the state of Georgia must be licensed by the state of Georgia. It must be checked monthly by a licensed professional and sent to the state for approval of that monthly monitoring. Septic systems are allowed by right, as you know, and we've agreed to 3 years of maintenance funds to make sure that if anything does happen, there's money there to take care of it. There's double redundancy in the space needed to run the septic lines, so there's plenty of space if anything does go wrong. And in our case, there's a much higher level of engineering that's done on this versus the individual systems. And most importantly, it's the only way to preserve this land. I want to point out that crossing the creek is an expensive cost. It's $300,000. To access 15 lots, that's $20,000 a lot. What developer wouldn't do that? That's actually a very low cost when you're thinking on a per lot basis. And it's to access very gently rolling land. There's nothing steep on this site. It's very buildable, and it's very economical to add those 15 lots across the creek. It's not an economic decision. It is a heartfelt decision about preserving the rural nature of Milton and the ecologically sensitive areas. Our CUP plan allows for 50 lots. We've shown that we can put 48 AG1 lots on this. We bought this land with the plan to build 55 lots on it. We've lowered that to 50, and we've now told you we can make it work at 48. But again, the 50 lots are allowed by the CUP yield plan, which follows every single criteria by your zoning code. Most importantly, the point I want to make right now is how much I appreciate all the amazing volunteers in Milton. Thank you to those volunteers and for all your hard work and for caring about what's right for Milton and our shared values.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm Doug Dillard with Pursley, Freeze, and Torgerson, and we represent the applicant. These are tough decisions. But you're here to balance the equities. We've got a constitutional right to use this property for any lawful purpose. That can be interfered with. I'm sure Ken has told you this. That could be interfered with only through a proper exercise of police power. There's got to be some overriding public good that's suffered or that is achieved by a denial of this application. We've agreed to the suggested conditions, even though staff has recommended denial. We've agreed to the suggested conditions should you choose to pass it with three exceptions, which Charlie has gone through. In close, DeKalb County versus Friends, Supreme Court of Georgia has said time and time again, it's not up to the property owner to try to anticipate or imagine every conceivable objection that a local government might have to the use of their property. What is there, though, is an opportunity for the local government to work with the property owner to achieve the highest and best use of their property. Here we have what we feel like is a compromise. It's density neutral. Everybody's talked about it ad nauseum tonight. But the truth of the matter is, what is the public good that would be served by denying this application? Just to keep the area rural, I submit to you, is not sufficient. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is that all from the applicant? Yes. Okay. Then, Ken, if sorry, I'm going to close the public hearing. And we will open up for any questions from council to either our staff or you can. Yes. Sure. We can. All right. Do I have we're going to take a 5-minute bathroom break. Do I have a motion? I have a motion and a second for a 5-minute recess. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Great. Let's make it 5 minutes. And then
We'll take a shower first, Joe. You guys will tell me when I go back on the PA, correct? Okay, thanks.
We on?
Can you guys share some of the book there?
All right. If I could ask everybody to sit down and we'll get started again.
Yeah, Rick, be careful.
Do I have a motion to reconvene?
So moved.
A second? Can I get a second? Somebody want a second?
Second.
All right. I got a motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. That's passed unanimous. Motion to reconvene amongst those that are sitting here along with Councilmember Morrig. Are you? Did you vote on the motion to reconvene?
Yes, I approve.
Okay. So that's unanimous of those up here plus Councilmember Morrig. Okay. We're back to. Are there any questions from council to staff on this? Okay. Bill, were you?
Yes. I'd like to address community development, probably in this field. Kathy.
Yes.
Is CUP method of development in our development code?
Yes, it's a zoning district that you can rezone to. Yes.
Okay. It's in section 648, 4. Did you review this application based on the scope and intent of that section of the development code?
Yes.
And I know you went through this in your presentation, but I'd like to go back through some of these items here on development standards within that development code. You have a copy?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's just start at the top, I guess. Subparagraph A, height regulations, no single-family residential dwellings or accessory structures shall exceed 40 feet in height. The height of all other structures are approved as per the conditions of zoning. Was that considered in this application? Of course, we don't have the houses there yet, so you...
Right. Yes, sir. And our response was that the applicant has not indicated the height because, as you say, he doesn't have the house, but he will be held to that. And also, our city architect will make sure that it is within the height, and if not, we'll work with him to ensure
Right.
that happens.
Well, do you want to go down through the?
Yes, I'll be glad
rest of-
to. Yes, I'll start with the development standards. I'll cite the standard, and then I'll give the answer in terms of our review from the applicant's petition. So as the first one, as you said, no building shall exceed 40 feet in height, and our response was the applicant has not indicated height because clearly the houses have not been proposed to us yet. The next one, minimum lot area as specified in conditions. And so the applicant has the ability to specify that, and his minimum lot area size is shown as 11,250 square feet. Next, the minimum CUP development size shall be 4 acres, which means you have to have at least 4 acres to even propose a CUP. And as we know, the CUP development size for this particular case is 63.57 acres.
I may have an older edition. This says minimum cup size shall be 10 contiguous acres.
Now, I've got 4.
Okay, regardless.
Regardless,
it complies.
it's way above it anyway.
Sure.
Yes, okay. The next one, maximum density allowed is 5 units per gross acre. And in this particular case, the density of the subject site is 0.775 units per acre. The minimum lot width at building line per conditions, and the developer is allowed to set that minimum lot width, and he is proposing 72 feet. The minimum CUP development frontage shall be 35 feet, and this application exceeds that minimum of 35 feet. Next, the minimum lot frontage shall be 20 feet adjoining a street, and the applicant shows 20 feet minimum. Next, minimum heated floor area as specified in conditions, and this is up to the developer to propose, and he is proposing 2,400 square feet. And lastly, the minimum perimeter setback as specified, and that is per the site plan. So he does meet the development standards as they are listed in the CUP, or when he has the ability, as per the CUP, to name them, he has named them sufficiently to meet the standards.
Right. How long has this section of the zoning code been in our code of?
I believe it. Robin is not here. Unfortunately, she had a family emergency. But I believe, and it came from Fulton County. Yes, it was part of the code that came over from Fulton County.
So we adopted this
correct
essentially back in December of 2006.
Correct.
10 years ago.
Yes.
Has this form of development been used in the city before?
Yes, it has. It has. There are other developments that have used it, and all of them within the 1 unit minimum lot size. This is the first time that it was used. It's showing lots that are less than the 1 unit minimum lot size. Although, as you know, 2 years ago we did change the CUP to mandate that if a CUP was going to be used, that a yield plan must be submitted along with the application that tied to an AG1 subdivision, so that indeed that it was a density neutral development that came out of the CUP. Okay.
So has this applicant submitted a yield plan?
He has. He has.
And does it comply?
Yes.
With that,
yes. The staff has reviewed it, and it does comply.
Okay. Let's go back to some examples of other CUPs in the city. Can you name some?
Angela, can you help me with this, or Jimmy? White columns for sure. Yes. Crooked Creek.
Crooked Creek, right? You know.
Triple Crown, Acaro.
Okay. And there, in Crooked Creek, there are how many homes there? Over 600? 640?
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay. And the other CUPs are Caro,
Triple Crown.
Triple Crown,
White
approximately how many?
Jimmy, can you? 175, we're guessing, in Triple Crown.
Mm-hmm.
Acaro, would you?
Okay, that's
Yeah, 30 or 40, we're thinking.
Yeah, that's pretty representative. Can
Can
you
I ask a question, though? On all those, they are on individual septic, correct?
That is
And
correct.
1 acre minimum on.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this concept has been used in the past.
Right, but Crooked Creek does have some sewer, so that
Right.
concept was used, and they don't have septic in some of the areas there.
Can you tell us a little bit about Mr. Bostwick's development on High Grove off of Batesville Road? What's the story on that? Was that originally permitted as AG1?
Would you come up to the microphone if you wouldn't mind, please?
You're talking about High Grove subdivision?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I believe it was originally AG1. I think it came in for some changes about 2 or 3 years ago from what it was originally permitted as.
And do you recall why it was converted to a CUP?
Yeah, it has some rather steep lots in there,
Mm-hmm.
and they moved some of the homes up closer to the street.
Okay. So this part of the development code or zoning code is nothing new then. It's not something that we just developed here in the last recent past then. So,
Thank you. That's correct. But in the past, just the caveat is that we have used it for 1 acre non-sewer lots. This is the first time that we've used it, although it meets the density neutral requirement.
right. And we changed that here, what would you say, a year or 2 years ago?
Yeah, about a year and a half ago, I would think, yes.
I vaguely remember.
Right.
That's what I've got for right now.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Carter, on the 48 lot yield plan that was submitted to us, I mean, obviously there's been concept plans, there's been engineers looked at it, there's all kinds of eyes have been on that thing. You know, from our staff's best knowledge with regards to trying to determine exactly what density is. You know, I know that we can never know exact density until dirt starts getting moved. We all know that. But the question is if we have a reasonable expectation of trying to determine that ahead of time, has what been provided the most reasonable that we could probably get to? And I asked you this question on the 25th, if submitted plans are off, how often are they off? And usually if they are, what is the magnitude?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. It's probably impossible to know on any given plan. Typically, when we see these come in, if they're off, they're not going to be off by many lots. And there's usually some alternatives that can be done to make those lots usable. I think we've looked at this plan from the standard that we've been given within the code. Is it a reasonable expectation that we could get that number of lots under a typical AG1 development? And I think based on our review, that is a reasonable expectation.
Joe?
Yeah, Kathy. So I would say based on the previous zoning item that we heard tonight, that there could be extenuating circumstances that cause difficulty for developing even the best laid lots. And I shouldn't even use the term best laid lots because I was a little disappointed in what happened in that application. And we tend to think about these things in terms of the maximums. So we're saying the maximum allowed density, for AG1 in this particular case, we're claiming 48. Okay, but the reality is that I would say instead of using the term max, we should be using the best case scenario in terms of density. There's a real chance that some of what has been laid out on the yield plan it isn't going to work, because we won't know until it's done, and or until the developer's out there trying to figure out how to get the Fulton County guy to approve his septic plan. What do we think is the minimum amount or the worst case scenario in terms of density? Minimum is a bad term because minimum, we could put one house on that 64 acres and be good. But what I mean by that is, what's the worst case scenario? If 48 is the best case, do we have any idea what the worst case scenario might be?
I think, if through you, Mr. Mayor, Carter, I think that really sort of goes your way. In terms of your last response, we do have minimum standards in terms of what is submitted to us at this time in the process, and I think, Carter, you can speak to experience in terms of from this time in the process till it actually gets to an LDP, what the deviation is. And I think it's, I don't know, it's case by case, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth.
Well, no, I think that's true. I mean, it really varies on a case by case basis and a site by site basis. I mean, sometimes it's dead on. Sometimes, you're going to have 2, 3, 4 lots that may be more difficult to develop within each development. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's undevelopable, but you may have higher costs. You may have different modified types of septic systems. All of these, when we look at the yield plan, it's what's the reasonable expectation. But from this stage of the game, they would all require to have engineered plans at the time the actual building permit is issued, and a lot of those issues would be flushed out at that particular time. Like I said, I don't know that I've seen one in past history where we've lost half the lots, but I mean, you can have 2, 3, 4 that are much more difficult to be developed.
Yeah, and we could probably even point to the guidelines between, what kind of variance request needs to come before the council versus what kind can be seen without coming to the council. I think tonight we heard it was 5% or 5 lots, whichever is the greater of the two. And so I would argue that there's a 5% chance that, even good people can come up with, lots that just don't work, or 5% of the lots wouldn't work. So I would say 5% is probably a good figure to subtract from the best case scenario to get a reasonable worst case scenario or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know if Jimmy's nodding his head back there, but he's got as much experience in this as anybody. And
okay, all right, that's all.
I'd like to kind of address that. In my opinion, learned a long time ago. It's real easy to draw something, put something on paper, do the calculations, do the engineering, meet the math, if you know you're not going to have to actually do it. So whether you draw, let's just use, for example, 48 lots on there. I think we saw tonight, from example, developer had drawn and got some lots planned, but then realized later those lots aren't very marketable, so they want to change them. I think sometimes there's a big difference between if you're wanting to draw something to compare it to make a point, but then if you actually turn around and said, will you actually build this? And you think about market conditions and the location and the layout of the homes and the look, it may be totally different. So, for example, on this piece right here, I looked up some old, there was an old application from a developer, and respectfully, a developer that knows his business. So whether you agree or not with that particular developer, I certainly trust the fact that he was going to put the maximum number of lots or yield that made sense to be marketable in Milton. And I believe there was about 31 lots. That was only the 50-acre piece. But then you tie the other in, and especially being on a gravel road, depending on how you looked at that and the conditions and setbacks, there may be a few more. But, so the reality is we don't know when we talk about a yield plan we can say we can put 48 homes one way or the other. We really don't. The only thing we know for sure is if we approve the CUP at 48 homes, that there would be 48 homes on it. If we went with AG1 and kept it like it is, it may be somewhere, but if someone went, it's going to be somewhere between 1 and, in my opinion, maybe 30, 35. So there would probably be a different. Granted, yeah, somebody can say that you can go in and, clear cut the land and Pulte can put homes or whoever, but the reality is who's going to spend that money and have the is the market going to bear it? And going back to the applicant's comment about costing $300,000 to build a bridge, $300,000 for a bridge, if that's accurate, plus road, infrastructure, grading, utilities, and whatnot, it would cost a whole lot more to develop that land, in the AG1. So the reality is, it probably will settle down a little bit less than that. So, again, I think when we talk about density and try to second guess, my belief is that it's going to be, a good 50% more with the 48. There's Bert.
Well, kind of along that line, the last plan that we saw on the 25th, I believe, had 50 lots on it, and now we have 48. I don't know what changed that number to go down. Like Joe said, just because a project is drawn in 2 dimensions, it doesn't necessarily work that way in 3 dimensions. I've walked the property with you, Mr. Bostwick, and know that it does have some challenging terrain on it. And heck, I can point to at least 3 projects this year that I've been involved with that have LDPs and look good on paper, but they're not constructible. So I still have a little bit of angst about what the true yield is, and like we said, the case we saw before this, you really don't know till it's too late for some folks.
Yeah, and again, I have total respect for the applicant, Mr. Bostwick, and my position has been the same as it always has, but respectfully, and we sat down, came and met early on with Mr. Bostwick and his attorney, and I told him up front that I was not supportive of this and had a tough time with it, so I haven't changed. So that's no reflection on Mr. Bostwick or his team or his company. I'm sure I've seen some of their houses and they build nice homes. So I realized a few weeks ago, and I truly believe everybody in this room, and council, city, everybody wants to preserve land, preserve Milton. They want it to look the same. But it really started to shake out where I realized that what I believe the overwhelming majority of our citizens, their idea of what Milton is and what they want to preserve, and it's all relative. It depends on when you moved here because it's changed. But I believe it's what you feel when you drive down the road. You see, hopefully, you see horse pastures. Everybody likes that. You see blackboard fences. You see estate lots. You see homes that are set back. You see buffers. And that's, again, where I think. Now, that's part of preserving land. There's also preserving land, if you want to look at it from the environmental side. There are a lot of people that want to preserve land that's over here, that maybe there's some kind of animal or whatever, the flowers and the plants and certain animals, but then they don't care. They live over here, and they may live in, quote, cluster housing or, a commune or whatever, but they're just, it's all about preserving the land itself, but it may be 50 miles from you or 100 miles or whatever. And so I think that's where the balance, where we got to really look at. But, to me, this case right here, yes, you could sit there and try to argue that it is preserving land, but I don't believe anybody else is going to see it. And I think the majority of the citizens of Milton, what they're looking for is to preserve it more. If that were flip-flopped and all the homes were back where nobody could see it, maybe you'd be getting closer. But to me, this is possibly preserving some land. And I say possibly because it doesn't mean there's going to be 48 homes on it AG1. Somebody could, it was mentioned before, 3 to 5 acre lots. I mean, AG1 is not all bad, but this preserving that land, it may be preserving some land, but at the detriment to the rest of the city and the citizens. We've talked about AG1 and saving horse farms and horses and all. Look at some of the AG1 subdivisions we got here now. We've got Tullamore. People keep their horses out there and have trails. We've had a lot of people from North Valley talk tonight. I mean, North Valley's, to me, epitome of when you drive through, and that's what Milton looks like. 6 hills, some of our open roads. So, AG1 doesn't have to necessarily be bad. You could somebody could develop that very carefully, make a lot of money because they'd put some really nice homes on big lots and make it very appealing. I know we've got some others. There's one over on Batesville right now that 3 to 5 acres, and people are, it's really attracting a lot of people, and it's really beautiful and saving a lot of land. Another thing, in all due respect, you look at both of those plans, and the one to the right grabs your eye. Look at all the green. You see the lake? See how much darker blue the lake is, and it's kind of bigger than the one on the left. You see all the green, and you're thinking, that's really preserving a lot of land. We'll take the one to the left, and granted, I don't believe there's going to be anywhere near that many homes on it, but let's say you just took 10 homes out of there, and all that light green, you put dark green colors on there, dark green magic marker, because that doesn't mean you have to have a yard, that, an acre yard, 2 acre yard, whatever, that's clear cut and barren. You start putting more green on that, you make the lake a little bit bigger, and all of a sudden that may look a lot more appealing to folks. So it's all in perception. I do want to ask the legal question, Ken. There's been a lot of talk about comp plan and the things we should consider and whatnot based on that. Is there, and it was brought up I think by the council here, or legal from the applicant, is there anything legal against the council with the comp plan and saying that looking at a conservation subdivision?
Well, Mr. Mayor, what I don't want to do is I don't want to get into directing the council as part of this legislative process precisely what you can and cannot consider. I will tell you that a comprehensive plan is a planning tool. It does not have the force of law. Zoning has the force of law. The comprehensive plan is just what it sounds like. It is a plan, it is a vision, and it is to provide guidance on what you want Milton to look like. But the amount of emphasis that you place on the comp plan and how you interpret the comp plan is, of course, an individual decision that each member of this council will have to make. And candidly, what motivates you to make your decision this evening may, in fact, depend upon how much weight you want to put in the comp plan and, candidly, how you interpret what the comp plan says. But it is, again, it is a plan, it is a tool, but it is not the law.
Okay. I get that. Bill?
I go back to a point that we were discussing a few minutes ago, and that's the yield plan. And I may have missed something here, so maybe Kathy or Jimmy or both of you could kind of run through that again. The way I see it, it's an empirical process to determine the total number of possible lots to go on a plat. Like that.
Yes, using AG1 standards, a determination is made as to how many buildable lots could be yielded from a particular parcel.
Right.
And then that is used as the benchmark for anyone coming in with the CUP application.
So they're directly related.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's a requirement of the CUP that you have that yield plan based on the AG1 zoning district.
So that's all you have to guide your decision on whether 48 lots could be built on with a CUP. It's based on the yield plan of the AG1 plan.
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, and we do look at it it has to be a valid plan.
Sure.
And it is reviewed by Carter's shop and by Jimmy's shop and zoning and whatnot. We do look at it.
Right. And I understand to Bert's point here too, the total number of lots to be developed probably won't be determined until you actually get in the field. They're all, it's a field adjusted situation. So that's my point.
I just asked a question about that too. I know in some of the engineering reports and talks about up to 48 possible, but then there's question and not following the Milton guidelines as far as some of our ordinances, and also subject to certain soils and things like that. So I guess the point is that's a maximum number that pie in the sky possibly could be done, but it's certainly not saying that there's definitely 48 lots. Is that correct?
And that's a very good point. And we always mention in here is that all these site plans that are submitted to us are always subject to all the ordinances and requirements of the city of Milton, and the transportation and the engineering and everything else has to be subject to those requirements before you actually get to your viable plan. And that comes at Jimmy's stage when he's really doing the LDP. When you get into the engineered plan, as Carter makes reference to, that's done at that stage. It's unusual to do it at the rezoning stage, which is where we are right now.
Can I break in for just a second, just procedurally wise, and Ken help me with this? It is, I think, about 10 minutes until 12. I would like to have a motion to extend our time. We've been here a long time, but I would certainly hate to have to go home tonight and start over again. And I will ask, does the council feel confident enough to continue discussion here for a little bit after 12? I'd hope it wouldn't take much that long, but so I will ask for a motion that we extend our meeting time past 12.
So moved.
Okay, I've got a motion by Councilmember Longoria, second Councilmember Kuntz, to extend our meeting past 12.
Mr. Mayor, would you just check and make sure Councilmember Morag heard that?
Rick, you still awake?
Oh, I'm awake. I'm trying to go between the delay of the video and the conference call, but yes, I heard the motion and I'm with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, City. That's unanimous amongst those up here. Thank you, everybody. All right, continue. Matt, you had
a little more on Bill's point too. Drives me nuts when we make arguments on things that we just can't know the answer to, and that's what Joe Longoria was leading to at the April 25th meeting when you want to have some kind of factual data with which we can make decisions. Like we said, we know that the 48 is there. We don't know that it's less. We think that it might be less, but we don't know that it is on that point. And as we look at making the estimation for us to do our jobs and make these decisions, we have to look at the factual data that's before us. And what we do know is we've got some engineering firms and the Fulton County Health Department certifying that 48 homes could be on that plot of land at the best possible outcome on that end. We don't know that it can be less. It might be less, but we don't have that information before us. And that is the question of whether we have a reasonable expectation for making a decision. It's interesting because you look at the 2030 Comprehensive Plan, and that was dictated to us, if I remember correctly, by state guidelines or directives for us to implement that, right, Ken? In doing so, that involved several hundreds of hours of citizen involvement over a whole bunch of time creating the 2030 Comprehensive Plan. That is before us. That was approved by the Planning Commission and voted on by the Council on June 6, 2011. What's interesting there is that the definition of a conservation subdivision on page 108 states as follows: refers to the design of a residential subdivision that maintains its zone permitted project density. That's the first half of that definition. Maintains its zone or permitted project density on page 108, the definition of a conservation subdivision. And the real question is if we know the facts of trying to find information to what actually does maintain zone permitted project density, we can't deal with possibilities. We have to deal with actual numbers as created by the best minds that are certified to make these assertions. And if we are doing that, which our citizens asked us to do on page 108 of the 2030 Comprehensive Plan, it then says the definition, but configures the home placement arrangement in such a way that it maximizes open green space for conservation. So as we look at the definition, as created by our citizens, approved by the Planning Commission, and voted on by the Council on June 6, 2011 by 7-0, by everybody up here, including my predecessor, with the directives to implement conservation subdivisions on page 9 and 10, page 57, page 64, page 65, page 71, page 76, the implementation matrix, and the 2011-2015 short-term work program, item LUDC 11. That's in there. That was directed by our citizens. And I think we owe it to them to come up with the factual data to implement what we promised, we said we would when we voted for this and when we swore an oath to uphold our laws that actually helped us create this very document with thousands of hours of citizen involvement to do it. Those are the facts with regards to the law, and I know that when I swore my oath to do this job, we had to take that into consideration. So that is in there. That is written. That was a lot of hours done that. In there also were impact fees, which we just implemented. In there also were transfer of development rights, which we also did. But we actually mentioned more times conservation subdivisions than either of those in this, and yet we haven't done any of those. So as we look at it, does the Ebenezer project fit that definition on page 108? Again, created by our citizens and passed by the Planning Commission and voted on by the council. And if it is zone permitted project density and the best reasonable outcome that we can create or see with engineers ascertaining 48 units, the Department of Fulton County Health Department looking at it and verifying that, our staff looking at it with a reasonable expectation that most of the time those numbers are there, and if they are off, it may be 1 or 2 lots, but we can't know for sure if it is less. That's only a guess if it is. But what we have before us is information that we can use to make a logical decision with regards to how we go forward with making this decision. And if we were to follow the 2030 Comprehensive Plan, which again we have been directed to do on all these pages that I mentioned, that's something that we have to look at, in my mind. At least consider. I mean, obviously, it is in the 2030 Comprehensive Plan with this information. You can't deny that. It was created. It was voted on. And we have decided that that was that. And as I swore my oath, I know I made a promise to uphold that as well. So there are other facts associated with that, but I think we need to discuss that point.
I would say, without a doubt, I'm sure everybody in this room would agree, as well as everybody here, we have definitely considered all these things. So, Joe?
Well, first of all, we've all sworn our oath, and we're
Sure.
all up here trying to do our best to uphold our oath, okay? So that, whenever anybody says that, I always worry because it makes it sound like the rest of us aren't doing that thing.
Right,
and that really bugs me.
I put
But more to the point, Matt, we're arguing about the wrong thing, okay? It's not density neutral issues in the comprehensive plan that we should be looking at, okay? What we should be looking at is how the ordinance reads in relationship to changing the zoning. And what we're talking about, it doesn't say that we have to give the change zoning the same density that is available in AG1. It says we can't give it any more density than is reasonably available in AG1, okay? And I know you were there at the April 25th meeting.
I'm reading a different definition here, but go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Your definition says that we have to give it exactly the same density?
Maintains its zone permitted density. Is that more or less? That's in the definition
No,
of
I'm
conservation
talking about the
subdivision.
cup.
The cup zoning, there you go.
Yeah,
Right.
the cup zoning.
Right.
Because that's what we're talking about, changing it to.
Mhm.
Now, we were both at the April 25th meeting.
Right.
We spent 6.5 hours discussing density and trying to get to some number. Well, of course, at the time it was 50, and now it's 48. But as a group, we argued that we couldn't use that number because there were too many unknowns with it. In fact, it took us till 12:30 to agree that we were going to knock off 5 homes from that number.
But would you agree there's more knowns now?
No.
That's just a question.
Time out. That's not the point. Here's my point, is we all agreed to that. And the proposal that's in front of us tonight pretends like we didn't have that negotiation. It pretends like we didn't spend all that time and energy working on that. That was a huge compromise for us. There was nothing easy about that.
I agree.
I mean, half the people in the audience were very upset with us for that.
Sure.
I mean, we had more email come from that single decision than I think we've had all year. So I'm a little bit upset that we're renegotiating with ourselves on something that we already spent time and energy doing. That's what we really should be talking about right now, is why are we negotiating with ourselves? It makes no sense. Okay? So, to me, the density issue is that we have proven through our previous negotiation on this issue that we're not going to accept the face value. We're going to discount the face value. Why are we going to do that? To make sure that we can claim that this is not impacting in a negative way the city from a density point of view.
Sure.
All right? And that's what we did. Okay? And I'm just a little bit upset that we lost all that ground. We're back at some number that doesn't represent the energy and the time and the effort that we put into the last meeting. And so if somebody were to ask me right now, what are we going to do? Well, I'm not negotiating with myself. And so I'm going to vote on the proposal exactly the way it is. And the proposal exactly the way it is isn't something that we've agreed to before.
Let me just, make a statement too. I know we want facts and I know we want information. And I can tell you what they are. If this application is approved as submitted, I can tell you exactly what you're going to get. 100%. You're going to get 48 homes. They're going to be on that piece of property. The neighbors are going to be impacted. You're going to drive by there and you're going to see a bunch of homes on small lots. And the quote view that most people think of Milton and the Milton feel and look, they're going to drive by there and go, this is not it. Now on the flip side, the facts we don't know, but I can guarantee you what the facts are. If it stays AG1 is developed or left alone or developed in some other way, the facts are you're going to have somewhere between 1 home and possibly up to 48 homes if everything lines up. But as we saw tonight with the other application, the likelihood that they're all going to come in, they're going to probably have to cut some lots out and this and that. So you got somewhere between 1, I know I'm being a little bit conservative there, but between 1 and 48, but somewhere in the middle, maybe on the higher end of that. And you're going to have spread out lots that could be landscaped. It can have more of the feel. So, that's the facts we've got to deal with right now. So to me, the 48 lots, that's a worst case scenario. So it's not it's going to be this or it's going to be that. Bert?
I've got a question for the developer, if it's appropriate to ask.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Yes, sir.
With the outcome of the 25th meeting with the 45 lots, why didn't you come back with a plan that had 45 lots on there, the best that you could try to present it?
That's a great question. On 4/25 at 12:30 in the morning, when I was asked that question, at that point, the most we were able to know prior to that we could do economically was 48. But it's clear to me that we had an option at that point of accepting 45 or facing the likelihood of a denial and we said, well, we'd rather 45 and go back and see if the numbers can work, see if the landowners will come down on their price, and see if it can work, because it's that or a denial, which would mean we wouldn't have a chance for a year and it would be done completely. But what I'd like to recommend is that you consider an option of no more than a full set of LDP plans. We'd be willing to go through the full set to be reviewed by the staff, not to exceed 48 lots. Then you will know for sure exactly what a full set of LDP plans reviewed by your competent staff would allow.
I don't think that's going to. We just saw 4 hours ago a full set of LDP plans yields 40% of the lots that have issues.
And nobody said those were unbuildable lots that they had. They were asking for a change to them, but they were completely buildable
They're
lots.
asking for something that they said they could do beforehand. Ag 1, that's all I got, thank you. Ag 1 and 1 acre minimums have been something that we have celebrated in this area for a long time. What I've seen in a case such as this, not necessarily specifically this is the first one, is a watering down of what we've held in high esteem. Quite frankly, not much unlike the liberal movements we've seen in the federal level for several years, where stuff that we've fought for as a country has started to be whittled away at. And I'm not going to go on record, even though I'm in the 6th month of my final term, but I'm not going to go in record for voting for anything less than 1 acre lots on this zoning or any other that's going to come before us. To me, it's just a simple, no, don't clap. It's simple math. We can't afford another car on any intersection we have in this quote-unquote rural city. And we just can't afford it. And so we need to err on the side of under. And if it doesn't work financially, I certainly understand. I want you to make as much money as you can. But that's my thoughts. I'm not going to support anything less than 1 acre minimum here, today, tonight, tomorrow, next month, whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
Still got to pound the facts with regards to other things as well. I mean, obviously, some people look at the homes, and you got 7 homes, AG1, you got 7 homes, conservation subdivision on that front road. On the conservation subdivision, you do have a potential for a horse pasture, and yes, it's flesh and blood. The reality, though, is that the 35 acres of contiguous green space, it also adds 2 miles of walking trails, saves roughly 2,300 trees, loses 52,000 less square feet of asphalt, from what I understand this. Homes will be in the $700 to $1 million range. It's not going to devalue that. If you Google conservation subdivision home values, you'll see 10 different documents stated actually increases property values. I'm just trying to get a better estimate as far as, if we are doing what the spirit of the conservation plan actually says we are doing, do we not want to save 35 contiguous acres of green space? Do we not want to save 2 miles of walking trails? Do we not want to add potential horse pasture that's there? I mean, if we don't do that, and here's the reality, AG1 is still running rampant throughout the city. And we've got another property on Freemanville and Birmingham that just put the silt fence up just the other day. Another field is gone. It's happening left and right. The horse pastures behind my own neighbors' homes are gone, and those horses are gone. Not one AG1 property that I know of in the last 10 years has kept a horse pasture. And the barns are disappearing as well. The heritage of our community is disappearing and transforming as we speak to something that wasn't really the vision that I had when I ran for office. It was really trying to do what I said I would do, which is preserve the equestrian aspect of our community. Now, I understand the AG1 aspect is great for a equestrian business on that end, but the reality is homeowners are selling and moving out, and you got an AG1 property that is there. Now, do we have some good AG1 properties in the area? Yes. I'm not going to say we don't. I live in a hybrid conservation subdivision where some of those lots are still AG1. But it's hybrid because the landowner actually chose to stay there as well and still have cows in a barn and pasture and a lake on that property. The homeowners today are still just selling out and moving, and they don't have that option to stay. If they wanted to, they can do it better with a conservation subdivision. And those are the ideas that we have, and all this is really a question is about an allowance of an idea that preserves the spirit of the 2030 comprehensive plan that we asked, which says care should be taken to protect the existing uses and rural character of the urban fringe, is dominated by rural character and equestrian uses in the Sweet Apple area. I'm just trying to preserve a horse pasture that's there. And we will have flesh and blood horses on that area. And that is an idea that we said that we would have in the 2030 comprehensive plan. An AG1 property has not shown that it will do that in the last 10 years. I have not seen one.
And Bill, I'll let you go next. I just want to comment respectfully on the horse pasture, and I know several people here have horses. I've got horses and whatnot. But within the confines of a conservation subdivision, I just don't see it. I was visiting somebody in Crabapple the other day, and all the homes are 10 feet apart, but there is a middle section there, kind of a conservation area where kids play, and it's beautiful and all, but I just can't see somebody putting a horse there because, who's going to take care of today? Whose horse is going to be there? So I don't think this is our way to save horse pastures. I'm not knocking the concept in the right place, and maybe it would work, but I don't see this as the answer to save the horse farms. I think some of the other things we're looking at, and the hopefully the bond and some other conservation easements and stuff, the only way we're going to save horse pastures and horses is to allow the folks that already have them, make it easier for them to stay here and not be forced to sell. So, anyways, Joe, I think, or Bill.
Yeah. Bill, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bill.
No, to carry on Matt's point here too, I think there's I think folks are kidding themselves. Everybody has a different vision of our rural character out here. There's one website or email blast that I got last week, and there's a picture of a red barn and a horse and 4-board fence and a great array of pastures out there. And that projects the image, I think, of what a lot of people think of what rural is all about. But that email blast that I got was preserve rural Milton, preserve AG1. Well, you preserve an AG1, what AG1 means, anybody can come in, buy up that pasture and the barns and the horse and everything else, and convert it to a subdivision of all AG1 lots. So it's disappearing, and we have no control over it. People have the right to sell their property, their horse farms, pastures, their wooded lands out here, and it's all AG1. So AG1 is a development by right. Anybody can come in as a developer, buy up that 40 acres, 20 acres, whatever it is, go down to Miss Field's office, get with her and Jimmy Sanders and say, this is what I want to do, here's my concept plan. I've just bought this 40 acres here, and I want to build a AG1 subdivision, all 1 acre lots here. And there's a minimum amount of review that goes through it. He has to approve land disturbance plan. He has to review the hydrology, the drainage plans for that type of development, ensure that the roads conform to the city standards, and you'll get an LDP permit. And as soon as he gets that LDP permit, they can go out there and start clearing and grading. Clearing for their roads, for their decel lane out front, their sidewalks, and everything else that it takes to develop that piece of land. And you're all sitting there, it may be next to your house, and tomorrow morning you wake up and there's a D8 out there and about 10 guys with chainsaws. And we get a call. You guys need to stop that. There's too much development going on here. We've heard it for the last 3 or 4 years since this market's turned around. And, well, what do you want us to do? 7 of us up here. Stop it? We're not going to stop it. We can't. It's by right. These people have a right to develop that land for AG1 development. And at the rate and the price of dirt out there right now, somewhere around $100,000 an acre, these farmers are not going to hang on to it. Shoot, no. They're going to sell it. And who's going to buy it? Well, guess what? It's a developer. So all of this farmland out here that you all envision is the character of Milton. And I'll guarantee you, we keep going in this direction, 10 years from now, we need to take that horse off of there. We need to take the 4-board fences down, and we quit calling ourselves a rural community out here. We're going to be suburbs just like Roswell, Dunwoody, and Sandy Springs. And we have an opportunity now to be a little creative based on our comprehensive land use plan, which is a guidebook telling us we have these options. We have the options put forth in our development code, in our zoning ordinances, to come up with creative ways to do something else and preserve what everybody calls this rural character out here. We've gone through this development of this comprehensive land use plan twice. We adopted it in 2011. Every 5 years we go through and we have to review it. I think the state code's varied, been modified here in the last couple of years. It's not mandated anymore, but we still have gotten into that cycle of reviewing our comprehensive land use plan. It's a plan. If you don't have a plan, what direction are we going to go in? We have no. So you're discounting this plan as a guidebook here? We might as well throw the whole thing out then. Might as well throw out our development code, our zoning code. CUP is allowed and has been allowed in our ordinance for the last 10 years, 9.5 years, going on 10. It's available as an alternative method of development. This is not the only development like that can happen here. I think the difference in this development here is it's such a diverse topography of land out here. It's the uniqueness of the character of that land, the ridges, the streams, the original growth timber, forest out here. It's all that stuff that I think fits the vision of what people think of when they see the rural viewshed, the rural character of Milton. And we've got an opportunity to save it. And if we don't start exercising those opportunities and those options out here, being creative, we're going to be a city of, we'll be suburbia just like our neighbors down here.
You know, and to Bill's point, you know, and we've talked about this before, the tough thing is rural. Everybody talks about what people want to see rural, and not to bore you, but when I was a teenager, I worked on farms and spent the summer, and my idea of rural there was most people didn't have running water, and we had outhouses, so totally different. When I moved here 25 years ago, it was certainly different, and I bought my property. To me, rural was when I moved here, and I went up to the old country store and told them I needed a lawnmower, and they had to order it, and they said it'd be in next Wednesday, and I said, well, here, what do I need to do? And they said, oh, nothing. You moved in over next to the Cox's property, didn't you? And the next Wednesday, I remember my wife calling me at work saying, hey, they just dropped off a $2,000 lawnmower here. They said, just go up whenever you get a chance and pay for it. So, it's all relative, but it changes and changes. And to Bill's point, that is true. With AG1, by right zoning, somebody can sell their land and build a neighborhood. And you might wake up the next day and they may be building a neighborhood beside you. But the reality is that's what everybody here bought into and knows what could happen. It would be a whole lot better, in my opinion, if you wake up the next day and the property that you don't own, that someone else owns next to you, and they're building one home per acre, or in this case, like I said, it may be one home per 3 acres or one home per 5. The only thing we know, the AG1 is the worst case scenario, versus if we accept something in a CUP, we know what's going to happen. But my point is, I would certainly rather, and I think a lot of our citizens, especially that live around here, would rather wake up knowing there's going to be one home per acre at worst case scenario than to wake up and know that there's going to be quarter-acre lots all next to their property line and they're looking at it. So, you got to look at it from both perspectives, I think. All right. I think, Joe, you want?
Yeah, well, I just was going to say, guys, first of all, I know we've all put a lot of time and energy into this, and that's really what sort of the light bulb that went on top of my head. I mean, if I've spent 300 hours, and that's probably a low estimate in terms of researching and talking to people and sending emails and staying up until 3 o'clock in the morning, not just for meetings, but for, getting caught up on things. Of that time, I've spent maybe 5 hours not considering that this was a good thing. All right? And the bulk of that energy, the bulk of that time went into what I would call a very fragile negotiation to get to where we had some kind of consensus on the council. And there was nothing easy about that, I got to tell you. And so my concern is that we're not, and plenty of people have said this tonight, we're not making a decision on, AG1 development tomorrow. Okay, we're trying to make the right decision for what could be used to conserve land. And if there's anybody out here that we're letting down right now, it's the people that have supported what we're trying to do from a conservation point of view. Okay, we've really let them down because we either allowed ourselves to get sideways with what we had negotiated, or we lost track of what it was we were trying to negotiate, or whatever else. I would say it probably starts with the fact that we didn't do a very good job putting together a conservation subdivision ordinance that the city could stand behind. That was probably the first domino in that case. But here's what I figured out in the last couple of days, and that is, if what is required or acceptable, it's not always financially feasible. And we've heard the builder tonight tell us that he needs to have 48 lots in this subdivision because otherwise it's not financially feasible. Well, if it's not financially feasible, or if we can't get there, something's got to give for us to make it work. Well, if we yield on what is required, in other words, if we give up our standard, if we give up the thing that we value the most in order to make it happen, well, who the heck's paying for that? We're actually asking the citizens of Milton to pay for the fact that the builder has to have 48 homes and can't get it done with less. Now, I want to support the landowners. Trust me, I do. They have every right in the world to ask for whatever they want for their property. But we don't have to buy it. I mean, we're in an open market. So in order for us to give the builder what he's asking, what we're really asking the citizens of Milton to do, could you just pay part of this transaction to make sure that the builder can pay what he needs to for the land? And I don't think that's right. I think that's unacceptable. And I want to support the landowner, but there's some other equilibrium that we're going to have to achieve there. So it's disappointing that we're not going to be able to get to what I think is acceptable point tonight, because like I said, I'm done negotiating on this, and we need to vote on exactly what the proposal is that the builder and the developer put before us. And so, unless there's more comments, I'm ready to make a motion.
I'd like to ask Rick. Rick, would you like an opportunity to speak?
I have been sitting here waiting. I apologize.
I saw you raising your hand.
Yeah, I'm at the end, just beyond Joe. I apologize that I was not able to be there today. Like other members on the council, I really think we have struggled with trying to look for what's the right thing to do. We know when we're done with this evening, after we vote, there's going to be people that are unhappy no matter which way the vote goes. So what I've tried to really struggle is look at all the things that go into this and try to understand, how do we weight it? What are the things that we look at? The only reason we're even talking about conservation subdivision or options was because, as Bill stated, we started to get more and more angry people saying, stop all the development. Well, the reality is you can't. But I think there are ways we can look at, are there things we can do better? Are there ways to modify? The way things were built 20 years ago for AG1, people aren't doing that today. So maybe we need to look at how we change, just even going forward. What are the standards within AG1? There is no one perfect solution. And I've heard people say, you need to vote this way, or we're basically dooming Milton, and I've heard that argument on both sides, and I don't really think that's true. I don't think this is a Waterloo moment, and you have to, if you don't vote for this, then we've thrown away any conservation efforts within Milton or the ability to do it. We have things that we can still do, and we will consider. I've heard people tell me their views, the people that live on Ebenezer, well, they're just a small contingent of Milton, and it really doesn't matter so much. You need to consider the rest of the citizens of Milton. And then that's when I get to the point where I'm saying, well, what are we trying to do? Preserve the look and feel of Milton, which is how we started on this whole path? Or are we trying to look just for land preservation? I'm all for land preservation, but I'm also going to look at the impacts on people that live there, because I live in a part of Milton where I've seen what happens when Fulton County didn't listen to the people that lived here. So I'm trying to weigh both. I think everybody's voice has to be heard. I think some of the things that have been disappointing, I guess, in the process were just some of the vitriol that we've heard. We're a community. We pride ourselves on being a rural community. We have very intelligent people. We've got high incomes here. We've got, landowners, property owners. But what is it that we're stating about the way we want to get along? I've just seen people basically win or lose, and I understand passion because it is important. This is people's livelihood. This is people's biggest investment if they already own a home here. I think on this one, when I take a look at it, I'm with Joe in that I'm not going to negotiate what I think will be the right number. If I think that it needs to be less, it's not because the yield plan said this is what they're entitled to. What I'm trying to look at is the intensity of homes that are going to be built under the current proposal on 50 acres. Is that acceptable to me? The way it's going to turn out, is that accomplishing the look and feel of Milton that I support? I'm all for preserving, acreage over on the other side that's pristine. But I also listen to Mrs. Young and her son, and I hear their concerns, and I have to consider what's the impact to their property value. Regardless of how we build it, is there going to be an impact? If this was a self-contained parcel with community septic in the middle and the only people that would be impacted, and we had enough setbacks all around the outside so nobody was negatively impacted, I may be coming to a different conclusion, but I have to deal with what it is that's been put in front of us. The one thing I would like to say, I can't tell who's there, who's even listening, but one of the concerns I've had, we've had people accusing council members of being special interest or people that are in the pockets of developers. And I know everybody on council. Nobody is benefiting from this either way. So I guess I'm tired of the bullying or the attacks when people try to say that to get their way. And that's what I read it as. I don't read it as people really want to have a discussion when they say that. They're trying to intimidate. I've also had people tell me that if I don't support this conservation option, then I'm not a leader, that I'm not really doing what I need to do for Milton. I don't buy either of those. I think we have to look at what's really, really truthful, take a look, an individual, we as council members, decide what is it we think we were elected to do from a vision for Milton. And I don't think this is the end of Milton either way, regardless of how this vote goes. But I've spent a lot of time. I've sat down with the homeowners on Ebenezer. I've talked to people that are supportive of this development, and I've tried to really weigh both sides and listen to all that. I'm not on this call because this was easy to be on this call. I'm on this call because I've invested a lot of time, just like the other council members. So with that, I'm just going to stop talking, but I just want to say my appeal to the community is let's try to work together as we go forward. You can find creative solutions. It doesn't have to be at the expense of trying to turn people against each other. Take out the politics, take out the personalization, and let's spend that energy and that momentum on trying to find what can we do to actually preserve this city that we live in and we love. That's why we're so passionate. Let's not use negative energy trying to tear each other apart or trying to hurt people. Let's look at what we can do to try to preserve why we moved here. Thanks for letting me talk.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Anybody else? Yeah.
The last thing I could say on this too is I don't think any piece of property has been under more scrutiny in the last 10 years than this Ebenezer Road. And with that being said, we've had citizens, we've had non-citizens, we've had city staff, we've had county, state people, taking interest in this. We've had, federal programs with the Oconee County Land Trust looking at it. We've had engineers, soil analysis experts, volunteers, planning commission members, city council members, and the developer all looking at this project, trying to find a way to see how we can make it work. And quite honestly, the best part is seeing everybody work together. And that's the interesting part is as one community, we are all looking at it from that perspective. And, I've looked at it. I mean, I've been to conservation subdivisions. I've stood on community septic systems. I've done my research, and everything I've done has only affirmed what I've already suspected. But I think it conforms with the directive that I made a promise to on the comprehensive plan, which we voted for. And I just believe the future of Milton is bright when we all work together to solve problems. I think that's our best opportunity if we can find a way to do that tonight.
Somebody else? Joe?
You were going to make a motion.
Okay. You want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we deny RZ 16-02 and its associated variances.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for denial from Councilmember Longoria, a second from Councilmember Hewitt. Any discussion? One thing I do want to say to Councilmember Morig's point, and I have responded in emails to people, when you do see, and unfortunately people get passionate from either side, and again, I truly believe everybody here wants the best for Milton, but sometimes people do get a little too carried away, and there's been accusations out there, and out of respect and support for all the council members and everybody involved, I 100% know that not only they cared, but when you see the accusations of, as Rick said, when people talking about being in the pockets of developers and this and that, I truly believe that nobody has any personal gain from this. They're just looking at what they think is best for Milton. So, but,
thank you for saying that.
If there's any other comments, if not, I'll open. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so that passes. That motion passes 4-2 with Councilmember Lusk and Kuntz in voting nay. All right, thank you for your time here tonight. Okay, I think that's all of our business. It is late, so staff, do you have any reports? Any council members? Okay, I'll.
Come on, Carter. You don't have a report?
All right, I've got a motion to adjourn. Anybody want to second it? I mean to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
I think that was unanimous. Yeah, that's tough on the phone.
13-0.
13 what?
13-0.